Chapter 41, What ultimate technique is this? After being educated by Zhang Chongsheng, Zhang Ziyu could only give up on the idea of joining the army. After that, he cultivated even more diligently. That month, the emperor ordered the granddaughter of the Minister of Justice, Yang Che, to marry King Wei. The news spread throughout the city, causing the people to discuss. Over the years, the emperor's presence had been very weak, and the crown prince could be said to be in charge of the court. Surprisingly, the emperor actually arranged a marriage for King Wei, making people's imagination run wild. His Highness the Crown Prince is getting more and more overboard and rude. His Majesty is still here, but he actually dares to say that he wants to personally lead the expedition. Why didn't he name himself? Chen Li said indignantly, the previous Crown Prince was still best. Although he did not practice martial arts, he was a genius of a ruler. When Wang Chen, who was sweeping the floor, heard this, his heart ached, but he was not unwilling. He was already used to cultivating in the temple. It was leisure but not boring, and there was less scheming. Zhang Ziyu was studying in the palace, so Chen Li ridiculed Zhang Yu even more brazenly. Zhang Chongsheng meditated under the earth spirit tree and said casually without opening his eyes, "Since you're so dissatisfied, work for Ziyu in the future. You should be able to figure out the reason behind the marriage His Majesty has set for Ziyu, right?" Chen Li frowned and said, "His Majesty wants to rope in a faction for King Wei? I'm afraid His Highness will be dissatisfied when he comes back." Other than the two of them, only Wang Chen was left in the courtyard. Su Tianji and Ping'an were practicing martial arts with the other disciples in the martial arts arena. Chen Li was already familiar with Wang Chen. Although he did not know Wang Chen's background, Wang Chen was too ugly and lived in seclusion, so there was no need to worry about him spreading rumors. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and said, "I support King Wei." After breaking through to the 6th level of the Dao technique, he stopped pretending. The Empress and the Yang family were already roped in. Next was the Chen family. Even though Zhang Changshen's strength was outstanding, if he wanted Zhang Ziyu to successfully ascend the throne, he still had to nurture some forces for him. Zhang Chongsheng did not want to guard him for the rest of his life. Moreover, no matter how strong he was, the world was huge. How could he just rely on himself to consolidate the imperial power? Chen Li's heart beat faster. He had sensed the change in Zhang Changshen's attitude previously, but he did not expect him to be so thorough this time. Wang Chen did not have any thoughts. He also felt that Zhang Ziyu had the talent of an emperor. Chen Li hesitated and said, "Now that the Great Jing is on the verge of collapse, I'm afraid it's not good for us to seize power now, right?" Zhang Chongsheng said, "Then do you think there's really hope for the Great Jing under the current Crown Prince's lead?" Chen Li's expression changed. He was indeed very dissatisfied with the Crown Prince, but this matter was too important. Right now, Ziyu is still growing. If the Chen family joins us, how can the Chen family's treatment be inferior to now when he ascends the throne in the future? Chen Li, there's not much time left. The Chen family chose too late back then. Zhang Chongsheng stared into his eyes and said meaningfully. After knowing him for nearly 30 years, this was the first time Chen Li had seen such ambition in Zhang Changshen's eyes. He could not help but suspect Zhang Changshen's motive and could not help but ask, "Chongsheng, is it just because King Wei is your disciple?" Zhang Chongsheng said, "I pursue the immortal Dao and understand destiny. The destiny is not in the Crown Prince, but in Ziyu." What nonsense! Chen Li wanted to question it, but when he thought of how Zhang Chongsheng had transcended the lightning tribulation twice and was now over 40 years old, but still looked like an 18-year-old young man, all kinds of signs indicated that Zhang Chongsheng might really not be an ordinary person. Is there really destiny? Chen Li gulped and asked. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Other than destiny, everything else depends on man. The Crown Prince doesn't have any ambitions, while Ziyu has ambitions comparable to His Majesty. I've deduced that the future will far exceed the present. The true prosperity will be lifted after Ziyu ascends the throne. This is also the reason why I'm willing to take him in as my disciple." Chen Li was silent. Wang Chen recalled how extraordinary Zhang Ziyu was and felt even more reverence for Zhang Chongsheng. King Wei was indeed impressive. After 5 minutes, Chen Li took a deep breath, and his eyes became firm as he said, "Chongsheng, the Chen family will now be tied to King Wei. If we lose, you have to protect the Chen family's bloodline." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Brother Chen, in the future, you will think that your words are very laughable. The Chen family's prosperity is coming. The head of the Chen family was the Minister of Revenue, and he had many subordinates. With their support, Zhang Ziyu would have more trump cards. After Chen Li made up his mind, he felt relieved and became excited. He began to discuss with Zhang Chongsheng how to pave the way for King Wei. 2 of the 6 ministries supported the King of Wei. They now had the support of the literature faction and just lacking the martial arts faction, which was the factions without an army were all paper tigers. In the 41st year of the Jing dynasty, the crown prince, Zhang Yu, personally led an army of 300,000 soldiers to the Shenzhou province with irresistible force. Zhang Yu pursued the victory and advanced for a few months. In the end, he was surrounded by nearly 500,000 troops of ancient Han. A tragic battle that was rarely seen in 50 years erupted, and it was known as the Battle of Blood Plains. The 2 dynasties had invested nearly 1 million soldiers one after another. After fighting for a few days, more than 500,000 people had died. It could be said that both sides were severely injured. It was only after King Qin led 50,000 iron cavalry to escort the crown prince away that the battle ended. This battle made the surrounding dynasties restless. Great Jing and ancient Han had fought for more than 10 years. After this battle, their vitality was probably greatly damaged. In the Great Jing, the 13 prefectures were restless. The remnants of the previous dynasty took action again, and all kinds of rumors spread throughout the world. The Great King was in even more danger. This year, Zhang Ziyu was 12 years old and Ping'an was 12 years old. In Longqi Temple, the Minister of Justice, Yang Che, the Minister of Revenue, Chen Yu and Chen Li were discussing important matters in the courtyard. Zhang Ziyu and Ping'an were also there, while Su Tianji brought Huang Chuan to avoid suspicion. My Yang family has already recruited private soldiers in the Qian province, the Yu province, and the Fang province. Now that the north is in chaos, the imperial court's attention to the south is extremely low. Other than us, the other aristocratic families are also secretly gathering troops. I'm afraid chaos is coming. Yang Che sighed. Chen Yu sighed as if he expected it and said, chaotic times are inevitable. I heard that the remnants of the Chu dynasty have started to move again and are gathering the forces of the martial arts world. I heard that the grandmasters in the martial arts world are also going to move out. Zhang Ziyu scoffed. When I grow up, I'll definitely suppress the universe and expel the barbarians. At the age of 12, he was already in high spirits. There was no lack of young monarchs in history, so he was very ambitious and wished he could leave the mountain immediately. Ping'an, who was not far away, was even more exaggerated. Although he was only 12 years old, his figure was already comparable to an adult. After Xian Nei's overlord body reached large accomplishment, his physique grew at an exaggerated speed in just a year. He looked like a human-shaped ferocious beast. Ping'an was now a genuine top expert. He was only 12 years old, and he would definitely step into the Heaven Arrival realm in the future. Moreover, he would be a Heaven Arrival realm expert who was suitable for fighting on the battlefield. Chen Li looked at Zhang Chongsheng and frowned. Chongsheng, when will we start? Zhang Chongsheng was looking at the incense points. It had already exceeded 1,000. He was hesitating if he should deduce the strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but it cost 1,000 incense points. He could only transcend half of the tribulation after consuming more than 2,000 incense points. This meant that the Mahayana Dragon Tower was far less dangerous than the lightning tribulation to him. Forget it, it was safer. He began to deduce. Can I easily defeat the Mahayana Dragon Tower? A peace of mind was of utmost importance. Zhang Chongsheng said, it's not time yet. The number of troops you have is too little. We need at least 100,000 iron cavalry. Requires 1,000 incense points. Do you wish to continue? Continue. 100,000 iron cavalry is not easy to train. For 100,000 fierce horses, we still have to prepare the carriage to escort the food and grass, which alone require at least 300,000 horses, and the cavalry also requires long-term training. Yang Che frowned and said. A word appeared in front of Zhang Chongsheng. Yes. This word was filled with weight, making Zhang Chongsheng smile. He said, there are still 4 years. I hope everyone can prepare well when you are 16 years old. At that time, the hidden dragon will emerge from the abyss, and the universe will change. Before that, I will also nurture Ping'an into a Heaven Arrival realm expert. Yang Che, Chenzo and Chen Li could not help but look at Ping'an. Their eyelids twitched. What kind of freak was this kid? A 16-year-old heaven arrival realm expert sounded impossible, but with Pingin's physique and the spiritual chi of the spirit gathering pill and the earth spirit tree, it was not impossible. The four of them chatted for a while more before Chen Li and the other two left. Zhang Chongsheng began to guide Zhang Ziyu in cultivating the heavenly scripture of the universe. The stronger Zhang Ziyu's martial arts were, the safer he would be in the future. Spring passed and autumn came. 2 years passed. In the 43rd year of the Jing dynasty, the Jin dynasty to the east of the Great Jing allied with ancient Han and invaded the northern regions of Shenzhou and Hangzhou. Crown Prince Zhang Yu had no choice but to retreat and return to the capital. Everyone in the world could tell that the Great Jing was already at the end of its rope. Order was becoming more and more chaotic everywhere, and bandits were rampant. The commoners were struggling to survive. It was August that year, and it was scorching hot. Another peerless expert came to challenge Longqi Temple. GK of Tian Shan Mountain has come to challenge you. If I die, I wish to enter the hero's tomb. A domineering shout resounded throughout Longqi Temple like a loud bell, shocking everyone. Su Tianji was moved. He turned to look at Zhang Chongsheng and said, Tian Shan GK is one of the 5 Grand Masters. He retired from the martial arts world 50 years ago and is almost 100 years old. Daoist Master, you have to be careful. One of the 5 Grand Masters. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes. The strongest Grand Master of the martial arts world of Great Jing had finally appeared. He sensed that the other party should have already stepped into the divine realm and his true chi was stronger than Su Tianji's. He stood up and said, looks like the reputation of the hero's tomb has completely spread. Prepare to unearth it. Everyone followed him excitedly. The 5 Grand Masters were all legendary figures, and they could be considered martial arts legends. A martial arts legend versus a martial arts legend. This was a battle that was hard to come by in decades. Zhang Chongsheng brought everyone to the entrance of the mountain. Some devotees also came to join in the fun. GK was dressed in a white robe and had his hands behind his back. His body was strong, but his face was weathered and his hair was white. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but he was actually nearly 100 years old. The aura of a Grand Master could be seen with the naked eye, as if he could withstand the sky even if it collapsed. Seeing Zhang Chongsheng, GK narrowed his eyes and sized him up carefully. Daoist Master Chongsheng, it seems that you are proficient in the art of preserving your looks. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, who doesn't want to be younger? Thank you for coming to strengthen the reputation of the hero's tomb today, senior. GK snorted and said, my lifespan is coming to an end. Instead of dying deep in the mountains, it's better to fight against the current legend of the martial arts world. You're very strong, and I can't see through you. With someone like you in the martial arts world of Great Jing, we old farts can leave in peace. He raised his right palm and slapped the ground. His true chi erupted, and 12 green sword shadows condensed behind him. They fanned out and had a sharp aura that made people shiver. He did not waste his breath and slapped Zhang Chongsheng. 12 green sword shadows shot out, tearing through the air. Sword light flashed, and even the citizens in the capital could see it. Zhang Chongsheng waved the Kylan horsetail whisk and flung its long whiskers, scattering the 12 sword shadows. If GK was domineering, then Zhang Chongsheng was carefree. He had already shown who was strong and who was weak. He held back then, Su Tianji thought to himself. He had stayed in Longqi Temple for 9 years and had not stopped cultivating. He was already stronger than before, but compared to GK, he was still much inferior. However, such a powerful GK did not have any strength in front of Zhang Chongsheng. GK was moved. He did not expect his ultimate technique to be so weak. His eyes were cold as he placed his right hand behind his back and rushed towards Zhang Chongsheng. Boom! His true chi erupted, and GK actually transformed into a green sword that was about to penetrate Zhang Chongsheng in the blink of an eye. Zhang Chongsheng raised his hand and extended his index finger with his left hand. Spiritual energy shot out. Ping! The green sword was shattered, and GK fell to the ground. He took a few steps back, and blood could not help but gush out of his mouth. His eyes widened, and his body swayed. He stared at Zhang Chongsheng and asked, "This is, what, ultimate technique?" Zhang Chongsheng said, "Chen family, Qi finger." Thump! GK fell to the ground and died with grievances. A pool of blood flowed out from under him. Before he died, his last thought was, who was the Chen family? There was actually such a peerless ultimate technique. Chapter 42, Destiny is here, head of punishment inheritance. In the 43rd year of the Jing dynasty, Tian Shanji Q's end is approaching. Before he died, he came to challenge a martial arts legend. You successfully survived his challenge and survived a calamity. You received a survival reward. Ultimate cultivation technique, the heavenly heart lightning technique. Zhang Chongsheng sat on the bed and smiled. As expected of a Grand Master, the reward was extraordinary. Zhang Chongsheng began to happily inherit the heavenly heart lightning technique. As he became stronger and stronger, there were not many survival rewards he could get by staying in Longqi Temple, so he had expectations every time. In fact, he could still choose another path. That was to roam the martial arts world and fight and kill every day. The number of survival reward would definitely increase, but that would be too inappropriate. It would delay his cultivation. After all, survival rewards would only give him a cultivation method and not directly make him stronger. Moreover, he felt that he would fail if he had too many enemies. Those who could kill until the end were protagonists. Those who died on the way were all supporting characters or even villains. GK died in battle at Longqi Temple and was buried in the hero's tomb. This matter spread like wildfire in the martial arts world in just a month. Although the Sword Freak and the Killing Blade were strong, they had yet to reach the status of Grand Masters. In this battle, the status of the hero's tomb was completely engraved in the hearts of the martial artists, and there was even a comment. The luckiest thing for people in the martial arts world was to die in the hero's tomb. Of course, there were even more people who scoffed at that comment. They looked forward to flattening Longqi Temple and stepping on the hero's tomb to establish their own martial arts legend. Autumn. Crown Prince Zhang Yu led the army back to the capital. After understanding the emperor's arrangements, he could not help but be furious. He barged into the palace angrily and confronted Zhang Yuan in the imperial study. Zhang Yuan was already in his twilight years. He lay on the dragon couch with his eyes half closed. "Father, you're trying to harm me. If you support Ziyu, won't you cause trouble for Zihan? When I ascend the throne, I'll definitely appoint Zihan as the crown prince." Zhang Yu scolded angrily, not treating Zhang Yuan as an emperor at all. Zhang Yuan said weakly, "Zihan is too conceited and ruthless. You don't want to see your children kill each other, right?" Zhang Yu frowned and fell silent. Although he fought with his brothers, he did not want to see his sons fight. Crown Prince Zhang Yu came to the table and sat down. He sighed and said, "Father, I suddenly feel so tired. The throne is not as easy as I thought." In the past 2 years, he had gone out to fight, which had worn down the arrogance in his heart. Zhang Yuan did not answer and seemed to have fallen asleep. Zhang Yu began to recount his encounters in the past 2 years. Even if he invited experts from the Mahayana Dragon Tower, they could not turn the tide. Although there were only 3 ancient Han Grand Masters, all of them were figures comparable to Zhong Tianyu. The experts of the Mahayana Dragon Tower could only restrain them, and in terms of the army, ancient Han was stronger and had more people. Most importantly, the Jin dynasty actually participated in the battle and completely defeated Crown Prince Zhang Yu. The Great Jing and ancient Han had fought for many years, causing the people to suffer financial losses and the country's strength to weaken. However, the Jin dynasty had always been resting and recuperating. Its strength was faintly stronger than the Great Jing and ancient Han. "The Dragon Tower has gone too far and forced me to restore Chu. If we don't return to Chu, they won't send more stronger experts to support us. The same goes for the 5 Grand Masters of the martial arts world of Great Jing. Father, is the fortune of Great Jing really over?" Crown Prince Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in his sleeves. He could not calm down. Even when Zhang Yuan heard the words restore Chu, he still did not have any emotions. He no longer had the strength to think so much. Right now, he was completely hanging on by a thread by Zhang Changshen's medicine. Zhang Yu spoke for a long time to vent the frustration in his heart. After venting everything out, he stood up and looked down at Zhang Yuan on the dragon couch. "Father, it's time for you to die. Let me make the decision to restore Chu. This won't disgrace your reputation, but if you continue to hold on, it will be a stain on your life as an emperor." With that, he turned around and left. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes with difficulty and looked in the direction he left. His eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. "This game. I still lost." At the end of the year, Eunuch Li came to look for Zhang Chongsheng and said that the emperor had summoned him. Hearing this, Zhang Chongsheng had a premonition and followed Eunuch Li. They arrived at Zhang Yuan's bedroom. The Empress was feeding Zhang Yuan medicine. When he saw Zhang Chongsheng, he was so excited that he coughed. Currently, Zhang Yuan was so thin that he was only skin and bones. His face was covered in grey spots, and his life force was about to end. All of you, get down. Zhang Yuan said with difficulty. Seeing him wave his hand, the Empress could only leave with the palace maids. When she passed by Zhang Chongsheng, the Empress looked at him worriedly and sighed. Then, she left and closed the door. Zhang Chongsheng came to the bed. Zhang Yuan held his hand excitedly. His hand was trembling, but he could not speak. Seeing that his eyes were red and filled with tears, Zhang Chongsheng could not bear to see him like this. He used the rejuvenation technique on him and allowed him to recover before death. In an instant, Zhang Yuan clearly felt the pain in his body disappear and was replaced by strength that he had almost forgotten. He sat up shakily and said in a trembling voice, Chongsheng, this is definitely not martial arts. However, I am already on the verge of death. I summoned you to make up for the regret and guilt in my heart. Zhang Changshen's expression did not change as he said, Your Majesty, at your age, you can be considered to have died of old age. Why are you regretting it? The world has its own fate. Trust your descendants. Zhang Yuan held his hand with both hands and his chest heaved. He tried his best to calm down and said, I have something to tell you. I didn't want to say it and wanted to bring this secret to the netherworld, but I was afraid. Zhang Chongsheng said, What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of letting me down, or are you afraid that someone will target me unknowingly? Zhang Yuan was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Zhang Chongsheng said, My dear father, actually, I have always known that the mysterious person you saw that night was none other than me. Zhang Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning and subconsciously let go of Zhang Changshen's hand. Zhang Chongsheng was still calm. Zhang Yuan was enlightened, but he was still puzzled. He asked, Who told you? Eunuch Li? Or those guys who were beheaded by me? Zhang Chongsheng said, Just take it that I'm fated. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression changed and finally turned into a bitter smile. It's not important anymore. The reason why I wanted to tell you about your background is because the Crown Prince's mother also knows about this. It was originally nothing much. After all, your martial arts are powerful. However, the Crown Prince wants to restore Chu. Once Chu is restored, you and your other brothers will die. Moreover, the Crown Prince has grasped a peerless divine technique that can absorb true Qi. I'm afraid that you won't be able to guard against it, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and said. His face was filled with regret. Zhang Chongsheng said, Thank you for the reminder. Zhang Yuan looked at him again, his eyes filled with guilt. He asked, Jianer. Chongsheng, do you hate father? Zhang Chongsheng said, When I found out the truth, I did hate you, but I've let it go now. I'm not interested in the throne. I just hate it when others decide my fate, so I resisted. Zhang Yuan said helplessly, Chongsheng, you're indeed very strong and you're now a supreme expert in the martial arts world. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate this world. The 13 prefectures are only a corner of the vast world. Behind the Crown Prince is the Mahayana Dragon Tower, a holy land that has stood for 1,000 years. Such a holy land might not be limited to the Dragon Tower. In order to monopolize the martial arts resources of this land, the Dragon Tower asked the Chu dynasty to issue a martial arts restriction order. The martial arts of the 13 prefectures are not the strongest and are even lagging behind other places. Although the Mahayana Dragon Tower will not participate in the change of dynasties, I have angered them by promoting martial arts. Therefore, they imparted the Crown Prince with that divine technique and absorbed my true energy before preparing to restore Chu. Martial restriction order? Zhang Chongsheng did not know about this, but he knew that the Chu dynasty valued literature over martial arts. The Mahayana Dragon Tower is very strong. You are definitely not their match. Leave the capital as soon as possible, Zhang Yuan was too excited. At this point, he could not help but cough again. Zhang Chongsheng said, Is that so? What if I destroy the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Zhang Yuan was stunned. He only felt that Zhang Chongsheng was fooling around, but when he met Zhang Changshen's eyes, he felt that he was not lying. So what if you destroy the Dragon Tower? No matter how strong you are, the world doesn't belong to you. You don't have a status, and the Great Jing is still taken away by others. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It was impossible for him to announce to the world that he would restore his identity as Crown Prince Zhang Chongsheng. If that happened, he would be infamous for 10,000 years and his life would be a joke. Zhang Chongsheng was a little disappointed. He added, "It doesn't belong to me, but it can belong to my son." Son? Zhang Yuan widened his eyes and stared at him in disbelief. Who is your son? King Wei? Impossible. I asked you to be King Wei's master. How could you design it? Zhang Yuan asked in a trembling voice. Zhang Chongsheng said expressionlessly, I'll imitate you. My respected father, those two waste of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, did not sense anything. Tell me, what threat can such a Mahayana Dragon Tower pose to me? Zhang Yuan trembled. Zhang Chongsheng said, you should be glad that I left you a grandson. This Jing dynasty can last for another 100 years. It can be considered my repayment for your kindness in giving birth to me. He turned around and prepared to leave. That was all he had to say. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and subconsciously wanted to ask him to stay, but thousands of words were stuck in his throat. He could only watch as he pushed the door open and left. Zhang Yuan slowly lay down. He suddenly smiled with tears in his eyes. I didn't expect that I, Zhang Yuan, would rely on the child I abandoned in my life. Ha ha ha, fate is in the picture. Zhang Yuan's gaze changed. The former great Emperor Yuan seemed to have returned. In the 43rd year of the Jing dynasty, at the end of the year, the Emperor of the Great Jing dynasty, Zhang Yuan, passed away. His posthumous name was Martial Ancestor Jing. The Crown Prince, Zhang Yu, ascended the throne and became the Emperor. He was named Zhen Yu. A new year had arrived, the first year of the Zhen Yu era. This year, Zhang Zihu was 15 years old. Longqi Temple. Eunuch Li came to visit. He had been expelled from the palace and demoted to a commoner. Although his status had declined, he was still a top expert and could live without worry in the future. Wang Chen led Eunuch Li to Zhang Changshen's courtyard. When Eunuch Li saw that there was another person in the courtyard, his eyes widened. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Your Majesty. He did not expect the missing empress to be at Longqi Temple. He thought that the empress had been killed by Zhang Yu's subordinates. The empress, who was wearing a simple daoist robe, stood up and said, I'm no longer the empress. You guys can chat. She turned around and returned to her room. Her footsteps were on the verge of collapse because she was already old. However, she had taken the beauty pill. If not for Zhang Chongsheng refining pills for her, she would probably have died with Zhang Yuan. But even so, she would not be able to live for long because her heart was already dead. Although Zhang Changshen's medical skills were brilliant, they could not help him live forever. He was only a cultivator and was not a true immortal. Eunuch Li walked up to Zhang Chongsheng. Ping'an, Zhang Ziyu and Su Tianji were not around. Today, they went to the city together. Zhang Chongsheng sat at the table and played with his teacup. He smiled and said, Eunuch Li, now that His Majesty has passed away, are you still looking for me? Aren't you afraid of death? Eunuch Li's expression changed. He instantly understood what the other party meant and his heart was in turmoil. So, Your Majesty. Eunuch Li knelt down in fear and kowtowed. Your Highness. Back then, I also listened to His Majesty's orders. The box in his arms fell. Zhang Chongsheng frowned and asked, What is this? He felt a trace of extreme yin aura. He suddenly recalled the mysterious black aura he saw when his soul left his body that day. The aura was exactly the same as this box. Eunuch Li looked up and hurriedly said, This is a gift from His Majesty to King Wei. I hope you can pass it on to King Wei. This is the foundation of the country. I wonder if Your Highness knows about the head of punishment. Zhang Chongsheng snorted. You don't have to call me Your Highness. I don't want this identity. I know about the head of punishment. What about him? Eunuch Li replied, Head of punishment is in this box. He is not a human, but a manifestation of an evil spirit in the mountains. Back then, His Majesty asked the Sage of the Four Seas to save his life, and he served His Majesty from then on. Usually, he uses illusions to transform into a human. It is precisely because he is an evil spirit that the world only knows his name and does not know his real existence. He is a knife hidden by His Majesty, the sharpest knife. Now, His Majesty has imparted this knife to King Wei to help him save the great Jing dynasty. Chapter 43, Unprecedented, King Wei descends the mountain. Eunuch Li did not leave. Instead, he stayed in Longqi Temple and transformed into an old Daoist priest. The reason why Zhang Chongsheng kept him was naturally because he was useful, so he killed him for future purposes. In the room, Zhang Chongsheng opened the box and realized that there was a piece of white bone inside. The white bone emitted a black aura, which then condensed into a human figure in front of Zhang Chongsheng. He was dressed in purple and wore a bronze mask. His long hair was coiled under his crown, looking extremely mysterious. From his figure, he looked like Zhang Yuan when he was in his prime. Head of punishment. Zhang Chongsheng sensed his aura and realized that he had actually reached the divine realm. His true qi was not inferior to GQ's. The head of punishment cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." His voice was hoarse. From it was impossible to tell his emotions. Zhang Chongsheng said, "I'm no longer the crown prince, and I won't be in the future. Zhang Yuan has passed away, and I will hand you over to King Wei. You should know about this, right?" The head of punishment nodded. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly raised his hand and slapped the head of punishment. Before the head of punishment could react, he was imprinted with the mark of reincarnation. The head of punishment retreated to the door as if he had teleported. He asked in a low voice, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "It's just a small trick. Although there are Zhang Yuan's orders, he's dead after all. I can't gamble with just his words when facing an evil soul. Help King Wei in peace. When the great undertaking is completed, I might give you a great opportunity." The head of punishment was silent for a moment before saying, "What opportunity? What opportunity can move my heart? A true incarnation? Or becoming a real person?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled, making the head of punishment tremble. The demons and evil spirits in this world were all transformed from wild beasts and wandering ghosts. There was no cultivation method in this world, so they could only rely on their talent to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth or imitate martial arts to cultivate. However, these methods could not change their nature. Evils could at most possess humans, and even so, they could not possess them for a long time. When the head of punishment thought of Zhang Changshen's various magical achievements and unfathomable cultivation, he could not help but waver. Perhaps he could really do it. The head of punishment came in front of Zhang Chongsheng and half knelt. "The late emperor has passed away. From now on, the head of punishment respects you and is willing to listen to your instructions and assist King Wei." These words were very clear. He knew who the real master was. Zhang Chongsheng smiled in satisfaction and said, "Cultivate for the time being." The head of punishment turned into black gas and dissipated, drilling back into the bones. Zhang Chongsheng placed the box in front of the windowsill so that it could absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The days returned to normal. Wang Chen accompanied the Empress all day long and spent her last days with her, and she did not tell Wang Chen about her relationship with Zhang Chongsheng. The Empress was very satisfied to see Zhang Chongsheng every day. Zhang Chongsheng wanted to refine some life-prolonging pills for her, but he was rejected. Although Zhang Yuan had let her down, she had always loved this man deeply. Now that Zhang Chongsheng had grown up, she had nothing to worry about. April. The Empress arranged to meet Yang Che alone. 2 hours later, Yang Che left. That night, she passed away. Zhang Chongsheng buried her on the hill behind the courtyard, and Wang Chen and eunuch Li followed him to pay their respects. In this life, his parents could be considered to have died of old age. Before they died, they even reunited. Indeed, they had no regrets. The parting of life and death gave Zhang Chongsheng more understanding. The path of longevity was not only filled with anticipation, but also sadness. However, compared to pursuing longevity, this sadness was nothing. Moreover, he was not familiar with his parents in this life. He was already 44 years old this year. Coupled with his previous life, he could be considered an old man, but his mentality was still very young. Only when one was strong enough could one experience less vicissitudes. Wang Chen could not help but say gratefully, "Thank you, Daoist Master. If mother stayed in the palace, I'm afraid." Zhang Chongsheng waved his hand and turned to leave. Eunuch Li shook his head and laughed before leaving. He did not expose Zhang Changshen's relationship with the Empress. Unless Zhang Chongsheng wanted to, he was willing to bring this secret to the netherworld. In the throne room, the new emperor, Zhang Yu, sat upright on the dragon throne. He looked down at the court and felt heroic. The position of emperor was really fascinating. An old eunuch below glanced at Emperor Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu felt his gaze and said, Ancient Han and the Jin dynasty are eyeing us covetously. Great Jing and Ancient Han have already fought to the death. Now, Great Jing is facing an unprecedented crisis. I wonder if anyone has a good plan. The entire court was silent. No one dared to speak. Whoever spoke would be courting death. They were filled with complaints. Originally, they had already gotten along peacefully with Ancient Han. In order to become an emperor, the Jing martial ancestor insisted on attacking Ancient Han. Now that the two dynasties had completely become enemies and wanted to completely destroy them, there was no peace. The Jing martial ancestor had made a mistake, and so had the current emperor. He had buried half of Great Jing's troops. Now that there was a famine everywhere, the people were struggling to survive. The Jin dynasty was even more sinister. They took the opportunity to rope in Ancient Han, and the diplomats sent by the Great Jing were all humiliated. Additionally, the Jin dynasty threatened to flatten the Great Jing in 5 years. Facing the threat of two dynasties, no general dared to step forward. Someone stood up and said, the most powerful general in the Great Jing is still King Qin. Your Majesty, why don't you give King Qin the right to recruit soldiers? Zhang Yu glanced at him, and the person who spoke was so frightened that he immediately shut up. Ever since King Qin was defeated, Emperor Zhang Yu did not allow him to recruit soldiers. Even when the late emperor passed away, he did not allow King Qin to return. Now, King Qin was guarding a city in the north and struggling like a trapped beast. Emperor Zhang Yu slowly said, I have a plan that can resolve the danger of the country. The civil and military officials raised their heads and looked at him curiously. How could they resolve such a situation? Change the name of the country to Chu and rope in the Chu people to protect the land of the 13 prefectures. Zhang Yu glanced at everyone in the hall and slowly said. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. Nonsense! What's the difference between this and defecting to the enemy? An old minister stood up and cursed. The other ministers could no longer be unbothered and cursed one after another. All these years, they had been wondering why Emperor Zhang Yu kept promoting the Chu people, but they never expected that Emperor Zhang Yu wanted to revive Chu. This was too ridiculous. This was unprecedented in history. Once this matter spread, Great Jing would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Ridiculous! Your Majesty, are you crazy? Impossible! This is impossible! Restore Chu? What will the people of Great Jing think? Your Majesty, why don't you just say that you will surrender to the Jin dynasty? Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Your Majesty, who gave you such a good plan? He's really a genius. The ministers were furious and did not even care about the dignity of the emperor. All kinds of unpleasant words entered Emperor Zhang Yu's ears, making his expression extremely ugly. He did not expect the usually cowardly civil and military officials to dare to insult him like this. Impudent! You guys are really tired of living. Do you want to be beheaded? Do you want your entire family to be implicated? Zhang Yu stood up and roared. His true qi surged, shaking everyone's hearts. The Prime Minister of the Minister's province knelt down and shouted, I hope your Majesty can dispel this thought. Otherwise, we will resist even if we will die. I hope your Majesty will dispel this thought. Most of the civil servants and generals knelt down, but those Chu officials did not. Emperor Zhang Yu's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the first year of the Zhenyu era, in May, the news that the emperor wanted to restore Chu spread throughout the world. Although he was suppressed by the ministers, this suggestion disappointed the commoners in the world. The commoners were all cursing. In Longqi Temple. Father is crazy. How could he say such a ridiculous thing? The 15-year-old Zhang Ziyu cursed angrily. He sat beside Zhang Chongsheng, and the two of them were like biological brothers. The only difference was that the birthmark between Zhang Ziyu's eyebrows made him even more handsome and dignified. Su Tianji looked at the master and disciple and muttered to himself, why are they becoming more and more alike? Wang Chen also noticed this. It was usually difficult to notice, but when Zhang Ziyu was angry, his aura was very similar to when Zhang Chongsheng faced a peerless expert. Zhang Ziyu looked at Zhang Chongsheng and said, Master, I remember that we have to suppress the north. As long as we defeat Ancient Han and the Jin dynasty, Father will definitely not mention the restoration of Chu. He had mastered his martial arts. Although he was not at the heaven arrival realm, he was considered one of the best among the top experts in the spiritual sense realm. In addition, the Yang family and the Chen family had helped him accumulate strength. He was full of confidence. Zhang Chongsheng said, "We'll start the plan when Ping'an reaches the heaven arrival realm." Zhang Ziyu could not help but look at Ping'an. Ping'an was playing with White Dragon in the courtyard. White Dragon, who was as strong as a dragon, was carried and swung around by him until it was dizzy. Ping'an was not considered handsome, but his facial features were well defined and he looked heroic. Coupled with his strong body, it was obvious that he was a fierce general who could defeat tens of thousands of people. Zhang Ziyu frowned. He also knew the use of a heaven arrival realm expert. Without Ping'an, he was not confident in dealing with ancient Han and the Jin dynasty's Grand Masters. Then let's wait a little longer. Zhang Ziyu said gloomily. He swore to himself that when he stirred up trouble, he would definitely sweep away the turbidity of the world. Zhang Chongsheng called Ping'an over. Although Ping'an was stupid, he listened to Zhang Chongsheng the most. Today, I will teach you the wondrous sex Dharma idol. Zhang Chongsheng said. As soon as he said this, the others looked over. The 10-year period was up. Su Tianji, who was about to leave the mountain, was also interested. The wondrous sex Dharma idol was the ultimate technique he had been longing for. However, how should he get Daoist master to teach him? Su Tianji fell into a dilemma. In the second year of the Zhenyu era, the emperor appointed his son, Zhang Zihan, as the crown prince. Then, the crown prince led an army of 100,000 to the north. He was in high spirits and wanted to prove himself. June. Ping'an finally reached the heaven arrival realm. Zhang Ziyu bid farewell to Zhang Chongsheng and went down the mountain. Before he left, Zhang Chongsheng gave him the head of punishment. Now, Zhang Ziyu had a divine realm expert in his hands. Zhang Chongsheng stood in front of the mountain gate and watched the two brothers descend the mountain. Wang Chen, Huang Chuan, Wan Li and the others stood behind him. The other disciples were also there. After so many years of interaction, Zhang Ziyu had a good relationship with every disciple in the temple. Naturally, he could not bear to let him go to the battlefield. At the same time, he looked forward to him making a name for himself. Su Tianji could not help but say, Daoist master, if I help King Wei, can you teach me the wondrous sex Dharma idol when he succeeds? He was conflicted for a year and could only think of this method. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the mountain path and said softly, okay. Su Tianji was overjoyed and immediately thanked Zhang Chongsheng before rushing down the mountain. Your Highness, wait for me. What are you doing here? I'll help you conquer the world. Didn't you say that you have to wait for me to ascend the throne? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait. Get lost. When the time comes, I will definitely make you charge in front. Zhang Ziyu and Su Tianji's laughter and curses echoed on the mountain path. Wang Chen sighed with emotion and said, now, King Wei doesn't lack fierce generals. As for strategists, the descendants of the Chen and Yang families can replace them. With such a lineup, he saw hope. However, even if King Wei turned the tide, how could he ascend the throne? Was he going to win the favor of the emperor or force him? Wang Chen could not help but look at Zhang Chongsheng. His side profile made Wang Chen feel that it was very likely the latter. Zhang Chongsheng staying in the capital was the greatest threat to the current emperor, but the emperor did not know. Chapter 44, Reincarnation of the Heavenly Dao, Sage of the Four Seas. At night, a figure jumped in through the window. The candle light in the room illuminated her figure. It was Hua Jiangxin. Hua Jiangxin took off her mask and sat down beside Zhang Chongsheng. She said, the chief guard is also dissatisfied with the emperor's decision to restore Chu and has already decided to assist Ziyu. I told him to stay put and wait for the time to be ripe. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and said, he's still sensible. There's a reason why the head of punishment gave up his position to him. In the past, the white-robed guards were under the control of the head of punishment. Before Zhang Yuan passed away, the head of punishment had given up his position to avoid being forcefully kicked out by Emperor Zhang Yu. Only by doing this, could he still leave some leeway to choose his own people. Hua Jiangxin sighed and said, Ziyu has finally grown up. Although he has the help of Ping'an, Su Tianji and the head of punishment, no matter how much contribution he makes, he is still only King Wei. How can he legitimately become the crown prince? Zhang Chongsheng looked at the bright moon outside the window and said, I have my ways. The reason why I haven't attacked Emperor Zhang Yu is not because I'm afraid of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but because I'm giving Ziyu time. He was too young previously. Only when his name spreads throughout the world, I'll give him a legitimate opportunity. He was already comparable to the martial Dao universe realm. After the calculation with incense points, he found out he could easily suppress the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Therefore, he did not have any worries now and only wanted Zhang Ziyu to ascend the throne better. If he killed Emperor Zhang Yu now or forced him to give up his position, heroes would definitely rise in the world. It would not be good if it was too chaotic. In order to prevent the world from falling into chaos, he would let Zhang Ziyu's merit rise above his master. Hua Jiangxin nodded. She looked at Zhang Changshen's side profile in a daze. Zhang Changsheng turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Hua Jiangxin sighed and said, "Although I've taken the beauty pill, I'm already in my 50s. I don't know how much longer I can accompany you. In the past 2 years, too many old friends have passed away, making me feel a little sad." For some reason, she felt that Zhang Changsheng could live longer than her. Zhang Changsheng shook his head and said, "Life, old age, illness, and death are fated. It can't be forced. It's fine as long as you get used to it. How's your cultivation of the heavenly scripture of the universe?" Hua Jiangxin said, "It's very difficult to improve further, let alone cultivate the higher level true qi you mentioned." Zhang Changsheng was a little disappointed. The heavenly scripture of the universe was a low-quality cultivation technique that he had created. Although it was far from comparable, it also provided a way to cultivate spiritual energy. If it did not work, it meant that she did not have the talent to cultivate. Perhaps it had nothing to do with talent. Martial artists in this world just could not cultivate. Perhaps it was because of the rules of the world. He and Hua Jiangxin would eventually part. Although he did not fall in love with Hua Jiangxin at first sight, he still had feelings for her after spending more than 20 years with her. Over the years, he occasionally hoped that someone would accompany him. Now, it seemed that only the earth spirit tree could accompany him. Hua Jiangxin saw that he was silent and felt a little ashamed. She knew that her talent was not good, and it was with Zhang Changshen's help that she was able to advance to the heaven arrival realm. She could not help but lean on Zhang Changshen's shoulder. Zhang Changsheng did not dodge and let her lean on him. "Will you marry someone in the future?" Hua Jiangxin suddenly asked. Zhang Changsheng said, "Perhaps, perhaps not." Hua Jiangxin felt a little sour in her heart, but she did not say anything. Zhang Changsheng was not a block of wood, so how could he not know what she was thinking? He reached out and held her back, inserting a reincarnation mark. Hua Jiangxin felt an unfathomable power surge into her body, but it did not cause any discomfort. She did not struggle and asked softly, "What is this? Do you believe in reincarnation?" "Of course I do. As the saying goes, the dead are reincarnated, and all things are reincarnated. Then please believe that there will be an afterlife. If there's an afterlife, what's the point if we will lose our memories? I will have it. Then can you find me? It's not impossible." Hua Jiangxin could not help but laugh. He felt that Zhang Changsheng was unromantic, but he was also interesting. In her opinion, the next life was just a comfort from Zhang Changsheng. Even if they were just comforting words, she was very satisfied. At least he knew how to comfort her. In July, King Wei, Zhang Ziyu, conscripted troops in the 3 prefectures of Jian, Yu, and Fang in the south of the Great Jing, declaring that he would protect the Great Jing with his life. After that, the other princes also left the capital one after another, wanting to imitate the Crown Prince and King Wei and make contributions on the front lines. For a moment, the Great Jing stirred up the atmosphere of holding up the ancient Han dynasty and the Jin dynasty. The country was about to collapse and families were about to perish. The princes personally went to the battlefield, and the courage of the people of the Great Jing was mobilized. Whoosh! 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 In the courtyard, Huang Chuan punched and kicked Zhang Changsheng. His attacks were sharp, but no matter how fast he was or how tricky the angle of his attacks was, he could not touch Zhang Changshen's clothes. Huang Chuan was already used to it. He did not give up and continued to give it his all. Wang Chen was helping White Dragon peel its skin under the tree. White Dragon was about to undergo a molting period. This fellow's intelligence was already equivalent to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. It was too lazy, so it let Wang Chen help it shed its skin. There was a long pause. Huang Chuan stopped and placed his hands on his knees as he panted heavily. At the age of 17, he had completely grown up. His figure was tall and straight, and his long hair was tied behind his head with a grass rope, revealing his handsome face. His eyebrows were like blades, and his eyes were sharp. He had the bearing of a demon lord. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, Chuaner, you've improved quite a bit. You almost touched me. These words were naturally meant to comfort him. There was a huge difference in their cultivation levels, so it was impossible for Huang Chuan to actually touch him. Huang Chuan asked excitedly, is it really that close? Zhang Chongsheng smiled and nodded. Huang Chuan was immediately filled with strength. At this moment, Qing Ku walked into the courtyard. He was over 40 years old and looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There was also a dense stubble on his face. Coupled with his single arm, he looked like he was filled with stories. Senior brother, a person who calls himself the Four Seas Sage has come to visit. He said that he wants to visit you to discuss fate. Qing Ku said with a strange expression. The other party's words made him feel that he was a charlatan. He even tried to push him away, but he was played by the other party. Zhang Chongsheng came to the stone table and sat down. Let him come. Wang Chen, make tea. He had heard from Eunuch Li that the birth of the head of punishment was the work of the Four Seas Sage. He had already sensed the aura of the Four Seas Sage. The strength of the heaven arrival realm was indeed very strong. Most importantly, the strength of the Four Seas Sage was different from ordinary martial artists. His true chi was not violent and was as gentle as water. No, he was not at the heaven arrival realm. There was an even stronger power hidden in his danshan. Although it could not threaten Zhang Chongsheng, he was definitely a peerless expert in the Great Jing. After a while, Qing Ku brought the Four Seas Sage over. The Four Seas Sage was fat and looked to be in his 40s or 50s, like Maitreya Buddha. He held a wine gourd in his hand and carried a huge wooden box. Immortal Master Chongsheng is really extraordinary. I've never seen such a technique to retain one's beauty even in the Ten Directions dynasty. The Four Seas Sage chuckled and sat down in front of Zhang Chongsheng. Qing Ku wanted to say something, but seeing Zhang Chongsheng wave his hand, he could only leave. The Four Seas Sage picked up a small bowl and poured wine from his calabash. He smiled and said, Immortal Master Chongsheng, I'm really impressed that you can cultivate to such a level in the dynasty controlled by the Mahayana Dragon Tower. However, Immortal Master has been staying in the capital. Could it be that you want to interfere with the heavenly fate? Zhang Chongsheng smiled and asked, I wonder what the heavenly fate you're talking about is. The Four Seas Sage finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and said, the fate is in Chu. He stared at Zhang Chongsheng intently, and his gaze became sharp. Zhang Chongsheng said indifferently, who set the destiny? You or the Mahayana Dragon Tower? The Four Seas Sage shook his head and said, no, it's set by the martial path. Immortal Master's cultivation is probably about to reach the realm of true God. Some things can be known. Since ancient times, the change of dynasties has been controlled by the martial path. These 13 prefectures are controlled by the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but do you know that there are true God realm experts in the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Wang Chen could not help but turn his head. He had never heard of the words true God. The Four Seas Sage continued, if Immortal Master insists, you will encounter a calamity sooner or later. Let it go. This land already has its destiny. Why don't you leave with me? Where are we going? We will travel the world and see a wider world. Then, go to the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven to pursue a higher level of martial arts. There's a higher realm above the true God realm. Of course. There are no limits to martial arts. Above the divine realm is the golden body realm. That's a realm that 90% of martial artists can't reach in their entire lives. It's considered the invincible realm of the unhindered dynasty. The Four Seas Sage pinched his beard and smiled. When he saw that Zhang Chongsheng was moved, the smile on his face deepened. Golden body realm? It turned out that there was a realm between the true God realm and the universe realm. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, thank you for your kind intentions. I still want to stay here and cultivate in peace. The Four Seas Sage frowned and said, when martial ancestor Jing started the rebellion, I helped him, so I still have some feelings for the Great Jing. You are considered the most outstanding martial artist in the Great Jing martial world. The Great Jing is about to be destroyed. I invited you because I want to leave a legacy for the Great Jing martial world on account of the former emperor. Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows and said, the late emperor asked you to come. The Four Seas Sage snorted and said, 2 years ago, he sent me a letter and asked me to come to the capital to take away Longqi Temple's deist master Chongsheng. I originally thought that you were just an ordinary martial arts genius, but I didn't expect you to have become a legend in the martial arts world. Zhang Chongsheng thought of Zhang Yuan and sighed. He was still thinking about the relationship between father and son. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I've troubled you for a long journey, but I don't want to leave." The Four Seas sage frowned and stared fixedly at Zhang Chongsheng. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has yet to descend to the capital. It's not that they are worried about your martial arts, but they are tied down by other matters. They will arrive sooner or later and force the current emperor to restore the Chu dynasty. At that time, the citizens of the Jing dynasty will be reduced to slaves, and the civil and military officials of the court and the royal family will definitely be slaughtered by the Chu people. This is the enmity of the destruction of the country and is irreconcilable. Wang Chen listened from the side and was shocked. He already knew about the existence of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but he did not expect it to be so ruthless. Zhang Chongsheng said, "I've been firm this whole time. I won't waver." When the Four Seas sage heard that, he slammed the table and stood up. "Fool!" He picked up the wine gourd and turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and said, "Zhang Yuan can be considered half my disciple. I can't go back on my word. How about this? You and I will exchange a palm strike. If you win, I won't persuade you anymore. If you lose, you will leave with me." Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Why bother?" The Four Seas sage looked at Zhang Chongsheng provocatively with a straight face. Zhang Chongsheng was amused. This old man felt like an old urchin. He stood up and suddenly appeared in front of the Four Seas sage. His right palm stopped in front of his forehead, and the strong wind blew back the robe of the Four Seas sage. Even the fat on his face was pulled back, and his facial features were deformed. When the strong wind dissipated, bean-sized cold sweat seeped out of the Four Seas sage's forehead. His eyes were wide open, and his heartbeat was like a war drum. Zhang Chongsheng could hear it very clearly. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and asked, "Do we really have to exchange a palm strike?" The Four Seas sage smiled insincerely and said, I'm just joking. Immortal Master is really amazing. Immortal Master, feel free, feel free. Just treat it as if I was talking nonsense after drinking just now." As he spoke, he retreated and quickly ran out of the courtyard. It looked very comical. Chapter 45, Famous in the World, Emperor's Ambition. After the Four Seas sage left, Zhang Chongsheng fell into deep thought. He was wondering why the Mahayana Dragon Tower was involved. Where was the Xiansheng Grotto heaven that the Four Seas sage mentioned? How many unknown experts were hidden there? Zhang Chongsheng estimated that the universe realm should be the next realm after the golden body realm. His Dao technique had broken through one level, and the difference of 2 major realms in the martial arts realm was already very exaggerated. It was impossible for there to be a difference of more realms. The realm of martial arts should be divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, true chi, spiritual sense, heaven arrival, divine, true God, golden body, and universe. There should be true gods in the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but not many. In the knowledge of the Four Seas sage, the strongest should be at the golden body realm, while Zhang Chongsheng was at the stronger universe realm. In that case, he was invincible? No, it was just that he was invincible in the near region. He could not be too conceited. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently and relaxed a lot. He could not be rash when he was strong. Being cautious did not mean that he was too afraid. It was fine as long as he lived comfortably in his environment. Huang Chuan came over and asked excitedly, "Master, what is the true God? Is the true God realm above the heavenly arrival realm?" He had memorized all the words of the Four Seas sage. He was fascinated by the wider world and higher realms. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Above the heavenly arrival realm is the divine realm. Above that is the true God realm. Su Tianji is the divine realm. Then you're a true God realm expert." Huang Chuan said with admiration. Zhang Chongsheng could not deny it. The news of the Four Seas sage being frightened away did not spread in the martial arts world because his name was unknown in the martial arts world. Only a few people had heard of him. Days passed. It was autumn, and the forest was turning yellow. On this day, Meng Chusuang came to visit Zhang Chongsheng. "Daoist master, it's time to choose the next eldest disciple," Meng Chusuang said worriedly. This eldest senior sister, who was once in her prime, was now old. Although she had taken good care of herself, she could not hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and hands. When one was old, they would be tired and their energy would not be able to keep up. Zhang Chongsheng pondered and said, how about Wan Li? Meng Chuhuang nodded and said, of course, but Daoist master still has to consider the next generation. It's time to select a young disciple from Longqi Temple to cultivate in front of you. Zhang Chongsheng was a martial arts legend, but the 3 disciples under him were not pure disciples of Longqi Temple. Moreover, they had followed King Wei down the mountain, and Huang Chuan did not have a good relationship with the other disciples. He was always immersed in martial arts, so it was very difficult for him to become the eldest disciple in charge of Longqi Temple. When Zhang Chongsheng heard this, he said, that makes sense. I'll choose another disciple in the next few days. Meng Chuhuang smiled and began to reminisce with Zhang Chongsheng about his childhood. Zhang Chongsheng also liked to listen. As one got older, they would miss the past. In the 3rd year of the Zhenyu era, King Wei led 100,000 iron cavalry to the north and defeated 300,000 troops of the Jin dynasty with 100,000 troops. In that battle, there was a name that shook the Jin dynasty. His name was Ping'an, and he killed 8,000 enemies alone. He could be said to be a devil in the human world. Such a battle achievement spread throughout the 13 prefectures, and it was also unbelievable to the Jing dynasty. Most of the commoners thought that it was a rumor. This battle record was too exaggerated. In April, King Wei attacked the Shen province and swept through the 150,000 strong army of ancient Han. He chased them for a few days and killed all the soldiers of ancient Han. From then on, the Shen province returned to the hands of Great Jing. The successive good news made the people of Great Jing excited. Could it be true? For a time, the legend of King Wei began to spread. He was born with 3 eyes, the reincarnation of the golden-winged giant roc, the disciple of a martial arts legend, and so on. This imprinted the image of King Wei into the hearts of the people of Great Jing. The rise of King Wei also put great pressure on the crown prince and the other princes. Seeing this, the emperor had no choice but to send more troops to support the crown prince, worried that King Wei would be too powerful and affect the crown prince's status. In the imperial study in the palace, Emperor Zhang Yu was dealing with the memorial when a white-robed guard came in and knelt in front of the table to start inform with intel. Zhang Yu frowned when he heard what was reported. Ping'an, Su Tianji. Longqi Temple really did not hold back. Was his army recruited by the Yang family? Emperor Zhang Yu frowned and tapped his fingers on the table. No one knew what he was thinking. He never expected King Wei to rise. Previously, he thought that Zhang Chongsheng had accepted King Wei because he was forced by imperial power and had no choice but to accept him. He did not expect them to build a deep relationship. The white-robed guard said, not only the Yang family, but also the Chen family. Zhang Yu frowned even more. Before he ascended the throne, these 2 families had already moved to the south, leaving only high-ranking officials in the capital. If he touched the ministers of the 2 families now, the 2 families might rise from the south, which would threaten his imperial power. He looked at Jiolu, the leader of the 13 assassins, and asked, in your opinion, what should we do? Gui Liu's eyes flickered as he said, the Yang family, the Chen family, and Longqi Temple all support King Wei. Their intentions are obvious, but the Yang family and the Chen family have already evacuated the capital, except for Longqi Temple. Your Majesty, this is worth being careful about. Zhang Yu was not stupid. He asked in a low voice, do you mean that Longqi Temple is a knife that can stab me at any time? Gui Lu said, if your Majesty does not touch the 2 families or directly suppress King Wei, Longqi Temple would definitely not take action. However, Longqi Temple is determined by the imperial power after all. They know very well about the struggle for the imperial power. They must know that they cannot fail when they make a choice. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought. He looked at the white-robed guard in front of him and said, go down first and continue to keep an eye on King Wei. Yes. The white-robed guard quickly left. Zhang Yu stood up and paced around the imperial study. Gui Lu said again, Your Majesty, it's not appropriate to deal with a martial arts legend directly. I have a plan now, and that is to summon King Qin back to the capital. When King Qin returns, Zhong Tianyu will definitely return. If he returns, Your Majesty can absorb Zhong Tianyu's cultivation, and we will your Majesty take down a martial arts legend. At that time, Your Majesty's cultivation will reach an unprecedented height. Your Majesty can even personally lead an expedition and create an unparalleled merit that the late Emperor did not create. Hearing this, Zhang Yu stopped in his tracks and his eyes lit up. That's a good idea. By doing that, we can get rid of King Qin as well. King Qin's existence had always been a thorn in Zhang Yu's heart. If not for the fact that the country was in danger, Emperor Zhang Yu would have many ways to get rid of King Qin, Zhang Yu. Emperor Zhang Yu frowned and said, "Can we really take down Zhong Tianyu?" Zhong Tianyu, the former supreme of the martial arts world, had never been defeated by the three Grand Masters of ancient Han alone. As the emperor, Zhang Yu knew this person's battle results the best. Gui Lu said, "The Dragon Tower is about to send a venerable over. This venerable is a peerless expert above the heaven arrival realm. Coupled with His Majesty and us, Zhong Tianyu won't be able to escape even if he has wings." Emperor Zhang Yu's eyes were cold as he snorted. "Then I'll recall them by using the excuse of paying respects to the Empress Dowager." In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng circulated his energy as he stared at the spar between the two people in front of him. One of them was Huang Chuan, and the other was Zhang Changshen's new disciple. He was an orphan brought back from his travels in the martial arts world. His name was Ling Xiao. He was only 11 years old, but he had already displayed good martial arts talent. Huang Chuan did not use his true qi and relied solely on his martial art skills to spar with Ling Xiao. Even though he was 7 years older than Ling Xiao, his martial arts did not completely suppress Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was one of the top talents chosen by Zhang Chongsheng from the more than 200 disciples of Longqi Temple. Of course, this was because Huang Chuan had also shown mercy. Huang Chuan pushed Ling Xiao back. Seeing that he was already panting, he smiled and said, "That's it, junior brother. You almost defeated me. How impressive." Ling Xiao's face was red. It was unclear if he was tired or shy, but he shook his head and said, "How is that possible? Senior brother, don't comfort me. I know what I'm capable of. If senior brother is serious, you can defeat me with one move." Huang Chuan smiled. He suddenly recalled that his master had said that he was close to touching him. Could it be? He could not help but look at Zhang Chongsheng and saw him looking at them. Seeing this, he was so frightened that he retracted his gaze. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Ling Xiao, apart from external martial arts, internal arts are the foundation. You don't have to listen to the Dao now. You have to seize the time to cultivate. When you become an adult, you have to take on the responsibility of teaching other disciples." Ling Xiao nodded immediately, feeling uneasy. It had been a while since he became Zhang Changshen's disciple, but he was still very nervous. Fortunately, Huang Chuan had a cheerful personality and brought him along. At this moment, Eunuch Li ran in. Although Eunuch Li had joined Longqi Temple, he often roamed the capital and helped Longqi Temple buy all kinds of food, medicinal herbs, and so on. He was also managing his own connections. Seeing that Eunuch Li had arrived, Huang Chuan wisely brought Ling Xiao out of the courtyard. Wang Chen and White Dragon were not around either. They were helping to collect mature medicinal herbs at the back of the mountain. Eunuch Li came to Zhang Chongsheng and said in a low voice, "The emperor summoned King Qin back to the capital with the excuse of paying respects to the Empress Dowager, but there is no such thing as the Empress Dowager's tomb in the Imperial Mausoleum." Zhang Chongsheng narrowed his eyes and said, "You mean the emperor wants to attack King Qin?" Eunuch Li nodded and said, "Recently, there have been kings who have died of illness one after another. I suspect that it was done by the emperor. King Qin is the brother who poses the greatest threat to him on the surface. With Zhong Tianyu by his side, he has no choice but to be eliminated." Zhang Chongsheng fell silent. Eunuch Li bowed and left. Zhang Changshen's gaze shifted to a tombstone at the back of the courtyard and he sighed slightly. In the wilderness, two figures galloped forward on the official road. They were King Qin and Zhong Tianyu. The two of them had changed into casual clothes and were not wearing armor. Zhong Tianyu, whose hair was white, frowned and said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid this trip to the capital is walking into a tiger's den." King Qin, Zhang Yu, looked ahead and said, "I naturally know this, but I didn't return when father passed away. Then, my mother died of illness, and I still haven't returned. I can't miss it again." Zhong Tianyu sighed. "After this, you can return to your sect. Although I'm very unhappy with the current emperor, he did give birth to a good son. King Wei is stronger than me," King Qin sighed. Zhong Tianyu frowned and said, "King Wei is indeed young and outstanding, and he is very courageous. However, Your Highness, if you really don't fight, you will only die if you give up. The struggle for imperial power was something that could be given up just because one wanted to. King Qin said, "If I can leave alive, I will retire and return to the fields. I will be a swordsman of the martial arts world and travel the martial arts world. It will be a happy life." As soon as he finished speaking, King Qin reined in his horse and Zhong Tianyu did the same. A figure appeared on the road ahead. That person wore a purple-red robe and had long hair tied up under a snake-head jade crown. His expression was cold, and with every step he took, black aura rose from under his feet, as if he was stepping from the netherworld. Zhong Tianyu frowned and said, "The other party is very strong, not inferior to a grandmaster." He was secretly puzzled. When had such a peerless expert appeared in the martial arts world of Great Jing? He had never seen him before. "Supreme of the martial arts world, Zhong Tianyu. Seeing you today, you live up to your reputation. I am Yan Shi. You can call me Venerable Yan Shi." The other party smiled mockingly, his smile filled with killing intent and ridicule. Zhong Tianyu looked at him disdainfully and said, "Venerable Yan Shi? You nameless person, you want to fight me alone?" Venerable Yan Shi smiled and said, "Since you look down on me, I'll satisfy you." As soon as he finished speaking, figures jumped out from the forest in all directions and quickly approached, surrounding Zhong Tianyu and King Qin. 13 Assassins of the Sky. Chapter 46, Certain Death, Divine Weapon descends from the sky. Zhong Tianyu glanced at the 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion from the corner of his eye. His gaze did not change, but his heart sank. These guys were all Heaven Arrival Realm experts. 13 Heaven Arrivals Realm experts and Venerable Yan Shi. The situation was very troublesome. Zhong Tianyu was naturally confident in facing them, but he had King Qin by his side. It was not easy to protect King Qin under the siege of so many experts. King Qin, Zhang Yu, had the strength of a spiritual sense realm expert. On the battlefield, he could be considered a fearless general. However, he would only be considered a burden to Zhong Tianyu at this moment. Moreover, the enemy was clearly coming for him. "King Qin, His Majesty is waiting for you in the city. Why don't you return to the city first?" Guilu drew his sword and said sinisterly. King Qin, Zhang Yu, originally thought that the other party was coming for him, but he did not expect their target to be Zhong Tianyu. Zhong Tianyu was also surprised. Venerable Yan Shi continued forward and said with a smile, "The Supreme of Great Jing's martial arts world, don't disappoint me." He suddenly rushed towards Zhong Tianyu. His figure was like a ghost as he instantly arrived in front of Zhong Tianyu's horse. He struck out with his palm, and surging black gas surged out of his sleeve and wrapped around the horse's body. Zhong Tianyu leaped up and stretched out his hand in the air. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a stream of true qi. Like an arrow, it pierced through the black gas, intending to pierce through Venerable Yan Shi's head, but he easily dodged it. The horse neighed in pain. It began to go crazy and run around, but it could not dispel the black aura on its body. Before it could run into the forest, it fell to the ground and its flesh melted, revealing a skeleton. Black blood seeped into the soil, looking extremely terrifying. The 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion attacked almost at the same time. They brandished their blades and surrounded Zhong Tianyu. Zhong Tianyu's skills were extraordinary, so even if he was surrounded, he could easily deal with incoming attacks. Zhong Tianyu dodged the intersecting attacks of the 4 long swords. His body hung in midair as he slapped down. Boom! The terrifying palm force caused the 4 assassins to vomit blood and fly away. The ground below collapsed, forming a huge palm-shaped pit that was dozens of feet long and 4 feet deep. A strong wind swept in all directions, startling King Qin's horse so much that it raised its front hooves and neighed. Venerable Yan Shi pulled out a soft sword from his waist and slashed at Zhong Tianyu, who was in midair. Black sword qi surged out violently and cut off the flowers, grass, and trees within a radius of dozens of feet. Grass flew and dust flew. Zhong Tianyu quickly landed on the ground. He took the opportunity to punch the ground, causing the ground to collapse, startling Venerable Yan Shi and the 13 assassins to jump in order to avoid being scattered by the true qi underground. Streaks of black sword qi landed on Zhong Tianyu's body. Fortunately, they were isolated by his true qi and did not hurt him at all. He raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. With a kick of his left leg, his figure turned into an arrow and rushed towards Venerable Yan Shi at an extremely fast speed. Guilu and the 7 other assassins brandished their swords at the same time. Sword qi resonated and the 8 swords collided, slashing at Zhong Tianyu together. The sword qi turned into energy and was unstoppable. Ping! The sound of glass shattering sounded. The sword chi was shattered by Zhong Tianyu, and the 8 of them were sent flying. Zhong Tianyu raised his right hand and formed an eagle claw that went straight for Venerable Yan Shi. It was too fast. The other assassins had no time to stop him. Venerable Yan Shi raised his sword and pressed his left hand against the blade. The blade became straight and powerful true chi poured into it. Boom! The 2 of them collided, and 2 terrifying true chi erupted like raging flames. One was black and the other was white as they wrestled with each other. Zhong Tianyu stared fixedly at Venerable Yan Shi, and Venerable Yan Shi did the same. However, Venerable Yan Shi revealed a strange expression. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the martial arts world of Great Jing. The Dragon Tower still underestimates the 13 prefectures. Venerable Yan Snake snorted and circulated his true chi with all his might. With the 2 of them as the center, the ground began to collapse and extend in all directions like a spider web. A violent wind swept up broken branches, flowers, and dust. Almost at the same time, the 2 of them stopped and rushed towards each other again. In close combat, their figures intertwined as they struck each other with their palms and swords. The rumbling of true chi was even more deafening, and it was already extraordinary. The 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion did not just sit there and watch the show. They quickly joined the dust and surrounded Zhong Tianyu. Even though he was besieged by 13 Heaven Arrival Realm experts and an expert who surpassed the Heaven Arrival Realm, Zhong Tianyu still displayed a powerful aura. He was worthy of his reputation as a supreme expert in the martial arts world. King Qin, Zhang Yu, kept retreating. He covered his face with his right arm and gritted his teeth. He could not interfere in a battle of this level. It was the same on the battlefield previously. When Zhong Tianyu fought the 3 Grand Masters, an empty space was cleared on the battlefield for them to fight. Only when their true chi was exhausted did the soldiers dare to pounce on him. Fourth brother, aren't you going to help him? A teasing laugh came from behind. King Qin turned around and saw Emperor Zhang Yu rushing out of the forest with his hands behind his waist. The latter's true chi transformed into a dragon, and his dragon robe fluttered, displaying the domineering aura of an emperor. King Qin drew his saber and glared at Emperor Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, why do you have to implicate others in our fight? Emperor Zhang Yu landed on the ground and his true chi dissipated. He rolled up his sleeves and shook his head. Fight? I've already ascended the throne. What right do you have to fight with me? King Qin said coldly, then do you want to kill me here? Emperor Zhang Yu replied disdainfully, after all, you still my brother. How can I let you die in the wilderness? When Zhong Tianyu dies, I will bring you back to the capital and charge you with treason. What do you think? King Qin frowned. He suddenly raised his saber and charged at Emperor Zhang Yu. He used the 9 seeking heavenly dragon steps and circled to Emperor Zhang Yu's right. He swung his saber, wanting to cut off his head. However, Emperor Zhang Yu looked straight ahead and hit his abdomen with his right palm at an even faster speed. Bang! Pfft! King Qin was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth and sprayed into the sky. He flew for a full 100 feet before colliding with an old tree that was wide enough for 5 people to wrap their arms around it, causing the tree to tremble. He landed on the ground and planted the tip of the knife on the grass to support his body. He only felt that his internal organs had shifted, and it was extremely uncomfortable. He looked up and saw Emperor Zhang Yu walking towards Zhong Tianyu. The strong wind caused by his true chi swayed his dragon robe. This emperor actually displayed an aura that surpassed the Heaven Arrival realm. This was a Grand Master? King Qin widened his eyes in disbelief. He had seen the Grand Masters of the ancient Han on the battlefield before. Their auras were enough to instill fear in others, and it was the same for Emperor Zhang Yu now. He knew that Emperor Zhang Yu was a martial arts genius, but he had been staying in the capital all these years. How could his cultivation be so high? King Qin endured the pain and stood up. He raised his saber shakily and walked towards Emperor Zhang Yu. Emperor Zhang Yu had already activated the true dragon chi, and 3 dragon-shaped true chi wrapped around his body, preventing the sand from approaching him. Bang! Bang! 2 figures were sent flying by Zhong Tianyu and flew towards Emperor Zhang Yu. Emperor Zhang Yu did not blankly receive that attack. With a sway of his body, he turned into dozens of afterimages and directly charged in front of Zhong Tianyu. Roar! A dragon roar exploded as Emperor Zhang Yu's palm collided with Zhong Tianyu's right palm. The 3 dragon-shaped true chi wanted to bite Zhong Tianyu, but they were isolated by the latter's true chi barrier and could not be shattered. In an instant, Venerable Yan Shi stabbed forward. Zhong Tianyu raised his left palm and true chi burst out from his palm, blocking Venerable Yan Shi. Zhong Tianyu fought against two alone, and his aura rose steadily. His face was filled with arrogance as he said, "You want to take me down with just two grandmasters? Emperor, you only stepped into the door of martial arts when I became the supreme of the martial arts world." Boom! His true chi rose from the ground like a tornado, sending sand and rocks flying. The ground trembled, shocking Emperor Zhongyu and Venerable Yan Shi. "There are more than two grandmasters." Gui Liu's cold voice sounded. He jumped behind Zhong Tianyu and wanted to swing his sword to behead him. Zhong Tianyu suddenly squatted down, and a powerful force dragged Venerable Yan Shi and Emperor Zhongyu to lose their balance. Zhong Tianyu turned around at a speed incomprehensible by a heaven arrival realm expert and kicked Gui Lu in the chest. The sound of bones breaking was crisp and ear-piercing, and Gui Lu was sent flying. He flew into the forest like an arrow and knocked down trees. In the end, he was pierced through the chest by a sharp broken branch and hung on a tree trunk. His eyes were wide open and he died with grievances. Blood flowed down the tree trunk. A heaven arrival realm expert was dead. Immediately after, Zhong Tianyu kicked Venerable Yan Shi away and attacked Emperor Zhongyu with his left palm. Emperor Zhongyu used his arms to block in front of him and protected himself with the true dragon chi, but he was still sent flying. After landing on the ground, he took 8 steps back. He felt his arms go numb, and he looked up at Zhong Tianyu in disbelief. How could this person be so powerful? Zhong Tianyu stood proudly in the strong wind. He snorted and said, "Although we are both in the same realm, I have practiced martial arts for 60 years. How can you defeat me when I have 60 more years of cultivation?" Venerable Yan Shi straightened his back and said with a faint smile, "Although the great Jing is weak, the martial arts supreme that appeared is indeed powerful. However, Zhong Tianyu, do you really think you are invincible?" Zhong Tianyu frowned and his expression suddenly changed. He raised his left palm and realized that it was black. He hurriedly used his right hand to tap the acupuncture points on his left arm, wanting to stop the poison from seeping in, but the speed of the poison was extremely fast. He gritted his teeth and grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand. He actually tore off his left arm and blood splattered on the ground. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this scene. Even Venerable Yan Shi was shocked. The unimaginable pain did not affect Zhong Tianyu. His expression turned abnormally cold as he turned to look at Emperor Zhongyu and said, "Today, I will use my martial arts to kill an emperor and suppress the world." He suddenly threw out his broken arm. The broken arm was extremely fast as it went straight for Emperor Zhongyu. Emperor Zhongyu pushed out his palms at the same time, and the true dragon chi collided with the broken arm with an overwhelming force. However, he could not repel the broken arm. The palm of the broken arm suddenly straightened and pierced through the true dragon chi like a knife as he went for Emperor Zhongyu. Emperor Zhongyu's expression changed drastically and he thought to himself, "Oh no!" Boom! Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and stepped on Zhong Tianyu's broken arm. The ground collapsed and dust flew. When the dust dissipated, the figure of the person appeared. It was an old man in white. There was a scar across half of his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Zhong Tianyu's left shoulder was still dripping blood. He frowned and stared at the white-robed old man. He said coldly, "I didn't expect the leader of the 5 grandmasters, Deist Tiangang, to also become the emperor's lackey. In order to capture me, emperor, you really did your best." Zhong Tianyu mocked. The remaining 12 assassins of the 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion landed on the ground and approached him from different directions. Venerable Yan Snake spread his arms and poisonous gas surrounded his body as he pressed forward step by step. Emperor Zhongyu smiled disdainfully and said, "Zhong Tianyu, aren't you overestimating yourself if you want to suppress the world with just your martial arts?" Deist Tiangang was expressionless as he said, "Zhong Tianyu, restoring Chu is the will of the heavens. It has to be done. The emperor can't die. Let's end it here, and I will leave your corpse intact." Zhong Tianyu said calmly, "Let King Qin go. I'm willing to die." Emperor Zhongyu shook his head and smiled. "Do you think you still have the right to negotiate to me? Today, you have to die, and so does King Qin." Behind him, King Qin walked over shakily. He held a saber in his right hand and his face was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with madness. He shouted, "Zhong Tianyu, I'll give you one last order. That is to kill. Before you die, do your best to drag a few people to hell with you. In a situation of certain death, King Qin had already put down his extravagant hopes. It was good to die in battle. Big brother, father, mother. I'm coming. King Qin's eyes became extremely firm. When Zhong Tianyu heard that, he smiled and laughed wantonly. Zhong Tianyu accepts the order. Your Highness, it's not a humiliation for martial arts practitioners to die in battle. Zhong Tianyu will go first. With that, he walked towards Daoist Tiangang without hesitation. Daoist Tiangang sighed and raised his right palm to his chest. True Qi flowed out of his palm, and a golden light appeared along his palm. His eyes turned golden at the same time, and his aura changed. In an instant, a violent wind suddenly rose, and thunderclouds appeared out of thin air in the sky. The world changed color. At this moment, a sword light pierced through the thunderclouds and landed in front of Daoist Tiangang. The blade pierced into the soil, and the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated. Daoist Tiangang frowned and looked over. He muttered, "This is the Taihang sword." Chapter 47, Slashing with a Sword, Riding the Wind. Everyone's gaze fell on the sword in front of Daoist Tiangang. Under the sunlight, the blade of the Taihang sword reflected a cold light. Emperor Zhongyu, Venerable Yan Shi, and the Remaing assassins of the Sky Mansion were all terrified. Taihang sword? Longqi Temple. Daoist Master Chongsheng. When Emperor Zhongyu heard Daoist Tiangang's words, his expression turned extremely ugly. Zhong Tianyu had seen the 10 famous swords before and recognized the identity of the Taihang sword. He was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed. Looks like we're not dead. King Qin stared at the Taihang sword and stood rooted to the ground. Ever since he became an adult, he rarely visited Zhang Chongsheng. As such, the relationship between the two of them grew further and further apart. Although he would occasionally hear about Daoist Master Changshen's legendary battle results, he also felt that the two of them no longer belonged to the same world. He did not want to interact too much with Daoist Master Chongsheng to avoid pulling him into the vortex of power struggles. He did not expect Daoist Master Chongsheng to attack in this battle of certain death. Brother Chongsheng. As soon as King Qin relaxed, his legs went weak and he half knelt on the ground. He muttered to himself and gripped the hilt of his saber tightly with both hands. Emperor Zhongyu shouted angrily, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, why are you interfering in my matters?" Daoist Tiangang, Venerable Yan Snake, and the others looked around for Zhang Chongsheng, but they could not find him. At this moment, a strong wind descended from the sky and shook the forest within a radius of thousands of feet. Everyone looked up and saw a figure descend from the sky and quickly land. The tip of his foot landed on the hilt of the Taihang sword. Daoist Tiangang did not dodge, but his left hand, which was behind his waist, trembled slightly. He looked up and met Zhang Changshen's gaze. Zhang Chongsheng stood on the Taihang sword and looked down at Daoist Tiangang. His blue Daoist robe fluttered in the wind. He was like an immortal, his posture high and mighty as he looked down at all living beings. Daoist Tiangang could not see through Zhang Chongsheng, but the other party's appearance made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Emperor Zhongyu stood behind Daoist Tiangang and said angrily, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, Longqi Temple was appointed by the late emperor. You are also my son's master. Are you going to disobey me?" He was very flustered because in his plan, he wanted to absorb Zhong Tianyu first before dealing with Zhang Chongsheng. Now that Zhang Chongsheng had appeared in advance, it completely disrupted his plan. Damn it! This place was still 100 miles away from the capital. Emperor Zhongyu was afraid of being discovered by Zhang Chongsheng, so he set up a killing trap in advance. He did not expect the thing he was most worried about to happen. As expected, Longqi Temple had the intention to rebel. Zhang Chongsheng ignored Emperor Zhongyu and stared at Daoist Tiangang with an indifferent gaze. During those years, King Qin had given me many palace snacks. I have to repay this favor. Snacks? Emperor Zhongyu and the others only felt that it was ridiculous. How was that possible? Emperor Zhongyu asked in a deep voice, "Daoist Tiangang, are you confident in taking him down?" Daoist Tiangang was expressionless. After a moment of silence, he said, "No." These two words made Emperor Zhongyu's heart sink. Venerable Yan Snake said coldly, "Daoist Master Chongsheng, do you know what force you are interfering with? It's not just the imperial court of Great Jing. I advise you to quickly return to your Daoist temple and recite your Dao and eat your vegetarian food. At this moment, Zhang Chongsheng raised his left hand, startling everyone. Swoosh! A sword flew out from the depths of the forest. It was Gui Liu's sword. The sword sped away at an extremely fast speed. Before Venerable Yanshi could react, his shoulder was pierced and he retreated continuously. Venerable Yanshi was so frightened that his eyes bulged and his liver and gallbladder felt like they were about to split. Fortunately, his vitals were not injured. It's you! One of the assassins exclaimed, on the day of Hong Lai's rebellion, you saved the previous crown prince. As soon as he said this, Emperor Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically. He had suspected it before, but Zhang Chongsheng had no reason to save the previous crown prince. Moreover, the personality displayed by that mysterious person was completely different from Zhang Changshen's, but the current situation. Zhang Chongsheng said, attack together. Today, other than the emperor, everyone will die here. If you join forces, you might still have a chance of survival. If they attack together, the survival reward might be even greater. The reason why Zhang Chongsheng did not instantly kill Daoist Tian Gang was because of the survival reward. As for why he did not attack when King Qin and Zhong Tianyu were in danger, it was because Zhong Tianyu was enough to deal with them. However, Zhong Tianyu was careless and was poisoned. His words were emotionless, but everyone felt the aura of death. Daoist Tian Gang looked up again, and his eyes turned golden. His aura immediately became sharp, and a terrifying gust of wind appeared under his feet, wrapping around his body like a tornado. Tian Shan GK died in your hands. If I die today, can I be buried in the hero's tomb? Daoist Tian Gang stared at Zhang Chongsheng and asked in a low voice. He had roamed the martial arts world for nearly 100 years and his intuition was abnormally sharp. He knew that today's battle was likely to be his end. Zhang Chongsheng said, the leader of the Grand Masters should enter the hero's tomb. He did not discriminate against Daoist Tian Gang. Everyone had their own standpoint and pursuit. If the 5 Grand Masters wanted to revive Chu, that was their choice. Daoist Tian Gang smiled and waved his right palm. He struck out with his palm, and the world changed color. Golden light burst out and illuminated the world. An extremely terrifying palm wind erupted. Venerable Yanshi, Zhong Tianyu, and the others were so shocked that they dodged. The terrifying palm wind tore through the ground and swept up the forest. Dust rose to the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. However, Zhang Chongsheng, who was facing Daoist Tian Gang, was as still as a mountain. However, his robe fluttered wantonly, and the wind from his palm was blocked by his invisible spiritual energy, causing dozens of long dragons to be torn apart. Seeing this, Daoist Tian Gang's eyes widened and he was sweating profusely. He knew that the other party was very strong, but he did not expect that he would not be able to shake the other party even after using his ultimate technique. Emperor Zhang Yu was almost scared to death. He had seen Daoist Tian Gang's strength before. The 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion joined forces and were subdued by Daoist Tian Gang in less than 5 breaths. He was the leader of the 5 Grand Masters and a true martial arts powerhouse. Such an expert could not injure Daoist Master Chongsheng at all. Zhang Chongsheng raised his left hand and extended his index finger, pointing it diagonally at Daoist Tian Gang's forehead, which was less than a meter away. In an instant, Daoist Tian Gang suddenly jumped away and distanced himself from Zhang Chongsheng. At this moment, only Emperor Zhang Yu appeared in front of Zhang Chongsheng and happened to meet his index finger. The terrifying killing intent made him freeze in place. Thump! Emperor Zhang Yu was so frightened that he knelt in front of Zhang Chongsheng. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Zhang Chongsheng retracted his hand and said, "Why are you kneeling, Your Majesty? I've said that I won't kill you. I'll only kill the rest. They can't escape and can't beg for mercy." Emperor Zhang Yu's entire body trembled. He lowered his noble head and clenched his fists in his sleeves. Daoist Tian Gang tore off his calm disguise and said angrily, "Everyone, attack together. Since no one can escape, we can only fight to the death." The 12 remaining assassins and Venerable Yanshi were not stupid. Zhang Changshen's movement technique could definitely catch up to them. If they escaped, it would be a one-on-one battle. They roared and charged at Zhang Chongsheng. Daoist Tian Gang did the same. 14 experts charged at Zhang Chongsheng from different directions. The weakest was at least in the heaven arrival realm. Zhang Chongsheng gently landed on the ground and pulled out the Taihang sword. His movements seemed slow, but that was only for him. In the eyes of others, he seemed to have teleported to the ground and raised his sword. "Don't let me down!" Zhang Changshen's voice clearly entered their ears. He raised his sword and waved it, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the sky. In an instant, sword chi erupted like a mountain flood and swept in all directions. It was unstoppable. King Qin and Zhong Tianwu only saw Zhang Chongsheng suddenly slash out endless sword chi. Zhong Tianwu quickly arrived in front of King Qin and blocked for him, but he was surprised to find that the sword chi did not touch them. Deafening explosions came from all directions. Forests uprooted, mountains collapsed, and the ground slashed by sword chi. 3 breaths later, the sword chi dissipated. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, everything was desolate. All the trees had been cut off, and countless flowers, grass, and wood shavings were still floating in the air. Dust rose, and from the sky, it looked like a huge circle rising from the mountains. Daoist Tian Gang, Venerable Yan Shi, and the remaining 12 assassins of the Sky Mansion stood rooted to the ground, still in an attacking posture. Blood began to seep out of their bodies, and everyone spat out blood and fell to the ground without even letting out a wail. All of them were dead. This scene made King Qin and Zhong Tianwu tremble in disbelief. The former supreme master of the martial arts world, Zhong Tianwu, only felt that his worldview had been shattered. How could there be such an expert in this world? Zhang Chongsheng put away his sword and gently blew away the grass on the blade before putting the Taihang sword into its scabbard. After that, he walked to Emperor Zhang Yu and helped him up. Emperor Zhang Yu's entire body stiffened and his face was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely afraid and did not even dare to look Zhang Chongsheng in the eye. He did not have the air of an emperor at all. Zhang Chongsheng patted his dragon robe and smiled. His Majesty is out to play today. There's no wind or waves. It's time to go back. He did not kill Emperor Zhang Yu for Zhang Ziya's sake. With the death of the emperor, the situation would definitely descend into chaos. Even if he summoned Zhang Ziya back and supported him to become the emperor, the various states would definitely take the opportunity to rebel. In addition, ancient Han, the Jin dynasty, and the surrounding dynasties could invade at any time, and if that happened, the situation would be disastrous. Even if Zhang Chongsheng personally took action and beheaded them one by one, it would still take time to subdue the martial arts world and consolidate the emperor's power. The variables were too great. This land was really too big. Now that Zhang Chongsheng was no longer afraid of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, even if Zhang Ziyu tipped them off and messed with them crazily, it would only help him provide with more survival rewards. Emperor Zhang Yu looked up and forced a smile. Daoist Master is right. I should return to the palace. He turned around and left very slowly, afraid that Zhang Chongsheng would go back on his word. He looked up and the terrifying scene around him made him tremble. After walking for a long time, only then did he dare to circulate his true chi and ride the dragon away. Zhang Chongsheng looked at King Qin, who was not far away, and said, "The Empress Dowager's tomb is in Longqi Temple. You can come and pay your respects." With a leap, he flew away on his sword and disappeared into the horizon. Zhong Tianwu was impressed by his elegance and sighed, "It's really extraordinary to ride a sword in the air." King Qin's expression was extremely complicated. He had yet to come back to his senses. In the imperial study, Emperor Zhang Yu's hair was disheveled as he sat on the chair with a dull gaze. The table was filled with memorials that were placed casually. What? The mysterious expert who kidnapped the previous crown prince that day is Daoist Master Chongsheng? Even Daoist Tian Gang and Venerable Yan Shi are dead. The expression of the Fortune Buddha was extremely ugly. He and the Misfortune Buddha were brothers. Until now, he still wanted to avenge his brother, but the enemy was so powerful that it filled him with dread. Emperor Zhang Yu did not answer him and was still in a daze. Fortune Buddha took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go to the Mahayana Dragon Tower to ask for help now." He turned around and was about to leave. "Halt!" Emperor Zhang Yu suddenly called out to him. The Fortune Buddha stopped and looked at him in surprise. "Don't go! Don't go!" Emperor Zhang Yu trembled and his voice was filled with fear. He knew very well that once the Mahayana Dragon Tower came to support him, it would be fine if he won. If he lost, the Mahayana Dragon Tower could escape, but he could not. He would definitely die. He did not dare to take the risk. Zhang Chongsheng was too strong. He seriously suspected that no one in the Mahayana Dragon Tower could deal with him. He thought of Zhang Chongsheng transcending the lightning tribulation and raising spirit snakes. After the late emperor got along well with him, he still endured for a few years. He suddenly felt that maybe Zhang Chongsheng was the reincarnation of an immortal. The Fortune Buddha looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief and said, "Your Majesty, are you going to endure it just like that? After today's battle, he will definitely look down on the imperial court. As the emperor, are you willing to lower yourself to him forever? This is no longer something your Majesty can decide. Longqi Temple will definitely be destroyed. This is the territory of the Mahayana Dragon Tower." After saying this, the Fortune Buddha left angrily. Emperor Zhang Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not get up. Today's battle was still echoing in his mind. Chapter 48, Golden Scale Jade Leaf, Burning Sky Pavilion. In the third year of the Zhenyu era, the Emperor led the experts of the Mahayana Dragon Tower to besiege your biological brother, Zhang Yu. You saved him and successfully survived the siege of a group of experts. You survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Magical treasure, Golden Scale Jade Leaf. In the room, Zhang Chongsheng looked at the words and smiled. Magical treasure. He had struck gold. The Kylan horsetail whisk was only a Dharma artifact. At most, it was a transformation weapon that could carry spiritual energy. In comparison, magic treasures should be stronger. Zhang Chongsheng immediately took out the Golden Scale Jade Leaf, and inherited memories about the Golden Scale Jade Leaf appeared in his mind. The Golden Scale Jade Leaf was a magical treasure made from the scales of a divine beast. It contained 9 restrictions that could kill enemies and block their attacks. As for its exact usage, it was something he would only know after experimenting. The ownership of a magic treasure required refining restrictions. Zhang Chongsheng began to refine the restrictions in the Golden Scale Jade Leaf according to his inherited memories. The sun set and the moon rose. Night fell. After Zhang Chongsheng successfully refined the Golden Scale Jade Leaf, he put it into his sleeve and walked out of the room. At this moment, King Qin, Zhong Tianyu, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao, and Wang Chen were chatting in the courtyard. King Qin had already paid his respects to his mother and Zhong Tianyu's injuries had been bandaged. They planned to rest for a day and go down the mountain tomorrow to avoid causing trouble for Longqi Temple. Seeing Zhang Chongsheng walk over, King Qin and Zhong Tianyu hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. At this moment, Zhong Tianyu restrained his arrogance and was convinced by Zhang Chongsheng. There's no need to be so polite. What are your plans for the future? Zhang Chongsheng walked over and Huang Chuan gave way to him. King Qin smiled bitterly and said, I'm preparing to leave Great Jing. As for Zhong Tianyu, he will return to his sect to retire. If they offended the emperor, it would be difficult for them to move forward in the Great Jing. In such a situation, it was better to stay away from the court. King Qin had also thought it through. He was not strong enough, so there was no need for him to continue putting Zhong Tianyu in danger. Now that his relatives were no longer around, he had already seen many things clearly. Wang Chen did not reveal his identity. After all, he had already decided to forget his past, and King Qin did not recognize him. Zhang Chongsheng said, You are a prince. Can you get used to it? King Qin shook his head and said, Even if I am not used to it, I have to get used to it. How can you always have your way in life? Zhong Tianyu did not say anything. After today's battle, he felt that he still needed to pursue martial arts. Zhang Chongsheng took the tea poured by Wang Chen and suddenly said, Why don't you go and seek refuge with King Wei? I'll personally write a letter for you and bring King Wei to the throne. I'll let King Wei retain the position of King Qin. As for Zhong Tianyu, won't he bring glory to the sect if he returns with the merits of the dragon? King Qin frowned and said, King Wei is the prince of the current emperor. He recalled his encounter with Zhang Ziyu in the northern territory. Zhang Ziyu was very enthusiastic and respectful to him. Putting aside his relationship with the emperor, he could indeed rely on him. Zhong Tianyu suddenly came to a realization and said, I see. Longqi Temple supports King Wei, so with Daoist master as King Wei's master, he dares to attack the emperor. Rumor has it that the emperor appointed his illegitimate son as the crown prince. So it's true that King Wei is dissatisfied. King Qin hesitated and said, Even if King Wei ascends to the throne, I'm afraid. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if his temperament changes drastically in the future and there's no place to hide in the world, Longqi Temple can still allow you to hide. Moreover, I've taught King Wei since he was young. I know his temperament. Compared to personal relationships, he cares more about the country and righteousness. Your achievements over the years have made him feel extremely impressed. He won't treat you badly. King Qin looked at Zhong Tianyu. Zhong Tianyu's eyes flickered as he said, King Wei is sincere. I can tell that he's not hypocritical at all when we met previously. Why don't we give it a try? The Emperor will definitely remember today's grudge. It's just that he can't place any charges against us now, but that might not be the case in the future. If we follow King Wei and continue to contribute, the hearts of the people will be on us, and the Emperor won't dare to touch us. King Qin took a deep breath and said, all right, I'll listen to Daoist Master. Zhang Chongsheng chuckled and said, Wang Chen, bring me a pen, paper, and ink. Wang Chen immediately moved. Zhong Tianyu began to ask Zhang Chongsheng for guidance on martial arts. He was naturally a martial arts fanatic to be able to become a martial arts supreme. Zhang Chongsheng had a good impression of his courage to fight to the death, so he did not patronize him and gave him serious guidance. Although Zhang Chongsheng was an immortal cultivator, he had also cultivated many ultimate martial arts techniques and understood by analogy. With his attainments comparable to the universe realm expert, he was more than enough to guide Zhong Tianyu. The next morning, King Qin and Zhong Tianyu went down the mountain to seek refuge with King Wei. Although Zhong Tianyu had lost an arm, he was still an expert in the divine realm. With his help, the cumulative strength of King Wei's subordinates would be higher. The peace in Longqi Temple was not broken by the two of them. However, some disciples noticed that there was an additional tombstone in the hero's tomb. Daoist Tiangang. His corpse was brought to Longqi Temple by Zhong Tianyu. Although they were enemies, Zhong Tianyu respected him and asked Zhang Chongsheng to bury him in the hero's tomb. Most of the disciples of Longqi Temple did not know Daoist Tiangang's name, but usually, experts from the pugilistic world would come to burn incense and recognize his name. In less than 2 months, the news that the head of the Grand Masters, Daoist Tiangang, was buried in the hero's tomb spread throughout the country. 2 of the 5 Grand Masters had been buried in the hero's tomb. The martial arts world was in an uproar. Zhang Chongsheng did not know anything about the martial arts world. He cultivated in the temple all day long, and Emperor Zhang Yu did not find trouble with him again. He even sent someone to deliver a batch of candied fruits, tea leaves, and so on. It was obvious that he was expressing goodwill. Zhang Chongsheng did not think too much about it. Regardless of whether Emperor Zhang Yu was sincere or not, it did not matter. When Zhang Ziyu restored the country, he had to give the throne to him. Recently, he often flew to the forest outside the city to familiarize himself with the golden scale jade leaves. This magic treasure was really too powerful, making him truly feel like he was cultivating. In 2 months, Zhang Chongsheng had completely grasped the golden scale jade leaf. He could even use the golden scale jade leaf to execute various ultimate techniques and control all the abilities of the golden scale jade leaf. He could not imagine how strong he would be if he fought with all his might. Previously, when he saved King Qin, he only used the taking sword technique and ended the group of enemies with a single strike. In that battle, he had already tried his best to restrain himself, afraid that he would be strong and injure the innocent people passing by in the distance. On this day, Zhang Chongsheng was refining pills. Other than the necessary spirit-boosting pills, he wanted to try refining other pills. Huang Chuan's voice sounded from outside the courtyard. This is the Daoist Master's residence. Unauthorized people are not allowed to trespass. I'll just take a look. I'll leave after taking a look. An old woman in her 50s held the hand of a little girl and looked at Zhang Chongsheng from afar. When the old woman saw Zhang Chongsheng refining pills under the tree, her body trembled and she revealed a complicated expression. It's the same as 30 years ago. He's really an immortal. The old woman muttered to herself. The little girl she was holding was very nervous because Huang Chuan looked impatient and fierce. Huang Chuan said in a low voice, "All right, have you seen enough? It's time to leave." The old woman looked at Zhang Chongsheng for a while before pulling the little girl away. Huang Chuan followed closely behind, afraid that they would turn back. The old woman took out a bag of money and handed it to Huang Chuan. "Can your temple accept my daughter?" Huang Chuan squeezed the money bag and said hesitantly, "That's not good. Longqi Temple only accepts orphans." The old woman smiled bitterly. "I won't be able to live for much longer." On the other side, Zhang Chongsheng, who was refining pills, naturally noticed the arrival of the mother and daughter and heard their words, but he did not care. Longqi Temple had already grown stronger, so it was up to Mangchu's Huang to decide whether to accept disciples. As for the old woman's identity, he did not think too much about it. Over the years, there had been countless devotees, and there had been many devotees who had sneaked into the courtyard. Most of them were high-ranking officials and nobles. They had given too much and had not really crossed the line, so he turned a blind eye. Zhang Changshen's title had already changed to Immortal Master Changsheng. Being able to see Immortal Master Changsheng was something that many people dreamed of. In the 4th year of the Zhenyu era, King Wei attacked 27 cities in a row and successfully recaptured the northern territory of Great Jing, rejecting the Jin dynasty from outside the borders. His reputation spread far and wide, and there was an endless stream of men from Great Jing who went to seek refuge. His troops had already reached 300,000. Now that only the Jin dynasty was left fighting the Great Jing, ancient Han was also afraid of being annexed by the Jin dynasty, so it took the opportunity to conserve its strength. In the northern region of Great Jing, the wasteland was boundless, and yellow sand filled the sky. A city was sitting here alone. In a courtyard in the city, Ping'an was brandishing his 2 hammers. The 2 hammers in his hands were as big as water vats, and there were divine beast patterns engraved on their surfaces. They were golden and bronze in color, and they looked fierce. The soldiers in the courtyard did not dare to approach them, and their faces were filled with fear. Zhong Tianyu sighed and said, "This guy is suitable for heavy divine weapons." Su Tianji was also speechless. Ever since this little monster saw blood, he has become more and more abnormal. Sometimes, I'm afraid of meeting him on the battlefield and being torn apart by his hands. The other soldiers also began to discuss and sigh. Zhang Ziyu, who was dressed in armor and looked extraordinary, smiled in satisfaction. He turned to look at the 4 Seas sage beside him and said, "I'm very satisfied. Tell me, how much gold?" Such a weapon could only be measured in gold. 4 Seas sage pinched his beard and smiled. "It doesn't cost money. Only when a divine weapon is combined with a fierce general is it meaningful." Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, "Then what do you want?" "Ha ha ha, King Wei is indeed impressive. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'm willing to help King Wei conquer the world. I only hope that after King Wei ascends the throne, you can give me a son. After which, I'll bring him to the martial arts Holy Land to nurture peerless experts for the Great Jing," the 4 Seas sage said seriously after laughing. Zhang Ziyu was silent. At this moment, King Qin came over and said, "What Holy Land of martial arts can compare to Longqi Temple?" When he heard the words Longqi Temple, 4 Seas sage's expression was very unnatural. He faked a cough and said, "A very distant Holy Land, even further than ancient Han. King Wei, you don't have to be in a hurry to agree. I will accompany you for a few years. When King Wei understands my abilities and my character, it won't be too late to agree." Zhang Ziyu said with a faint smile, "Aren't you afraid that I won't agree?" 4 Seas sage shook his wine gourd and smiled. "You will definitely agree. This is because this world is the world of martial arts. If the imperial power wants to be passed down, it has to have a martial arts inheritance. Wouldn't it be better if the Great Jing imperial family had another martial arts inheritance?" Zhang Ziyu looked at him deeply. Not far away, Su Tianji muttered, "This old man is not simple. I can't see through him at all." Zhong Tianyu nodded and said, "If you and I attack, we might not be able to defeat him." After the arrival of the chaotic world, all kinds of demons and ghosts appeared in the world, making him, a martial arts supreme, feel a little unconfident. In Longqi Temple, Zhang Changsheng was refining pills under a tree. White Dragon lay at the side and kept flicking its tongue. Eunuch Li sat on the other side of Zhang Changsheng and said with a smile, "From last year onwards, the emperor has been obsessed with wine and women and has a tendency to ignore the government. At this rate, King Wei's hopes of ascending the throne in the future will be even greater." Zhang Changsheng stared at the cauldron in front of him and did not say anything. Seeing that he was not interested, Eunuch Li's eyes turned and he said, "Recently, a faction has appeared in the martial arts world called the Burning Sky Pavilion. They attack sects everywhere and have already taken down the Devil Sect and the Seven Mountains Sect. It's said that it was founded by the once famous Emperor Yang Zhao and has the ambition to unify the martial arts world." Zhang Changsheng raised his eyebrows. The Devil Sect was gone? Huang Chuan suddenly ran over and asked, "How's the situation with the Devil Sect? Where's the Devil Lord?" Eunuch Li turned to look at him and shrugged. Of course he submitted. The Devil Lord shouldn't have died, but he's already so old. He probably doesn't have many years left to live. After saying that, Eunuch Li looked at Zhang Changsheng again and said, "The Burning Sky Pavilion is getting stronger and stronger. In the future, they might target Longqi Temple. The reputation of the hero's tomb is really too great. The experts who are pursuing the title number 1 in the world will definitely come. Zhang Chongsheng chuckled and said, then let them come. I hope they're not too weak. Chapter 49, Martial Debate, Demon Appears. Zhang Chongsheng indeed had some expectations for the Burning Sky Pavilion and Emperor Yang Zhao. He hoped that the other party was strong enough so that his survival rewards would be more generous. It was impossible for the Burning Heaven Pavilion to be stronger than the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The Mahayana Dragon Tower was a 1,000-year-old holy land, and the Burning Heaven Pavilion had only risen for a few years. It would be too unreasonable if they were compared, unless the Burning Heaven Pavilion also had a fortuitous opportunity similar to a survival system. Wait a minute. What if there really is? Zhang Changshen's heart tightened and he realized that he had been too at ease. No, I have to overestimate my opponent forever. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently as Eunuch Li continued to introduce Emperor Yang Zhao and the Burning Sky Pavilion's achievements over the years. Huang Chuan listened from the side with a dazed expression. It was obvious that he was worried about his grandfather. After Eunuch Li left, Zhang Chongsheng stared at the medicinal cauldron and said, Chuaner, do you want to look for your grandfather? When Huang Chuan heard this, he immediately became excited and hurriedly nodded. Master, can I? He was already 19 years old, and his strength had reached the peak of the spiritual sense realm. He was only a step away from the heaven arrival realm, but he had yet to comprehend this step. Zhang Chongsheng took out 2 talismans and handed them to Huang Chuan. Go. However, you have to calm down when you encounter trouble. I can't protect you when you're outside. Huang Chuan took the 2 talismans and was overjoyed. He naturally knew how powerful these talismans were. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to thank Zhang Chongsheng. That day, Huang Chuan left the mountain in a hurry. In the evening, Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating under a tree when Wang Chen walked over and asked worriedly, Daoist Master, aren't you worried about his safety? I heard from Eunuch Li that the Burning Sky Pavilion is like the sun in the sky and has many experts. Zhang Chongsheng did not even open his eyes and said, the devil sect has already surrendered. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, he should be fine. Even if he does, it will be a good opportunity to train him. In life, if you have feelings, you have to cherish them so that you won't regret it for the rest of your life. After the Empress and Zhang Yuan died, Zhang Chongsheng had a deeper understanding of life and death. Although he had lived 2 lives, he had only experienced his own death in his previous life. In this life, he had truly experienced the separation of life and death. Even though his relationship with his parents in this life was weak, every time he thought of it, he still felt a trace of melancholy. If he was like this, what more Huang Chuan, who had relied on the Devil Lord since he was young? Zhang Chongsheng could continue living and experience life when he was strong enough. However, Huang Chuan was only a mortal who could not live for more than 100 years. Once he missed him, he would really be gone. Wang Chen sighed and did not ask further. He turned around and went to look for White Dragon. Ping'an, Su Tianji and Zhang Ziyu went down the mountain. Now, Huang Chuan also left. Wan Li and Minjiu had matured and had already taken on the responsibility of the Daoist temple. As a result, this courtyard became deserted, leaving only 2 people and a snake. It was October in the 4th year of the Zhenyu era. King Wei led an army of nearly 400,000 and broke through the border of the Jin dynasty. The Jin dynasty sent 4 grandmasters, but they were still no match for the experts under King Wei and began to defend passively. In just a month, King Wei conquered 6 cities in a row and tore a hole in the Jin dynasty. Such a battle result excited the people of Great Jing. The emperor was also overjoyed and held a banquet to invite all the civil and military officials to enjoy themselves. Seeing this, ancient Han could not sit still anymore. The strength of King Wei frightened them. If the Jin dynasty was defeated, their defeat would not be far. They began to mobilize their troops to support the Jin dynasty. This year, King Wei, Zhang Ziyu, was only 18 years old. At the age of 18, he saved the country from danger and made the crown prince and the other princes look pale in comparison. Shenzhou, in a garrison city to the north. Crown Prince Zhang Zihan paced back and forth in the hall. Below him stood 2 rows of soldiers and strategists. All of them had gloomy expressions. Zhang Zihan stopped in his tracks and scolded angrily, King Wei has so many capable men under him, so why are all my subordinates useless? Ping'an can kill 10,000 people in just a single battle. As for you, you usually brag about yourselves, but how did you end up on the battlefield? Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They found the rise of King Wei unbelievable. They could understand that the Yang family and the Chen family helping King Wei recruit soldiers and buy horses, but why were Ping An, Su Tianji, Zhong Tianyu, and other experts working for King Wei? Especially Ping An. Where did such a monster come from? Your Highness, you don't have to worry. A laugh came from outside the door. A figure flew in like a swan, scaring the soldiers into drawing their swords to protect Zhang Zihan. This person was dressed in white and black. He was tall and handsome with a silver leaf crown on his head. He had a faint smile on his face and held a folding fan in his hand. Facing the surrounding soldiers, he did not care at all and stared at Zhang Zihan. Zhang Zihan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The other party smiled and said, "Martial nephew, have you forgotten? When you first entered the Dragon Tower, I even touched your head." Zhang Zihan was stunned and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He pushed away the soldiers in front of him and rushed forward. He said excitedly, "Martial Uncle Yat, why are you here?" Yeju, Emperor Zhang Yu's senior brother in the Mahayana Dragon Tower. "Martial Uncle Yat, it's great that you can come. Father has told me more than once that your martial arts aptitude is the highest among your generation of disciples. Are you here to help me?" Zhang Zihan asked excitedly. In front of Yeju, he no longer called himself lonely. Yeju waved his fan and smiled. Of course. The War of the Three Dynasties is no longer a battle between dynasties, but a battle of martial arts. Just the generals under you are not qualified to compete for victory or defeat. Zhang Zihan nodded. He also felt that there were many experts in the Jin dynasty. Even if he outnumbered them, he would have to pay a painful price. He hurriedly pulled Yeju to sit down and let the soldiers and strategists retreat before starting to exchange pleasantries. After catching up, Zhang Zihan could not help but ask, "Martial Uncle Yat, what do you mean by the battle of martial arts? Aren't the Jin dynasty and ancient Han also under the jurisdiction of the Mahayana Dragon Tower?" Yeju shook his head and said, "In the past, but not now. The Tower Lord has comprehended a divine technique and has been in seclusion for 40 years. Thus, other martial arts sects have taken the opportunity to preach in ancient Han and the Jin dynasty. All these years, in the 10 directions martial debate, the experts of the Dragon Tower have all been injured. This is the weakest time of the Dragon Tower in hundreds of years, so some sects want to take the opportunity to attack." Zhang Zihan frowned and said, "Can the Dragon Tower turn the situation around?" Yeju snorted. "Of course. Since they want to use the battlefield as a trap, we'll defeat them on the battlefield. After we deal with them, the Dragon Tower will pull out the thorn in the capital." Zhang Zihan asked in surprise, "What thorns are there in the capital?" Daoist Master Chongsheng of Longqi Temple. Venerable Yunshi, Daoist Tian Gang, and the 13 assassins of the Sky Mansion were all killed by him under the lead of your father. Your father also lost his courage because of this. Now, he seeks pleasure all day long and wants to hand over the mess to the Dragon Tower." At the mention of this, Yeju's eyes turned cold. Zhang Zihan was silent. He did not expect such a big thing to happen in the past 2 years. After all, he had cultivated in the Dragon Tower and knew of the Venerable One's powerful strength. Coupled with the other experts fighting together, he was actually killed by Daoist Master Chongsheng alone. He is a martial arts legend, and he lives up to his reputation. Zhang Ziyu is his disciple, and his skills are not inferior to mine, Zhang Zihan said with a face full of jealousy. He could not understand how Zhang Ziyu could catch up to his cultivation. Yeju said, "Daoist Master Chongsheng is indeed powerful. He is a genius. In just a few decades, he has grown to such an extent. It is the Dragon Tower that has missed out on a genius. However, he has killed so many people in the Dragon Tower, so he must die. There is no turning back. When the war ends, the Tower Lord will personally lead the entire Dragon Tower to take action. At the same time, he will open up a golden age of martial arts for the world. The Dragon Tower is also prepared to change. The entire Dragon Tower would take action." Zhang Zihan frowned. He had already decided that he would be the next emperor. Hearing Yeju's words, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He kept feeling that he would become a puppet in the future, but he did not dare to ask further. Right now, he had no right to resist the Dragon Tower. After destroying Longqi Temple, I'll be able to deal with that bastard Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Zihan's face was filled with killing intent. He had hated Zhang Ziyu since he was young, and now his hatred was even stronger. In the 5th year of the Zhenyu era, the crown prince led an army into ancient Han and sent news of victory to the 13 prefectures like King Wei, raising the spirits of the world. When Great Jing was in danger, 2 princes actually carried the flag and turned the tide, causing everyone in the world to be pleasantly surprised and emotional. There were saints in the literary world who said that this was a sign of the arrival of 2 dragons and the prosperity of Great Jing. In Longqi Temple, Zhang Chongsheng and 2 others were drinking tea. Eunuch Li clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Looks like the Mahayana Dragon Tower has already begun to attack. The Crown Prince has peerless experts under him who are even stronger than Zhong Tianyu. He easily defeated the 3 Grand Masters of ancient Han alone. It's just that the Dragon Tower is not here to deal with Longqi Temple, but to support the Crown Prince. It's hard to figure out." Wang Chen analyzed, could it be that the Mahayana Dragon Tower is afraid of the Daoist Master and wants to clean up the mess first before they free up their hands and come out in full strength? Eunuch Li felt that it made sense and could not help but nod. Zhang Chongsheng sighed and said, "Why do they still play tricks? I still want to kill the younger ones and the older ones. I want to kill them one by one. In that case, his survival rewards would be less worthwhile." Unfortunately, the Mahayana Dragon Tower did not care about martial virtue. Eunuch Li smiled and said, "To be able to stand for 1,000 years, they must have great wisdom. Just treat it as if the Mahayana Dragon Tower will come out in full strength. I wonder if you are confident." Zhang Chongsheng stared at the teacup and said, "I'm half confident." Eunuch Li became even more excited and smiled. "If we can overthrow the control of the Mahayana Dragon Tower over Great Jing, the late emperor will definitely be overjoyed in the netherworld. Great Jing will surpass the previous dynasties." He was already old and loyal to Zhang Yuan. Now, he was not afraid of death at all and only looked forward to it. There was no need to mention Wang Chen. Ever since he found out about the existence of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, he had been hostile to it. The Mahayana Dragon Tower had made his understanding of the first half of his life a joke, so how could he not be hostile? Zhang Chongsheng suddenly asked, "Chu Honor has yet to return. Eunuch Li, help me ask around." Eunuch Li nodded and immediately agreed. He did not stay for long before leaving. Zhang Chongsheng looked at White Dragon. White Dragon was entrenched under the earth spirit tree like a white wall, which looked extremely terrifying. He could feel more and more spiritual energy drilling into White Dragon's body. Could it be that it was about to break through? Although there were demon beasts in the world, martial artists did not have a deep understanding of them. They did not even know what realm they were divided into. Zhang Chongsheng guessed that it was only in Great Jing that they did not know. There must be a detailed division of demon beasts outside. Wang Chen followed Zhang Changshen's gaze and said, "It has been sleeping for a month, even though it's not winter. Will anything happen to it?" Zhang Chongsheng said, "It's fine. I'm watching." The sun gradually set and dusk descended. Zhang Chongsheng was about to return to his room to cultivate when he suddenly sensed something. He suddenly turned around and his gaze became sharp. This aura did not seem human. Could it be a demon? Zhang Changshen's soul left his body and flew into the sky. He looked up and saw a ball of demonic qi that looked like a black wind moving in the forest to the north of the capital. This aura was very strong and had already surpassed ordinary divine realm experts. Most importantly, ordinary people could not see it at all. Under the demonic aura, a team of carriages was escorting goods to the capital. Chapter 50, Demon Wolf by QJ, the powerful Mahayana Dragon Tower. In the forest, evening. As the carriage moved forward, the middle-aged martial artist riding at the front could not help but yawn. Then, he let go of the rope and stretched. He laughed loudly and said, "Brothers, we are about to reach the capital. Everyone, raise your spirits and strive to stop in front of the courtyard of Apricot Flower Restaurant. Tonight, you will be drunk and lie on the lap of a beauty." Hearing this, the escorts behind him cheered. As they walked forward, they chatted about the top hostess of Apricot Flower Restaurant. The outline of the capital was already faintly discernible at the end of the forest. Woo woo woo. A cry that neither sounded like a human or a beast was heard, startling everyone to look around. What's that sound? Is someone crying? No, this voice doesn't sound like a human. I heard that there are jackals in the nearby forest. Everyone, be careful. Jackals? Ha ha ha, if they dare to approach, I'll get the chefs of Apricot Flower Restaurant to add to the food tonight. The escorts did not care, but the middle-aged martial artist frowned. He was a first-rate expert who had traveled for 30 years and was experienced. This voice was definitely not human, nor was it a jackal. It was very dangerous. The middle-aged martial artist slowly drew his saber. His actions also made the other escorts serious. They drew their weapons and prepared to fight. The convoy continued forward, but they had already slowed down, afraid that enemies would jump out of the forest on both sides. After walking for about 100 meters, the sky gradually darkened. The road ahead was already a little dark. A woman in white suddenly ran out of the forest on the left. Her hair was disheveled, and she fell to the ground as soon as she entered the official road, revealing her fair legs. They were extremely conspicuous in the dark environment, and many escorts were stunned. The woman in white raised her head, revealing an exquisite face. Her face was filled with fear as she shouted, "Brothers, come and help me. There are snakes in the forest and they scared me. My chest is so stuffy, so stuffy." Immediately, an escort drove his horse forward and smiled. "Miss, don't panic. I'll help you." The middle-aged martial artist suddenly raised his saber and stood in front of the escort, scaring him so much that he hurriedly stopped his horse. The escort turned his head and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" His eyes were filled with resentment. Did boss want to enjoy it alone? There's something wrong with the other party. It's very dangerous, the middle-aged martial artist said coldly. The white-robed woman complained, "Brother, how am I dangerous? Come and help me. I'm in so much pain." The escorts did not go overboard. They chose to believe in the middle-aged martial artist. The white-robed woman's expression changed when she saw this, and her face quickly transformed into that of a wolf or a fox. It was extremely terrifying, and it caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. Before they could react, the white-robed woman suddenly rushed over. The middle-aged martial artist leaped up and slashed with his saber. The saber light shone in the forest. Bang! The white-robed woman dodged his saber and struck his chest with her palm, shattering his sternum and sending him flying while vomiting blood. A first-rate expert was defeated in one move. This scene made the other escorts feel like their livers were about to end. This was the first time they had seen their boss lose so quickly. They dismounted one after another and stood side by side in front of the convoy, watching nervously as the white-robed woman landed. The white-robed woman turned her head and revealed her wolf head. Her smile was sinister and cunning, making one's hair stand on end. "You're smart, but you have to die." The white-robed woman sneered and charged at the escorts again. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out as a wooden sword shot out from the forest at an extremely fast speed. The white-robed woman subconsciously dodged, but her cheek was still cut. "Evil creature, don't hurt anyone." A cold shout sounded. A figure used his lightness skill and quickly jumped from tree to tree, quickly attacking. He landed in front of the escorts and waved his hand. In the next moment, the wooden sword magically landed in his hand. This person wore a tattered grey robe and carried 3 scabbards on his back. However, his face was clean, which did not match his clothes. He held a wooden sword and did not say a word as he charged at the woman in white again. The white-robed woman turned into a gust of black aura. Her white clothes fell to the ground, and the black aura condensed into a wolf head that roared as it rushed towards the grey-robed man. Both sides fell into a fierce battle. The grey-robed man's wooden sword could clearly injure the black-winged wolf head, causing it to be unable to defeat him. "Leave quickly!" the grey-robed man shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, the escorts suddenly woke up and immediately turned around. They packed up the convoy and helped the middle-aged martial artist up before rushing to another path. "It's you again, Liu Chengfeng. How long are you going to chase me?" The black-winged wolf head let out a woman's voice, its tone filled with resentment. As Liu Chengfeng fought, he said, "It is our sect's motto to subdue demons and devils. You evil creature, you have rushed all the way from the western region and killed countless innocent people. Today, I have finally caught up with you. I will definitely kill you." "Humph, what do you mean by subduing demons?" "It's just someone looking for your heavenly sect to offer a reward for my demon core." The black-winged wolf head sneered and then turned into black fog that wrapped around Liu Chengfeng. Liu Chengfeng kept waving his sword. Sword chi swept across and cut down trees in all directions, but it could not dispel the black fog. "I have absorbed so much mortal yang qi along the way. Liu Chengfeng, how can you defeat me?" The black-winged wolf head laughed wildly, and killing intent filled the forest. The night was completely dark. Liu Chengfeng continued to fight. As his true chi flowed out, he had a premonition that something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. This black fog seemed to be endless as it covered his senses. His left waist was suddenly cut open, and blood splattered, causing the black fog to surge even more violently. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Liu Chengfeng. He knew that something was wrong. Just as he was about to use his ultimate technique, his chest suffered a heavy blow and his body flew out uncontrollably. He crashed into the hill and blood spurted out from his throat uncontrollably. I didn't expect that Liu Chengfeng, would die at the hands of a wild beast. Liu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. He held the wooden sword with both hands and stood up with difficulty. Isn't this the fate of the heavenly sex martial artists? It's better than dying at the hands of a human martial artist. The voice of the black wind wolf head sounded again, its words filled with mockery. The black fog suddenly condensed into a wolf head and appeared in front of him. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him. My life is over. Liu Chengtang widened his eyes, his heart tilled with regret and unwillingness. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound tore through the air. The black wind wolf head in front of him exploded and was sucked away by a golden light. The golden light quickly disappeared into the darkness. Liu Chengfeng stood rooted to the ground. What was that? Liu Chengfeng could not understand. He did not sense any other aura, but he saw that golden light clearly. He hurriedly sat down and circulated his energy. He looked around nervously, afraid that it was a trick of a demon. In Longqi Temple, on the branch of the Earth Spirit Tree, Zhang Chongsheng lay against the tree trunk and admired the beautiful moonlight. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he saw a golden light appear in the moon. The golden light became larger and flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. He raised his hand and caught the golden light with 2 fingers. It was a golden leaf, but the patterns on the leaf resembled the arrangement of dragon scales. It was the golden scale jade leaf. Zhang Chongsheng got off the tree and returned to his house. He sat on the bed and released the demon in the golden scale jade leaf. A grey wolf appeared on the ground. When it saw Zhang Chongsheng, it subconsciously wanted to escape, but just as it turned its head, the golden scaled jade leaf hung in front of it, scaring it so much that it did not dare to move. The grey wolf turned its head and prostrated itself on the ground. It covered its head with its claws and said nervously, "Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." It was a woman's voice. It was quite pleasant to the ears. Zhang Chongsheng was amused by the other party's appearance. A wolf acting so much like a human was really comical. He asked, "Why did you come to the capital? Don't tell me you were just passing by." The grey wolf replied, "I followed the flow of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and sensed that there must be natural oddities here." Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows. So it was summoned by the Earth Spirit Tree. It was normal. The Earth Spirit Tree released more and more spiritual energy. When it grew, it would also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unlike martial artists who cultivated their inner strength and tempered their bodies, demon beasts relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. "Introduce yourself," Zhang Chongsheng said. The grey wolf carefully opened one eye and stared nervously at Zhang Chongsheng. It said, "My name is Bai Qi. I'm a wolf demon who has cultivated for 100 years. I came from the Donglan dynasty. A human expert wanted my demon core and offered a bounty for the heavenly sect to hunt me down, so I fled all the way here." The heavenly sect? Donglan dynasty? Zhang Chongsheng was not aware of these places, so he asked them one by one. Bai Qi answered truthfully. The Donglan dynasty was extremely far away and was separated from the Jing dynasty by 4 dynasties. As for the heavenly sect, it was a sect with a long history and specialized in exterminating demons. Are there any golden body realm experts in the Donglan dynasty and the heaven sect? Zhang Chongsheng asked. Bai Qi eyelids twitched and it said, "Senior, don't joke around. The golden body realm is a legend. The expert who wanted me is only a true god realm expert in the Donglan dynasty." When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He was really afraid that there would be as many golden body realm experts and true god realm experts as dogs in the other dynasties. On second thought, it was impossible. If they were really that strong, the Mahayana Dragon Tower would have been annexed long ago. Do you know about the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Zhang Chongsheng asked. Bai Qi raised its head and said, "I know. A powerful force that rules over the 4 dynasties. So Senior is from the Mahayana Dragon Tower." No wonder you're so powerful. Just as it was about to step forward, the golden scale jade leaf appeared in front of it, scaring it into freezing in place. When Zhang Chongsheng heard this, he felt even more relaxed. The stronger the Mahayana Dragon Tower was, the more at ease he would be. Zhang Chongsheng sized up Bai Qi. This wolf was a genuine divine realm expert. Its demon core should be worth a lot. Otherwise, it would not have been chased by a true god realm expert for thousands of miles. Bai Qi begged, "Senior, please spare my life. I will never absorb Yang Qi again." Zhang Chongsheng did not kill it immediately, which gave it a trace of hope. Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, "How do you absorb Yang Qi?" Bai Qi said, "Just open your mouth and suck. How else can you absorb it?" It seemed to have thought of something and said coquettishly, "Senior, don't think too much. My true form is only a wolf. How can I do such a thing? I only need to knock someone unconscious and open my mouth to the top of their head to absorb Yang Qi." Zhang Chongsheng felt a little awkward, but his expression did not change. He raised his hand and cast a seal of life and death towards Bai Qi. He said, "Since you are here, guard this place for 10 years. After 10 years, I will set you free. I will take it that you are atoning for your sins. Here, you are not allowed to injure anyone and are not allowed to transform into a human with demonic energy. Do you understand?" Bai Qi was extremely afraid and did not understand what the seal of life and death was. However, the other party's true qi was abnormally terrifying. It had never encountered such powerful true qi. Even the true god realm expert of the Donglan dynasty was not so powerful. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior," Bai Qi whispered. Zhang Chongsheng took back the golden scale jade leaf and sat down to cultivate. Seeing this, Bai Qi walked to the bed and lay down to calm itself down. In the 5th year of the Zhenyu era, demon beast Bai Qi wanted to enter the capital but was successfully subdued by you. You survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Miscellaneous technique, heavenly item pill manual. Zhang Chongsheng, who had his eyes closed, saw this notification. It was actually a pill manual. He was secretly delighted. He, who was proficient in pill refinement but did not have a pill manual, could only explore on his own. And most of the time, he would fail. With Bai Qi beside him, he could not immediately inherit the pill manual. In any case, he was not in a hurry. The next morning, Zhang Chongsheng brought Bai Qi to the courtyard. When Wang Chen saw Bai Qi, he was greatly surprised and asked, "Daoist master, where did this wolf come from? It's so handsome." Under the morning sun, Bai Qi grayish-white fur looked extremely lustrous and handsome. Hearing Wang Chen's praise, Bai Qi raised its head proudly, but in the next second, its gaze was attracted by White Dragon. Snake Demon. No wonder it could survive. This Daoist priest actually liked to raise demons. It had to be careful in the future. It hoped that he did not have any special hobbies. Bai Qi thought to itself. Then, its gaze fell on the earth spirit tree and its eyes became blurry. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "I went out for a stroll last night and picked it up. In the future, it will stay behind to guard our courtyard and play with White Dragon." Wang Chen did not think too much about it and continued sweeping the floor. At this moment, Ling Xiao ran into the courtyard and said anxiously, "Master, another Grand Master has come to challenge us." Chapter 51, Attack of the Gods, Shocking Decisive Battle. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the anxious Ling Xiao and said angrily, "How can there be a Grand Master? Don't spout nonsense." His senses could cover the entire Longqi mountain. If an expert approached, he would be able to capture it immediately. Ling Xiao said, "The other party did not come personally. Instead, they sent a disciple to deliver a letter, saying that they would like to invite you to fight to the death at the north gate of the capital in half a year." Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows and said, "That's it? It would take place in half a year." It seemed like the other party wanted to play some tricks. Ling Xiao said, "The other party is Divine Monk Juexin of Jusong Lake. Jusong Lake's martial arts world has a very high status, and the martial arts competition for the supremes of the martial arts world is held at Jusong Lake." Zhang Chongsheng nodded. Seeing that he did not take it to heart at all, Ling Xiao could only give up. After Ling Xiao left, Wang Chen walked over and said, "I've heard of Divine Monk Juexin. There are 4 divine monks in the martial arts world of Great Jing, and 3 of them are his disciples. Divine Monk Juexin is already more than 100 years old. In the chaotic times, he single-handedly blocked an army of 100,000 and saved a city of people. At that time, his name shook the martial arts world. He's already so powerful, but he still has to prepare for half a year. There must be a scheme. Zhang Chongsheng stretched and said, then I hope his schemes are more or less a threat. Wang Chen shook his head and laughed. He was full of confidence in Zhang Chongsheng. He felt that no one in the martial arts world could match him. Needless to say, Bai Qi was certain that Zhang Chongsheng was a true God realm expert. It had seen the strength of the martial arts world of Great Jing along the way and found that it was too weak. It came to White Dragon and lay down. It was not here to observe White Dragon, but to absorb the spiritual energy of the Earth Spirit Tree. Zhang Chongsheng did not stop it. Instead, he walked to its side and sat down to cultivate. Leaving Bai Qi alive was also because he wanted to see how demon beasts cultivated. It was always good to have more knowledge. In the 11th month, snow fell. King Wei attacked the Jin dynasty and continuously expanded the territory of Great Jing. The Crown Prince attacked Ancient Han, and the two princes displayed their strength. They kept fighting and winning. In just a few years, the Great Jing went from being on the verge of destroying to destroying other dynasties. They kept expanding their territory and celebrating. Under the suggestion of the prime ministers of the three provinces, the emperor sent diplomatic envoys to rebuild the trading line with the surrounding dynasties. With the power of the twin dragons, these dynasties could only grit their teeth and agree to unfair conditions. In the Jin dynasty, on a plain, there was a world of ice and snow. King Wei's army was stationed here. In the tent, Zhang Ziyu was warming himself in front of a fire. At 19 years old, he had completely lost his childishness and had a dignified expression. Especially the birthmark between his eyebrows, it had turned blood red, making him look even more oppressive. Su Tianji sat at the side and grinned. If this continues, can we reach the Jin dynasty's imperial city? The other soldiers also smiled. They had won every battle, causing them to be arrogant. The Four Seas sage shook his head and said, it's useless to attack the imperial city. My suggestion is to return to the imperial court. As soon as he said this, all the soldiers looked at him and frowned. Zhong Tianyu was deep in thought. The Four Seas sage took a sip of wine and said, Your Highness, even if you break through the Jin dynasty, this credit can only be given to the current emperor. It's meaningless for you to ascend to the throne because the crown prince's contributions are equally great. If you nurture two dragon sons, the emperor will become an emperor for thousands of years and his imperial might will be even stronger. With such power, he can decide who the crown prince is. Zhang Ziyu frowned. The Four Seas sage said, the best plan now is to return to the dynasty and prepare your troops. Let the crown prince fight Ancient Han and the Jin dynasty alone and exhaust his combat strength. When he is defeated, it will be the time for your highness to rise. The soldiers felt that it made sense. They had followed King Wei to sweep through the world and were already united. Naturally, they hoped for King Wei to ascend the throne. When King Wei ascended the throne, their future would be even brighter. Only through meritorious service could one have the chance to be conferred the title of king and become a minister. Everyone looked at Zhang Ziyu, waiting for King Wei to make a decision. Zhang Ziyu took a deep breath and the firelight shone on his face. His eyes were firm as he said, I want to fight for the throne, but I don't want to rely on such methods. I want to ascend the throne openly and establish merits that no one in the world dares to deny. I want Father to give up his position to me before the world submits. Fight. Fight until the Jin dynasty surrenders and until the other dynasties fears the might of our great Jing. Hearing this, everyone was moved and felt deep veneration for Zhang Ziyu. The sage Four Seas sage was stunned. He sighed and shook his head. Your Highness is really similar to the previous emperor, but you are even more open and above board than him. He did not know if it was a blessing or a curse to be so open and above board. Zhong Tianyu asked curiously, Senior, have you seen the late emperor? The others also looked at the Four Seas sage. The Four Seas sage stroked his beard and smiled. When the late emperor took that boat down to Jiangnan, I saw him on the riverbank and even waved at him. The late emperor also nodded at me. I could be considered to have a good relationship with him. Everyone rolled their eyes. This old fellow was always messing with them. Zhang Ziyu suddenly asked, the expert who appeared under the crown prince is called Yeju, right? Have you found out his identity? A general shook his head and said, we can't find him out his identity. It seems that there is no such person in the martial arts world of Great Jing. Zhong Tianyu said, maybe he's not from the martial arts world of Great Jing. King Qin nodded and said, it's obvious that there's a powerful martial arts force behind the emperor. Perhaps it's because of the emperor's instructions that Yeju supported the crown prince. Before he appeared, the crown prince could be said to have lost every battle and could not compare to you at all. Hearing this, Zhang Ziu's expression became complicated. The atmosphere in the tent became somber. In the 6th year of the Zhenyu era, the new spring had just passed, and there were more and more peddlers coming and going in the capital. There were successive reports on the front line, and it was obvious that Great Jing was about to return to its peak, causing the peddlers in aristocratic families everywhere to begin to become active. There was still a month before the challenge between divine monk Xuexin and Zhang Chongsheng. A battle report came from the front line, reporting that the emperor of the Jin dynasty had passed away, and the empress dowager had taken power. She then sent a request to surrender to Great Jing. The news spread throughout the capital. Everyone, from high-ranking officials to commoners, was excited. When the Jin dynasty attacked, they felt that the sky was about to collapse. It had only been a few years, but the Jin dynasty had actually surrendered. More details about this battle spread among the people. It was said that when King Wei was about to attack the Jin dynasty's imperial city, the emperor could not withstand the pressure and vomited out blood. The Jin dynasty was only half the size of Great Jing. Even so, it was unbelievable that King Wei only used a year to kill his way through the Jin dynasty. He was like a god of war. Although the emperor favored the crown prince, he had no choice but to reward him for such contributions. A few days later, the emperor announced to the world that he had conferred King Wei, Zhang Ziu, as the great general of the north. A great general was the highest status a general could obtain, and the prefix showed that he was different from the rest, enough to be recorded in history. Late at night, in the courtyard. Hearing Hua Jingxin's description, Zhang Chongsheng revealed a gratified expression. This kid had finally grown up. With such a battle record, he really had a chance of becoming the Li Shimin of the other world. However, Li Shimin's brother's achievements were far inferior to his. Although the current crown prince's achievements were inferior to Zhang Ziu's, his momentum was very fierce. It must be the Mahayana Dragon Tower supporting the crown prince. Although he has been conferred the title of Great General, it's not so easy for Ziu to ascend the throne, Hua Jingxin said worriedly. Zhang Ziu had many experts under him, which was why he had such achievements. Meanwhile, the crown prince also had an expert called Yeju by his side. This was enough to show how powerful Yeju was. Zhang Chongsheng said calmly, the battle for the throne is not between the crown prince and Ziu, but between the Mahayana Dragon Tower and I. Fortunately, the Mahayana Dragon Tower does not know that Ziu is my biological son and will not attack him. They will come to me immediately. When I deal with the Mahayana Dragon Tower, the battle for the throne will lose its suspense. In the past, he did not know how strong the Mahayana Dragon Tower was when he switched sides. Now, it was different. He openly supported Zhang Ziu and looked forward to the Mahayana Dragon Tower coming as soon as possible. Seeing Zhang Chongsheng so confident, Hua Jingxin's uneasy heart calmed down. It was not until dawn that Hua Jingxin quietly left. In March, a large number of martial artists gathered in the capital because a Grandmaster and the Daoist Master Zhang Chongsheng were about to fight to the death. This battle attracted the attention of various sects in the martial arts world. Huang Chuan had also returned. After returning to Longqi Temple and exchanging pleasantries with the disciples, he went to the courtyard to greet Zhang Chongsheng. Although he was a little surprised to see a wolf in the courtyard, he did not think too much about it. Master, my grandfather has been buried. In the future, I will stay in Longqi Temple and focus on cultivation to support you in your old age, Huang Chuan said seriously after kowtowing. For him, there were no more blood relatives in the world, only his master. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, I might live longer than you. Huang Chuan smiled and said, then I wish master a long life. No, a long life of 200 years. The higher the realm of a martial artist, the longer their lifespan would increase. However, in Great Jing, there had yet to be a 200-year-old expert. For example, the current grandmasters were all 100 years old. Knowing that their lives were over, they began the last battle of their lives. By the way, Master, I found out on the way that divine monk Xuexin has comprehended the Buddhist heart. Now, his strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary grandmaster. He can't be underestimated. Huang Chuan reminded with a solemn expression. He didn't mention how hard it was for him to go out for a few years, but he had indeed experienced many life and death situations. Now, he was a true heaven arrival realm expert. The higher he stood, the more he understood how terrifying martial arts were. In front of a true hidden master, the seemingly invincible heaven arrival realm expert was just an ordinary person. Surpassing a grandmaster? Didn't that mean that he had surpassed the divine realm and reached the true god realm? Zhang Chongsheng did not believe that there was a true god realm expert in the martial arts world of Great Jing, but he was looking forward to it. He had never fought with a true god realm expert before. Then, Huang Chuan went to catch up with Ling Xiao while Zhang Chongsheng continued to cultivate. Halt a month later, there were already more than 10,000 martial artists in the capital. All the inns and theaters were discussing this battle. Divine Monk Xuexin was a living legend. Immortal Master Chongsheng was a martial arts legend. The battle between an undying legend and a martial arts legend was too much of a gimmick. No matter who won, it was a rare battle. In a bedroom in the palace, Emperor Zhongyu was half naked as he soaked in the pool and enjoyed the full body massage of 6 palace maids. His arms leaned against the pool and he faced the sky with his eyes closed. The Fortune Buddha stood behind him and said, Divine Monk Xuexin has burned his lifespan with the supreme divine pill of the Mahayana Dragon Tower and has reached the legendary true god realm. In this battle, even if Immortal Master Chongsheng doesn't die, he will be severely injured. Divine Monk Xuexin asked me to tell His Majesty that the plan to restore Chu can't be delayed any longer. On the day of the decisive battle, please watch and see the demeanor of a true god. Emperor Zhongyu snorted. Is he threatening me? The Fortune Buddha said in a deep voice, this is not just his intention. Emperor Zhongyu was silent for a moment before he said, forget it. When the time comes, I will go and take a look. A true god realm expert? I didn't expect my great Jing to give birth to a true god realm expert. However, the irony is that although he is a person of great Jing, he favors Chu in his heart. The Fortune Buddha did not reply and turned to leave. His eyes were filled with hatred. Immortal Master Chongsheng, you are dead meat. The day of the battle had finally arrived. The area outside of the northern city gate was filled with people. Martial artists were stationed outside the city, and high-ranking officials and nobles had already set up banquets in various pavilions in the city, preparing to watch the decisive battle of the martial arts world. On the mountainside of Longqi Temple, nearly 300 disciples were also waiting. The emperor returned to his mansion and drank wine in the highest pavilion in the mansion, waiting for the arrival of the 2 peerless experts. The Fortune Buddha stood behind him with an impatient expression. Emperor Zhongyu suddenly put down his wine glass and said with a dark expression, they're here. What terrifying true chi! He realized that he had underestimated the true god realm. His heart sank when he thought of the words of Divine Monk Xuexin. A scarlet glow appeared in the sky outside the northern city gate, as if dusk had arrived. However, it was only noon, and there was a commotion outside the city. Huang Chuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed drastically. At the end of the horizon, a figure walked over. It was an old monk. He was as thin as a match and wore a kazaya. His beard and eyebrows were pale. He seemed to have his eyes closed as he walked over step by step. Golden Buddhist light emitted from behind him, and a Buddha statue could be vaguely seen. This scene was seen by the martial artists outside the city, and countless people were in an uproar. Stepping forward in the sky had already shocked ordinary people. The Buddhist light behind him made people feel that he was like a god. Chapter 52, Ghost Trembling, Welcome to God. Monk Xuexin became the only focus of the world. Under the gazes of countless people, he walked towards the northern city gate step by step in the sky. As he got closer and closer to the north gate, the high-ranking officials and nobles in the city also saw him. They were all shocked and stood up one after another, unable to maintain their composure. This was a world of martial arts, but their understanding of martial arts was still at the spiritual sense realm, which was the stage of a top expert. Thus, they had never seen a martial artist walk in the sky. Is he a true god realm expert? The Fortune Buddha stood behind Emperor Zhongyu and muttered to himself with a complicated expression. The level of the Mahayana Dragon Tower was awe-inspiring. Different statuses would know different things. The Fortune Buddha had only recently found out about the existence of the true god realm, but he did not know how powerful a true god realm expert was. Emperor Zhongyu was the same. The emperor looked at the monk in a daze. He suddenly felt that the insufferably arrogant immortal master Chongsheng might not win. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. Everyone who had witnessed Divine Monk Xuexin had such thoughts. After all, immortal master Chongsheng had never displayed the ability to walk in the air. Halfway up Longyi Mountain, Ling Xiao could not help but turn to look at Huang Chuan and ask, "Can Master defeat him? This is a life and death battle after all." Huang Chuan had roamed the martial arts world for many years and had seen many experts, but he had never seen such ability. He was not confident, but he was confident in Zhang Chongsheng. He said in a low voice, "Trust Master. Master is the strongest." Meng Chu's Huang, Qingku, Wan Li, Minjiu and the others frowned, but they did not question Zhang Chongsheng and only waited patiently. From Longyi Mountain, figures leaped up from the city and landed on the eaves. As far as the eye could see, there were figures on the eaves of the city. Warriors leaped up and ordinary people leaned on ladders, wanting to watch this peerless battle. Many of them from the white-robed guards, the Sky Marshal Supervisor, and the Imperial Guards also landed on the eaves to watch the battle. Hua Jiangxin was also there. She looked at the figure of Divine Monk Xuexin and subconsciously tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Just the appearance of Divine Monk Xuexin made people feel that he had already won. Under everyone's gaze, Divine Monk Xuexin landed on the city wall at the north gate. He stood upright and waited for Immortal Master Chongsheng to descend. On Longyi Mountain, in the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng stood up and stretched his muscles. Wang Chen ran back to the courtyard and said nervously, "Deist Master, that divine monk can actually fly. Don't be careless." Bai Qi snorted and said, "Don't think too much about it. Flying is the symbol of the divine realm." White Dragon raised its snake body and poked its head out of the branch of the Earth Spirit Tree, looking at the northern city gate from afar. Wang Chen had long heard Bai Qi speak human language, so he was not surprised. He only looked at Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Isn't it just flying? I know how to fly too. Have you forgotten how I transcended the tribulation? I'm usually just too lazy to fly." This was the truth. If he wrapped his body with spiritual energy, he could easily fly. However, he felt that it was not as handsome as flying on a sword. Wang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and did not remind him anymore. He turned around and left, preparing to watch the battle. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly unsheathed the Taihang sword at his waist. He jumped up and stepped on the sword with an imposing aura. Bai Qi jumped out of the courtyard and came to the edge of the cliff. It looked down at the northern city gate. After Divine Monk Xuexin arrived, most people's gazes landed on Longyi Mountain, looking forward to Immortal Master Changshen's appearance. Soon, they saw Zhang Chongsheng riding his sword down the mountain, causing many commoners, officials, and nobles to cheer. Naturally, they were more interested in Immortal Master Chongsheng. After all, he was from the capital. Seeing Zhang Chongsheng appear, the Fortune Buddha behind Emperor Zhang Yu sneered and said, "One is directly moving forward in the air, and the other still needs to step on a sword. The difference in realm is obvious at a glance." Emperor Zhang Yu did not reply. He felt the same. Zhang Chongsheng quickly flew to the top of the city wall and gently jumped down, landing steadily on the eaves of the city wall. The Taihang sword circled around and accurately flew into his scabbard. This method excited many martial artists. "I didn't expect there to be such a swordsman in the martial arts world. Immortal Master Chongsheng is not a swordsman. Today, I can finally experience the wondrous sex Dharma idol of the martial arts legend." Martial arts legends are indeed impressive, but they are still slightly inferior to grandmasters. The leader of the 5 grandmasters, Deist Tian Gang, died in the hero's tomb. If Divine Monk Xuexin can win, he will be the strongest grandmaster, a true martial arts legend. Outside the city, the rich and powerful characters in the martial arts world, the nobles of the aristocratic families, and the commoners were all discussing the outcome of the battle between the two peerless experts. Divine Monk Xuexin opened his eyes and his gaze landed on Zhang Chongsheng. He said, "Immortal Master Chongsheng is really young." Zhang Chongsheng chuckled and said, "I'm almost 50 years old. I'm not considered young." Divine Monk Xuexin was indifferent and said, "Today's battle is the last battle in my life. If I die, I will enter the hero's tomb and promote the reputation of Longyi Temple. If Immortal Master dies, I will not live for long and will follow you soon." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, "Divine Monk, look at what you're saying." Divine Monk Xuexin's eyes turned cold. He spoke again, but this time, he was mouthing the words. He explained his purpose for coming to restore Chu. And Zhang Changshen's existence became the greatest obstacle in restoring Chu. When Zhang Chongsheng saw this, he was not surprised. Instead, he said calmly, "Then attack. There are quite a number of people here. Don't let the spectators wait for too long. Then let me experience the power of today's martial arts legend. Divine Monk Xuexin said in a low voice. He pressed his palms together, and the Buddhist light behind him increased greatly. The indistinct Buddha statue also became larger, and true qi began to curl around his body. This true qi was actually blood-colored. Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows. He could tell at a glance that the other party was burning his qi and blood to forcefully increase his cultivation. If this continued, even if he won, he would not live past today. This old fellow was really going all out. Even if the opponent was at the true God realm, he did not intend to let his guard down. Instead, he wanted to burn his lifespan and unleash his strongest attack. The sky was like dusk. A strong wind blew between the heavens and the earth, wreaking havoc in the forest outside the city. It blew the robes of the guests on the eaves, and a huge pressure enveloped the entire city. Even the commoners could feel the pressure, and their chests felt uncomfortable. The world changed color. The rolling thunderclouds suddenly gathered and surged violently, ready to attack. Zhang Chongsheng did not attack. Instead, he stared curiously at Divine Monk Xuexin. Divine Monk Xuexin shouted angrily. The phantom-like Buddha statue behind him suddenly rose to a height of 1,000 feet. It was dazzling with golden light and had a burly figure with a divine aura. Its face was like an arhat that had subdued demons as it glared at Zhang Chongsheng. Everyone widened their eyes at this scene. Outside the city, an old beggar's entire body trembled as he muttered. He stepped on the air and focused his true qi. He has already surpassed the Grand Master realm and is no longer an ordinary person. All the martial artists were shocked and looked at Divine Monk Xuexin with fanaticism and reverence. The end path of martial arts could actually be so powerful. All of their hearts were burning with flames. At this moment, the 1,000-foot-tall Arhat Golden Buddha suddenly shrank and entered the body of Divine Monk Xuexin. The thin and old body of Divine Monk Xuexin suddenly became strong. His muscles propped up his kazaya, and his body turned golden. In an instant, he was nearly 3 meters tall and had a domineering posture. He slowly raised his arms and 2 golden Buddhist arms condensed on his back. They were abnormally dazzling, as if Buddhist light shone behind him. At this moment, the image of Divine Monk Xuexin completely exceeded that of a mortal. The Emperor, Zhang Yu, stood up and widened his eyes. On the cliff, Bai Qi was speechless as it watched. It sighed and said, "This great Jing is not simple. That true God realm expert is too strong." That terrifying pressure reminded it of the true God realm expert of the Donglan dynasty. He was not weak at all. This realm is above the Grand Master realm and the true God realm. That poor monk used his flesh and blood to open the true God realm in the 13 prefectures in the world. All the martial artists in the world should think of reaching this realm. This is the true God realm, a realm that you juniors have to pursue for the rest of your lives. Divine Monk Xuexin's voice resounded through the sky. Everyone in and outside the city could hear it, as if the thunder god was roaring. It was shocking. Divine Monk Xuexin raised his right arm and pulled back the golden arm behind him, making a gesture as if he was about to swing his palm. With a horse stance, the aura of a true God realm expert reached its limit. He stared coldly at Zhang Chongsheng and said, "Immortal Master, why aren't you circulating your energy?" Zhang Chongsheng clipped the Kailan horsetail whisk to his waist and pulled out the Taihang sword again. He smiled and said, "Then I'll use the ultimate technique of Lonqi Temple, the taking sword technique, to fight a true God realm expert. Why don't you use the wondrous sex Dharma idol? We should let the world see the sword technique of Lonqi Temple." Zhang Chongsheng smiled casually and raised his sword to point at Divine Monk Xuexin. Divine Monk Xuexin laughed loudly and his expression turned sinister. His blood qi had already burned to its limit and he could not wait any longer. Under everyone's nervous expressions, Divine Monk Xuexin roared angrily and swung his right palm with great force. The golden arm on his back did the same. As soon as he struck out with his palms, thunder exploded and a white stream descended at the same time, causing the world to lose its color. Buddha shakes the mountains and rivers. Rumble. The city wall under their feet instantly turned into dust and exploded. The world-destroying palm wind blew countless people to the ground. Zhang Chongsheng faced the vast power of a true God realm expert and suddenly loosened his right hand. He pushed his palm forward and the Taihang sword turned into a sword light that shot out. Whoosh! The world was illuminated by this sword light, and the lightning stopped abruptly. Everyone was shaken until they subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the palm wind on the city wall was dispersed. The sky was centered in the direction of Zhang Changshen's sword, and the sea of clouds split apart. It was endless, as if the sky had been split into two. It was extremely shocking. Divine Monk Xuexin maintained his posture of waving his palm and stood still in midair. A sword pierced through his chest and embedded itself in his golden body. His entire body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at Zhang Chongsheng and the golden color on his body slowly faded. He asked in a trembling voice, "The taking sword technique. Where did it come from?" Zhang Chongsheng clenched his right hand slightly. With a puff, the Taihang sword left the body of Divine Monk Xuexin. Blood splattered into the sky, and the hilt flew into Zhang Changshen's palm. "It was created by me. Although you are a true God realm expert, my taking sword technique specializes in killing gods." Zhang Changshen's voice was abnormally indifferent. He gently shook his sword and used his spiritual energy to disperse the blood on the blade before sheathing it. Divine Monk Xuexin's eyes lost their luster, and his body quickly shriveled, turning into his old and weak figure. Immediately after, he fell from the sky. Zhang Chongsheng raised his hand and beckoned, sucking the corpse of Divine Monk Xuexin over. He took the opportunity to grab Divine Monk Xuexin's belt and carried his corpse to Longqi Mountain. The world was silent. Everyone was still in a daze. They only woke up when they saw Zhang Chongsheng flying towards Longqi Temple with the corpse of Divine Monk Xuexin. Heavens! Divine Monk Xuexin has actually been defeated. How is that possible? He lost just like that. How could such a terrifying palm be broken by a sword? Even though we were far away just now, I felt like I was suffocating. What sword technique is that? Did the people in front hear it clearly? It's the taking sword technique. Immortal Master said that this sword specializes in slaying gods. Hiss! The martial arts legend is really invincible. Outside the city, a large number of martial arts practitioners knelt down. Some were so frightened that their legs went limp, and some were so shocked that they could not help but want to kowtow. As more and more martial artists knelt, their momentum spread, and it was unstoppable. All the martial arts practitioners knelt down and worshipped the direction of Longqi Temple. The northern city gate had already turned into ruins. When most people in the city saw this scene, they were also shocked. A scholar stood in the attic with a dull gaze. He swallowed his saliva and lamented, "The taking sword killed gods with a single strike, and ghosts shook the heavens." All the martial artists in the world kowtowed and welcomed the arrival of God. The pinnacle of martial arts in the world. Huang Chuan's excited voice sounded from Longqi Mountain. "Sent Divine Monk Xuexin to the hero's tomb." The voice reverberated for a long time, making everyone feel the heroism of a martial arts legend. Chapter 53, Heavenly Duke Gushan's Great Feather Robe, Battle for the Crown Prince. In the 6th year of the Zhenyu era, Grand Master Divine Monk Xuexin consumed a divine pill and burned his blood and lifespan to forcefully reach the true God realm. He fought to the death with you and you successfully survived his challenge. You survived a calamity and obtained a survival reward. Treasure, Great Feathered Robe. As soon as Zhang Chongsheng sat down in his room, a line of words appeared in front of him. It was another treasure. As expected, after all it came from a true God realm expert. Zhang Chongsheng sighed inwardly. He hoped that there would be more true God realm expert in the world. He immediately took out the great feathered robe, and a white robe that was suffused with green light appeared in his hand. There were feather patterns on the robe, and the green light was like a layer of gauze draped over the robe, making it look very imposing. Zhang Chongsheng immediately changed into it, and his aura suddenly changed. He then also inherited the memories of this treasure. The great feather robe was made from the feathers of a certain divine beast and the green light of the sun rising from the horizon. It had 12 layers of restrictions and had extremely strong defense. After injecting spiritual energy, its defense would increase greatly. Not bad, not bad. A life-saving treasure. There was the golden scale jade leaf for attack and the great feathered robe for defense. It could be said that both his offensive means and defensive means were without any weakness. Zhang Chongsheng sized up his new clothes happily. At the same time, the entire city was still discussing the peerless battle just now. The words "True God" spread throughout the city. From now on, the martial artists of the 13 prefectures would recognize a brand new realm, a realm that would make the martial arts world go crazy. Within the estate. Ping! Emperor Zhongyu smashed a porcelain bottle on the ground, his face filled with anger. He glared at the Fortune Buddha and roared in a low voice, "How can we fight? Immortal Master Chongsheng can even kill a true God realm expert with a single strike. What can I use to fight him? Not to mention absorbing his power, even restoring Chu is an extravagant hope. He has already openly supported King Wei. I can't do anything to him. Don't force me anymore. If the Dragon Tower is so capable, come and subdue him first before we talk about restoring Chu. The Fortune Buddha's expression was ugly. He hated Zhang Chongsheng not only for the sake of his mission to restore Chu, but also for the sake of avenging his brother. However, today's battle terrified him. He had never seen such powerful true qi in his life, but in the end, Emperor Zhang Yu sat down and tried his best to calm down. Go back and tell the Dragon Tower about my attitude. In fact, he was not filled with anticipation when it came to restoring Chu. The reason why he was willing to restore Chu was firstly because the Mahayana Dragon Tower forced him to do so, and secondly, he had to restore Chu because he needed the help of the 5 Grand Masters and the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Now that the situation had collapsed, his thoughts of restoring Chu had faded. He also knew that once Chu was restored, he would be free for a lifetime at most, but he would leave behind an eternal infamy. Although he favored the Crown Prince, he cared more about himself. At most, he would let King Wei ascend the throne. In any case, he was his son, so it was not embarrassing. The Fortune Buddha snorted and left with a flick of his sleeve. Emperor Zhang Yu continued to recall what he had seen and heard before. As a martial arts practitioner, he had ambitions for the true God realm and yearned for immortal Master Changshen's cultivation. Perhaps I should increase my strength. Emperor Zhang Yu's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. On the other side, after Longqi Temple disciples buried divine monk Xuexin, the disciples began to discuss the previous battle excitedly. The young disciples even began to do a play about the battle between Zhang Chongsheng and divine monk Xuexin. The entire Daoist temple seemed to be celebrating the new year. Bai Qi was also very excited. It chased after Wang Chen and asked non-stop. He wanted to know how long Elder Zhang had lived and who its master was. In fact, Wang Chen did not know much, but he still did not tell it what he knew. He was very wary of Bai Qi, which made Bai Qi grit its teeth. That night, when Zhang Chongsheng came out of the house, his robe stunned Wang Chen, Bai Qi and Huang Chuan. Master, what kind of robe is this? This is too. Huang Chuan widened his eyes and asked excitedly. He could not describe it with words. If modern people were here, the robe could be described as having special effects. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, this magic robe I refined myself is not bad, right? However, the materials for this robe can only be made into one piece, so I can't refine it for you. Refining? Huang Chuan, Wang Chen and Bai Qi did not understand, but they were shocked. They only had one feeling. Zhang Chongsheng, who had changed into the great feathered robe, was really like an immortal. In the following period of time, Longqi Temple was filled with devotees. For a while, he earned a lot of incense money, far more than before. With this stream of devotees, Zhang Changshen's incense value increased, making him happy every day. Even so, Zhang Chongsheng refused to see any devotees. Fortunately, Huang Chuan was a heaven arrival realm expert and was enough to help Meng Chu's Huang and the others deal with everything. That month, the martial arts world in Great Jing was shaken. Every corner of the 13 prefectures was talking about the battle between divine monk Xuexin and immortal master Changsheng. Immortal master Changshen's reputation had reached its peak. In the past, the title martial arts legend was just an empty title. Now, he was a true legend in the hearts of martial arts practitioners. In May, the emperor summoned King Wei back. Great news also came from the battlefield of Ancient Han. Ancient Han had also surrendered. If they did not surrender, they would be exterminated and thus have no choice but to submit. The people of Great Jing hated Ancient Han to the core, and so did the emperor. The emperor almost caused the empire to collapse because of Ancient Han, and he immediately sent a large number of envoys to Ancient Han to help the Crown Prince's army enslave them. In order to prevent them from holding on, he could only stop the war. However, even if he stopped the war, the emperor would make the Ancient Han people live worse than pigs and dogs. The Crown Prince also began his return journey that month. The empire was stable, but the influential people in the capital knew that a new storm was about to arrive, and that was the battle for the Crown Prince. For a time, the civil and military officials in the court secretly moved around. The Yang family and the Chen family were also trying to rope in people wantonly. For this, immortal master Changsheng was their best bargaining chip. In the past, the civil and military officials thought that no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would not be able to shake the foundation of the country. However, after witnessing that peerless battle with their own eyes, they were shaken. They felt that immortal Master Chongsheng really had the ability to fight against an army of 10,000. In addition, King Wei's troops were strong and he had many experts under him. He might really be able to defeat the crown prince. Late at night, Hua Jiangxin came to Zhang Changshen's room and reported the emperor's recent situation. Recently, the white-robed guards have been arresting martial artists wantonly. The emperor often enters the heaven prison. And every time he leaves, a group of experts will suddenly die. There must be a conspiracy, Hua Jiangxin said worriedly. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, the emperor is proficient in a unique technique that absorbs people's power. You should be careful for next period of time and remember to bring the talisman I gave you. Hua Jiangxin was moved and asked in shock, there's such an evil martial art in the world. Of course. Then why aren't you taking action? Now that the crown has almost been determined, if we kill him, Ziyu can smoothly control the government. There's no hurry. You can view it as if I'm raising leaks. Leaks. Ziyu is coming back. Get ready to take over the white-robed guards. The battle for the throne is about to begin. Let's see if the Mahayana Dragon Tower dares to attack. If they don't, then I don't want to wait anymore. If Ziyu wants to ascend the throne, he can do so at any time. All right, I understand. Hua Jiangxin replied. Although she did not understand Zhang Changshen's intention of letting the emperor absorb other people's power, she still chose to believe Zhang Chongsheng. She did not know that Zhang Chongsheng would regularly leave his body to visit the emperor in his soul form. The reason he was doing this because he wanted to wait until the emperor was strong enough before exchanging him for more valuable survival rewards. From the looks of it, it was almost impossible for Emperor Zhang Yu to surpass the true God realm. Although that mysterious cultivation technique looked powerful, the price one had to pay to use it was also very high. If one's true chi was chaotic, it would injure their 8 extraordinary meridians and consume their lifespan. If there was no price, the Mahayana Dragon Tower would have long relied on this ultimate technique to nurture a large number of true God realm expert. July. Something big happened at Longqi Temple. Meng Chu's Huang abdicated and was conferred the title of teacher of disciples by Zhang Chongsheng. Since then, Wan Li became the new eldest disciple and controlled the affairs of the temple. On this day, Meng Chu's Huang brought a young girl to Zhang Chongsheng. Huang Chuan also followed. Daoist Master, this girl's name is Lu Huiyan. Her mother recently died of illness and sent her to the Daoist temple when she was alive. I think her potential is extraordinary. If she is nurtured well, she will definitely become another heaven arrival realm expert for Longqi Temple. Meng Chu's Huang smiled and said. The current Longqi Temple far exceeded the past. There were Zhang Chongsheng as a martial arts legend, Huang Chuan as a flag, and hundreds of disciples representing the future. Zhang Chongsheng looked at Lu Huiyan. Lu Huiyan looked to be 12 to 13 years old and was extremely nervous, not daring to look up at him. He had seen her before, as well as his mother. Previously, this pair of mother and daughter had secretly come to see him before, which had left an impression on him. Lu Huiyan. Zhang Chongsheng immediately flipped through the list of life trajectories. In the 17th year of the Jing dynasty, a woman from the martial arts world, Lu Luyan, came to spar with you because of hatred. You crushed her thoughts and passed through a karma. So it was her daughter. When Zhang Chongsheng thought of Lu Luyan, he felt that the woman's thoughts were abnormal. However, she was no longer around, so he let bygones be bygones. He carefully sized up Lu Huiyan and realized that this woman's physique was special. Her meridians were extremely cold, but she was definitely a martial arts genius. Just like Huang Chuan, her pores could spontaneously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it was very weak, after accumulating over time, she would definitely have a lot more true chi than ordinary people who also cultivated. Huang Chuan said, Master, she is indeed talented. Furthermore, the Daoist temple lacks a female disciple with outstanding martial arts. It's fine for me to teach male disciples, but sometimes, it's inconvenient for me to face female disciples. Meng Chu's Huang and Minjiahu's aptitudes were average. Their martial arts realm had reached the limit and they could not become true experts. Zhang Chongsheng thought for a moment and said, forget about taking in a disciple. In the future, you can come to my courtyard every morning, and I'll teach you how to cultivate. Meng Chu's Huang was overjoyed and hurriedly asked Lu Huiyan to kowtow and thank him. Lu Huiyan knelt down excitedly and chatted for a while before leaving with Meng Chu's Huang. Zhang Chongsheng looked in the direction they left and sighed. The Daoist temple is getting more and more lively. Chuaner, when you have time, bring your disciples to explore the mountains and expand the Daoist temple. Although Longqi Mountain was not big, most of it was still a forest. Wild grass was everywhere, so there was a lot of development space. Huang Chuan smiled and nodded. He gradually took on many responsibilities of Longqi Temple, and he was also enjoying it. Several days later, when King Wei returned to the capital, he immediately came to visit Zhang Chongsheng. Su Tianji, Ping'an, Zhang Yu and Zhong Tianyu followed. As for the Four Seas sage, he did not dare to come, but Zhang Chongsheng had already sensed his aura wandering at the foot of the mountain. Ping'an, come here and let me take a good look. Zhang Chongsheng waved his hand and smiled. Ping'an had already changed drastically. His body was like a ferocious beast, and there was killing intent between his brows. He was intimidating and had many scars on his body. As soon as Ping'an arrived in front of Zhang Chongsheng, he began to smile foolishly. He squatted beside Zhang Chongsheng and leaned on his shoulder like a child. As Zhang Chongsheng checked his muscles and bones, he looked at Zhang Ziyu and praised, "Ziyu has also transformed. I'm very gratified." When Zhang Ziyu heard this, he could not hold it in any more. His eyes turned red, but he still smiled proudly and said, "Master, I didn't embarrass you, right? We beat the Jin dynasty into submission." He began to brag about his experiences over the years. Zhang Chongsheng listened seriously with a smile. Zhong Tianyu looked at Bai Qi under the earth spirit tree and muttered to Su Tianji, "Why is there another demon wolf?" They were in the divine realm and naturally could sense the demonic aura on Bai Qi body. Su Tianji said nonchalantly, "He has already raised a snake. What's wrong with raising another wolf?" After saying that, he walked over to play with White Dragon. In response, White Dragon moved its huge body and came over to interact with him. Chapter 54, Dragon Son Eats True Dragon, Destiny Reincarnation, 1. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng and Zhang Ziyu sat opposite each other. Wang Chen poured tea for them while the others rested in the courtyard and did not disturb their conversation. Zhang Ziyu was still a little uneasy facing Zhang Chongsheng alone. On the way here, he had also heard of the peerless battle between Zhang Chongsheng and divine monk Xuexin. After fighting for so many years, he knew how powerful high-level martial artists were. A grandmaster expert was enough to resist thousands of troops. How powerful was a true God realm expert? Zhang Chongsheng drank a cup of tea and asked, "Ziyu, what do you plan to do next?" Zhang Ziyu said, "Let's rest for a while. The soldiers are tired from fighting all year round. I'm asking about your pursuits. First, it is to rope in civil and military officials and accumulate strength. My battle with the Crown Prince is inevitable." Zhang Ziyu frowned. He was a little puzzled. Why was his master so concerned about him fighting for the throne? When he thought of Qin Qin's encounter, he felt that Zhang Changshen's support for him was a little too much. Just because he was his master, he wanted to help him ascend the throne? What did he want? Zhang Chongsheng said, "If you want to ascend the throne, I will do my best to help you. Just tell me." Zhang Ziyu nodded and said, "Thank you, master. I want to stop for the time being." With that said, Zhang Chongsheng did not say anything else. In any case, Zhang Ziyu was still young, while he had an unlimited lifespan. There was no hurry. Zhang Ziyu began to talk about the scenery at the border and the Jin dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng listened with relish. He was about to turn 50 years old, but he had never been to a second city other than the capital. When he heard Zhang Ziyu talk about those beautiful sceneries, he felt a trace of anticipation. One day, he would definitely go and see the world. Before leaving, Zhang Chongsheng gave Zhang Ziyu 3 talismans and asked him to always carry them with him. Less than half a month after King Wei returned, the Crown Prince also returned. Immediately, the capital became jittery, and merchants, martial artists, and commoners in inns did not dare to openly discuss it. Zhang Chongsheng also noticed Yeju's aura. It was very strong, but it was inferior to divine monk Xuexin. He had heard from Zhang Ziyu and the others that the reason why the Crown Prince could turn the situation around was because of Yeju. It was said that Yeju had a group of experts under him, and the weakest of them had reached the spiritual sense realm. On the battlefield, he was like a nightmare that terrified the enemy. Unsurprisingly, Yeju stayed in the Crown Prince's residence and did not infiltrate Longqi Temple. He was very obedient. Zhang Chongsheng also had no intention of dealing with him at the moment. He would wait for the Mahayana Dragon Tower to attack together. At noon that day, in the imperial study in the palace. "Father, are you going back on your word?" Crown Prince Zhang Zihan asked in a low voice. Emperor Zhang Yu was holding the memorial when he said casually, "I'm still young and strong. Although I appointed you as the Crown Prince previously, I can't let you live in the East Palace. You've grown up and should be more sensible. Just be the Crown Prince. When I can't take it anymore, I'll give up my position to you sooner or later." Zhang Zihan was so angry that he laughed out of anger. He had already moved into the East Palace before the expedition, but when he returned, he was chased back to the Crown Prince's residence. How could he be convinced? He gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I have made a great contribution and defeated ancient Han." Emperor Zhang Yu replied casually, "But you're still slower than Ziyu, aren't you?" Zhang Zihan was silent. Emperor Zhang Yu put down the memorial and pinched the space between his eyebrows. "I'm tired. You can leave." Zhang Zihan took a deep breath and cupped his hands. When he turned around, his expression became ferocious. He understood that the emperor's heart was already biased towards Zhang Ziyu. No matter what the reason was, it was extremely disadvantageous for him. Ever since he was young, he and Zhang Ziyu had never gotten along. Now that Liang Zivu was still competing with him for the throne, the anger in his heart turned into torrential hatred. "In that case, let's fight." In the 7th year of the Zhenyu era, Zhang Chongsheng turned 50 years old. The Jing dynasty completely stopped fighting and the 100 reforms were revived. The citizens of the 13 prefectures were all busy and happy with the harvest. Now, both King Wei and the Crown Prince could go to court. The scene of the two factions fighting openly and secretly often appeared in the court, while the emperor sat on the dragon throne with an indifferent attitude. The emperor did not care about the people's livelihood plan at all and handed it over to the prime ministers of the 3 provinces. Among the prime ministers of the 3 provinces, there were people from the factions of the Crown Prince and King Wei, causing many decisions to be made very slowly. In the Crown Prince's residence, Zhang Zihan kicked a maidservant to the ground and vented his anger with a few more kicks. Only when the maidservant fainted did he give up. The servants hurriedly dragged the maidservant away. "You bully me too much. You bully me too much." Zhang Zihan placed his hands on his hips and his chest rose and fell. His eyes were filled with anger, causing the servants to be silent. At this moment, Yeju walked into the hall and waved his hand to signal the servants to leave. When only the 2 of them were left in the hall, Zhang Zihan turned to look at Yeju and asked impatiently, "When will the Mahayana Dragon Tower come? If they don't come, Zhang Ziyu will snatch my position as the Crown Prince. At that time, you can forget about restoring Chu." Yeju smiled and said, "Soon. The Tower Lord has come out of seclusion and is preparing." When Zhang Zihan heard this, he looked happy and asked, "Are we going all out?" King Wei's master is an existence that can easily defeat even a true God realm expert. Yeju said, "Of course. What do you think the Mahayana Dragon Tower is preparing? There are far more than one expert like Divine Monk Chuexin. This time, we must destroy Longqi Temple and kill King Wei so that the Emperor will give up his position to you." Zhang Zihan was immediately excited. He clapped his hands and cheered loudly. Yeju looked at him and sighed in his heart. What a waste! However, there was no choice. The Mahayana Dragon Tower had no choice. King Wei followed Immortal Master Chongsheng to practice martial arts, and the other princes did not inherit the true dragon chi. Yeju secretly decided that when Zhang Zihan ascended to the throne, he would definitely choose a genius from his children. Not only would he practice martial arts, but he would also nurture his other abilities. Chapter 55, Dragon Son Eats True Dragon, Destiny Reincarnation, 2. Although he supported Zhang Zihan, he had already expected that Zhang Zihan would be a fatuous ruler. Zhang Zihan suddenly thought of something and frowned. Father's strength has been increasing. With the heaven prison around, I'm worried that he will become a true God realm expert sooner or later. At that time, it will be difficult to make him abdicate. Yeju smiled and said, "Then let's absorb his strength." "How about that?" Zhang Zihan's expression changed drastically and he said, "That's not good, right? Although he has mistreated me, he is still my father." Yeju's expression did not change as he said, "Back then, the late emperor's true chi was absorbed by him, and it also was forcefully absorbed. The late emperor was helpless and could only pretend that he had given it to the current emperor. If he did it, why can't you? Moreover, after absorbing his true qi, he won't die. He will only become an ordinary person and become powerless. Only then can he give up his position earlier. When you ascend the throne, I guarantee that he will enjoy the pleasures of the old emperor. Zhang Zihun's expression changed and his eyes flickered. He was tempted. He did not want to bicker with King Wei's officials every day. He did not want to hear others say that he was an illegitimate son and should not be the crown prince, let alone hear others think that he was inferior to King Wei. Yeju took a step forward and said in a low voice, after absorbing the emperor's power, you might be able to break through to the true God realm. Since ancient times, there has never been an emperor who was in the true God realm. You will establish a foundation for 1,000 generations. As long as your achievements are great enough, the world will forget your methods. Moreover, you can make this matter unknown to history. Chu Jiaozu killed his master and seized power to obtain the empire. However, how many people still miss the Chu dynasty? Zhang Zihun took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. All right, then you have to help me. I'm not father's match. Yeju smiled and said, of course there's no problem. Your father has never been my match since he was young. It's easy to subdue him. On a summer night, Zhang Chongsheng meditated under a tree. White dragon coiled around him, its huge snake head leaning on his thigh as it slept quietly. Bai Qi lay not far away, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly opened his eyes. Bai Qi also opened its eyes and they looked in the same direction. Imperial Palace. Zhang Chongsheng was a little surprised. He could sense that Yeju and the emperor were fighting. What was going on? Why were they fighting among themselves? Zhang Chongsheng immediately left his body and went to watch the show. His soul quickly streaked across the night sky. He arrived in front of the imperial study of the palace. Yeju and Emperor Zhongyu were fighting fiercely. Figures stood on the eaves in all directions. They each cast their spells, and their true qi transformed into a huge curtain that connected the front and back. Their method actually isolated the sound and contained the destruction of the true qi inside. Is this an array? Zhang Chongsheng was amused. An array could actually be made martial artists. It seemed that the development of martial arts had exceeded his imagination and was not just a simple increase in realm. Emperor Zhongyu was clearly not Yeju's match and was completely suppressed. The true dragon qi on his body could also be seen dissipating from time to time. Zhang Chongsheng could tell at a glance that Emperor Zhongyu had been poisoned. The chaotic true qi in his body was messing up his meridians, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The array blocked out sound, but it could not block Zhang Changshen's hearing. Junior brother, don't force yourself. Otherwise, you will die. We are just taking your strength. Yeju smiled disdainfully. His palms were like the wind and landed on Zhongyu like a storm, causing Zhongyu's dragon crown to fall. His hair was disheveled and he was in an abnormally sorry state. Zhongyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still stabilized himself and continued to fight. Yeju suddenly used a strange footwork. After images appeared one after another, as if dozens of clones had surrounded Emperor Zhongyu. Soon, Zhongyu was beaten until he trembled like a sandbag and kept vomiting blood. Yeju appeared on Emperor Zhongyu's body. He grabbed his shoulder with his left hand and grabbed the top of the latter's head with his right hand. Crown Prince, come quickly. Yeju restrained Emperor Zhongyu and shouted in a deep voice. Zhang Zihun immediately ran over and stopped in front of Zhongyu. He raised his hand and patted Zhongyu's forehead, beginning to absorb his strength. Zhongyu looked up with bloodshot eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, unfilial son. Do you know what you're doing? Zhang Zihun's expression was crazy as he said fiercely, Father, I can't wait any longer. Give up your position to me as soon as possible. I will let you die a good death. Don't blame me. Didn't you attack grandfather like this back then? Surging true qi surged out of Zhongyu's body and entered Zhang Zihun's body. Zhang Zihun's entire body trembled as he gritted his teeth and endured this huge power. Zhongyu's eyes changed from anger and disbelief to sadness. Zhang Zihun's last sentence deeply hurt him. He could not help but think of what his father was thinking when he was in the same situation as him. Even until his father's death, he did not care about his father and actually chatted with him. At this moment, Zhongyu felt relieved. After being an emperor for so many years, he actually understood that he was not cut out to be an emperor. However, when he thought about how Zhang Zihun was going to recover the Chu dynasty after he ascended the throne and how the future generations would laugh at the Zhang family, he felt very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had always been a chess piece in his life and never knew what he wanted. Zhang Chongsheng looked down at the scene of a loving father and filial son. He did not attack and watched them fight. Time passed. About 3 minutes passed. A shout suddenly sounded. Zhang Zihan, how dare you! This voice was filled with anger. It was Zhang Ziyu. He had brought Zhong Tianyu, Su Tianji and the Four Seas sage over from the eaves. Yeju retracted his hand, and Emperor Zhang Yu knelt in front of Zhang Zihan. Crown Prince, continue absorbing. I'll block them. After saying this, Yeju leaped out of the array formation. Facing the 4 attackers, he slapped out with his palms. And his surging true AI transformed into a dragon that howled as it charged towards Zhang Ziyu and the others. A dragon roar resounded through the night sky and could be heard by the entire city. Zhang Ziyu and the other 3 waved their palms in unison, but they were still sent flying by the dragon-shaped true qi. Along the way, several palaces turned into ruins, and dust filled the sky. Zhong Tianyu landed on the roof and stabilized his body. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, this person is very strong. The 4 of us are definitely not his match. Yeju smiled disdainfully and said, That's right. Although we are both in the divine realm, my martial arts foundation is not something you can compare. 2. He looked at Zhang Ziyu and said, King Wei, your father has never liked you. He even hates you. He also hates your mother. Your mother could have lived, but he deliberately let her illness pass until she died. His goal all along was to support the crown prince's mother. Do you understand now? It was your father who killed your mother. When you were born, your father did not even visit you. Instead, he let my 2 subordinates guard you. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyu's expression turned extremely ugly. Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows. From the looks of it, the consort was poisoned by Zhang Yu back then. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. This fellow was really vicious. If Zhang Chongsheng had not chosen Ping'an, he would have died prematurely and died with his mother. Yeju smiled and said, For the sake of immortal master Chongsheng, King Wei, please leave. In other words, if not for the fact that the king of Wei had the support of immortal master Chongsheng, Yeju would have killed them tonight. Chapter 56, You are the son of heaven determined by the heavens, and I am the heavens. In the face of Yeju's psychological schemes and threats, Zhang Ziyu's expression darkened to the extreme. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, Even if what you say is true, it's a grudge between him and I. I can't allow outsiders like you to criticize me. Tonight, with me around, no one can harm the emperor. He no longer called Zhang Yu father, but emperor. Yeju's expression darkened as he said coldly, King Wei, don't overestimate yourself. Su Tianji, Zhong Tianyu and the Four Seas sage smiled bitterly when they heard Zhang Ziyu's words. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they stepped forward. Su Tianji shouted, Immortal Master, if you don't make a move, your precious disciple will die. As soon as these words were spoken, Yeju's expression changed slightly. Zhang Zihan, who was absorbing the emperor's true qi, was also frightened. Immortal Master Chongsheng was nearby. Su Tianji did not see Zhang Changshen's soul leave his body. He only felt that the commotion in the capital would definitely not escape Zhang Changshen's eyes. In the sky, Zhang Chongsheng shook his head slightly. This kid. He was very satisfied with Zhang Ziyu's attitude. At least he was not a coward. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and flew back to his body. His soul flew extremely quickly and returned to his body in less than 5 breaths. Zhang Chongsheng opened his eyes and stood up, startling the sleeping white dragon. At this moment, Bai Qi came over and asked excitedly, Are you going to join in the fun? Bring me along. It had not exercised for too long and had long felt stifled. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at it and said, You're in charge of guarding the mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and stepped on his sword. The sounds in the palace alarmed many people, but the palace guards had received a secret order from the crown prince that no one was allowed to enter the palace tonight. Yeju watched as Zhang Ziyu and the others approached step by step. His expression was incomparably ugly as he fell into a dilemma. He did not take Zhang Chongsheng seriously in front of Zhang Zihan, but that was just a facade he built. When he really faced Zhang Chongsheng, he panicked. He knew that if he attacked King Wei, Zhang Chongsheng would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Damn it, shouldn't this fellow let the emperor be harmed? Only then will he have a legitimate reason to cause trouble. Yeju could not understand Zhang Ziyu and felt that he was extremely stupid. The emperor's fall was a good thing for Zhang Zihan and Zhang Ziyu. As for the throne, it would depend on whose backer was stronger. Now that Zhang Ziyu was making things difficult for him, he was in a difficult position. At that very moment, Zhang Zihan retracted his hand and said, "I'm done." Yeju heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Zhang Ziyu. "King Wei is really domineering. Then I won't kill the emperor tonight. Let's go." "Who gave you permission to leave?" A voice reverberated in the palace courtyard that had turned into ruins. Yeju's expression changed drastically. He looked up and saw Zhang Chongsheng standing on the Taihang sword with his back facing the moon, looking down at him. Zhang Zihan was also shocked. Although the Mahayana Dragon Tower might still have a future when facing Zhang Chongsheng, they were currently not Immortal Master Changshen's match. Zhang Chongsheng stared at Yeju and said, "The Mahayana Dragon Tower is really too slow. I'm already impatient from waiting. I'll kill you tonight and declare war on the Mahayana Dragon Tower." Yeju was extremely flustered, but he still said in a deep voice, "Immortal Master Chongsheng, why do you have to go against the Mahayana Dragon Tower?" He really could not figure it out. He did not even know Zhang Changshen's background. How did this person rise? Zhang Chongsheng said indifferently, "The Mahayana Dragon Tower wants to restore Chu. As a person of great Jing, how can we sit back and do nothing? All of you, attack together. There might be a chance of survival if you work together. If not, none of you can leave tonight." In order to prevent Zhang Ziyu from being cursed just like Li Shimin, he decided to personally help Zhang Ziyu eliminate the enemy and avoid him being cursed by history books. Yeju and Zhang Zihan were shocked. Zhang Zihan hurriedly came to Yeju's side and waited solemnly. Immortal Master Chongsheng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. At this point, they knew that they could not escape. Zhang Ziyu looked up at Zhang Chongsheng and said, "Master, let the Crown Prince live." Zhang Chongsheng did not look at him. Instead, he asked, "Didn't you want to be Li Shimin? Why are you so indecisive now?" Zhang Ziyu was silent. When he was young, he did not understand relationships. Only when he grew up did he understand how difficult it was to sever kinship. Yeju shouted in a deep voice, "Crown Prince, let's attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped out with his palm, and the dragon-shaped Tru Chi attacked with unstoppable force. In response, Zhang Zihan immediately waved his palm. His dragon-shaped Tru Chi was not at all inferior to Yeju, but the shape of his Tru Chi fluctuated violently and could dissipate at any time. Facing the two dragon-shaped Tru Chi, Zhang Chongsheng waved the Kailan. Horsetail whisk and easily dispersed them, making Yeju's heart beat wildly. Zhang Chongsheng landed on the ground and the Taihang sword landed in his palm. In that case, there should be a survival reward, right? As Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself, Yeju quickly attacked and executed that mysterious and unpredictable footwork. Facing Yeju's afterimages in all directions, Zhang Chongsheng swung his sword and slashed casually. Sword chi erupted like a mountain flood, scattering all the afterimages. Yeju's main body was also struck by a sword chi, and blood spurted from his entire body. He flew out and fell in a sorry state in the ruins. Watching this scene, everyone's eyelids twitched. They only knew that Zhang Chongsheng was very strong, but he defeated Yeju so easily. It was hard for them to imagine how strong Zhang Chongsheng was with his full strength. Just as Yeju was about to get up, Zhang Chongsheng appeared behind him and swung his sword. His head fell to the ground with a thud and blood splattered on the ground. Zhang Chongsheng turned around and walked towards Zhang Zihan expressionlessly. Zhang Zihan was scared out of his wits. He turned to Zhang Ziyu and shouted, "King Wei! Second brother! Save me! We're brothers!" Zhang Ziyu was silent. The sage 4Cs stood at the side and said meaningfully, "If your highness stops this, the matter of killing the crown prince will fall on your highness in the future. Brothers killing each other is a great stain, even for an emperor." Chapter 57, You are the son of heaven determined by the heavens, and I am the heavens, too. Zhang Ziyu also understood this principle, so he remained silent. Su Tianji cursed, "This guy deserves to be killed. Previously, he confiscated our rations and often sent assassins to assassinate His Highness. His Highness is too soft-hearted. You treat him as a brother, but he hates you to the core." Zhang Ziyu felt very uncomfortable and could not refute. Zhang Chongsheng came in front of Zhang Zihan and looked at the weak and afraid crown prince with no pity in his eyes. Zhang Zihan gritted his teeth and suddenly slapped Zhang Chongsheng, wanting to absorb his cultivation. Zhang Chongsheng did not dodge and was hit by him. This scene shocked the others. How could immortal Master Chongsheng be hit? Zhang Zihan was overjoyed and said with a ferocious expression, "You want to kill me? How is that possible?" In the next second, his expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was shocked to find that he could not absorb the other party's true qi at all. Zhang Chongsheng pierced his abdomen and whispered in his ear, "You couldn't even be the crown prince to begin with. It's worth it to be the crown prince for so many years." Spiritual energy flowed out from the blade and shattered Zhang Zihan's internal organs. He pulled out the Taihang sword and Zhang Zihan fell to the ground. His body trembled and his eyes widened. In the end, he died with remaining grievances. Zhang Chongsheng shook his sword and looked down at Zhang Zihan's corpse. He thought to himself, "If you hadn't killed your father, you might have been able to live a little longer." Zhang Ziyu and the other three were shocked. How long had it been since Zhang Chongsheng appeared? Zhang Chongsheng did not use any terrifying ultimate techniques, and his killing methods seemed so mediocre. It was precisely because of this that it gave them a huge shock. Whether it was Yeju or Zhang Zihan, they were both existences at the divine realm. The murderous god's state of mind was like slaughtering a dog and a chicken. The night was cold, and the heart was cold. Zhang Ziyu looked at Zhang Chongsheng from afar and felt an inexplicable fear. Zhang Changshen's martial strength could already easily threaten imperial power. If he ascended the throne, would he have to listen to Zhang Chongsheng in the future? They were master and disciple, not father and son. If Zhang Chongsheng had a son in the future, would he think? The more Zhang Ziyu thought about it, the more afraid he became. Now, he was even more confused. He could not figure out why Zhang Chongsheng supported him so strongly. Was it really just for the sake of Great Jing? At this moment, the white-robed guards rushed over from all directions and stood on the eaves of the various palaces. Hua Jiangxin also came. She raised her hand to signal everyone to stop. Eunuch Li entered the palace from somewhere. When he saw Yeju and Zhang Zihan's corpses and Emperor Zhang Yu, who was lying on the ground, he was extremely excited. "Former Emperor, your Great Jing is saved." Eunuch Li was so excited that his eyes turned red. Zhang Chongsheng came in front of Emperor Zhang Yu and looked down at him from above. "Tomorrow, you will give up your position to King Wei." The crown prince rebelled and was fortunate enough to be saved by King Wei. "However, you are also severely injured and can no longer control the court." Emperor Zhang Yu smiled bitterly and said weakly, "I understand, in any case, at least his son had ascended the throne. Su Tianji, take good care of his majesty. Ziyu, Eunuch Li, follow me." After saying this, Zhang Chongsheng walked towards the throne room. Eunuch Li immediately followed. Zhang Ziyu hesitated. In the end, under Su Tianji's urging, he followed Zhang Chongsheng. On the way, Zhang Ziyu thought about many things and recalled his experiences since he was young. In his impression, Zhang Chongsheng had always been as gentle as water to him and the others. He had never been so cold as tonight. He could not think of what Zhang Chongsheng wanted to tell him. Was he going to threaten him or reveal the truth? The three of them entered the dark throne room in silence. Eunuch Li walked to a long pillar and activated a mechanism. A night pearl above was opened and fluorescent light shone down, shining on the dragon throne. The supreme throne was so conspicuous in the darkness, as if imperial power was right in front of him. Zhang Chongsheng stopped and looked at the dragon chair. "Ziyu, sit on it. From tomorrow onwards, you will be the emperor." Zhang Ziyu walked forward in silence until he ascended the dragon stairs and arrived in front of the dragon throne. He suddenly turned around and looked down at Zhang Chongsheng in the hall. He asked, "Master, if I ascend the throne, will the world listen to me or you?" Eunuch Li watched this scene with interest and remained silent. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Of course I'll listen to you. You're the son of heaven. You're the most important." Zhang Ziyu stared at Zhang Chongsheng and said, "Master, I can't figure out why you support me to ascend the throne. Is it just because I'm your disciple? With your ability, there's no need to support the new emperor. No matter who becomes the emperor, they will be on good terms with you." He wanted to be an emperor, but he did not want to be a puppet emperor. If Zhang Chongsheng revealed his ambition, he would not sit on the dragon throne even if he risked being killed. Zhang Chongsheng smiled in relief. At least this kid dared to think and did not trust others easily. He was not blinded by the benefits he obtained. He looked at Zhang Ziyu and smiled. "You are a talent determined by the heavens, and I am the heavens. I want you to be the emperor." Such domineering words made Zhang Ziyu feel grief and indignation in his heart. A martial artist was actually so disdainful of imperial power. This was the sorrow of the Zhang family. Zhang Chongsheng continued, "Eunuch Li, tell me my true identity." His real identity? Zhang Ziyu was stunned and looked at Eunuch Li in surprise. Eunuch Li bowed respectfully to Zhang Chongsheng and looked at Zhang Ziyu. "King Wei, Daoist Master Chongsheng is the real crown prince appointed by the late emperor." As soon as he said this, Zhang Ziyu's expression changed drastically and his entire body trembled. When the Jing dynasty was first established, the late emperor appointed the prince in the late empress's womb as the crown prince. This was a beautiful story that everyone in the world knew. However, the Mahayana Dragon Tower suddenly attacked and wanted to control imperial power. The late emperor had cultivated in the Mahayana Dragon Tower and knew very well how powerful the Mahayana Dragon Tower was. In order to protect the crown prince, he found an orphan from the commoners and replaced the crown prince. He sent the crown prince to Longqi Temple and secretly changed the heavens. He only hoped that the crown prince would be safe for the rest of his life. In the end, the fake crown prince and the second prince fought fiercely and eventually died. The seventh prince, the current emperor, made way. This was all the plan of the late emperor and the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Chapter 58, You are the son of heaven determined by the heavens, and I am the heavens, too. Eunuch Li sighed. How would the world know about the struggle behind the imperial power? Zhang Ziyu's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Zhang Chongsheng and asked, "So you supported me to ascend the throne to take revenge on the Mahayana Dragon Tower and my father?" Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and laughed, "That's only one of the two reasons. The second reason is that you're my son, my biological son." Hearing this, Zhang Ziyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning and looked at Zhang Chongsheng in disbelief. Eunuch Li was also frightened. He originally thought that Zhang Chongsheng supported King Wei because he did not want Great Jing to change its name to Chu. He did not expect there to be such a reason. Impossible. Impossible. How can you be my father? Zhang Ziyu slumped on the dragon throne, finding it difficult to accept. Zhang Chongsheng said, "If the Jing martial ancestor can swap me, why can't I swap the son of the emperor he appointed?" Zhang Ziyu looked up and gritted his teeth. "The double Buddhas of disaster guarded my mother and saw my birth." Zhang Chongsheng said calmly, "I didn't kill the fortune Buddha because I wanted him to testify. No one would have thought of this." Zhang Ziyu shouted at the top of his lungs, "I don't believe it. What evidence do you have to prove it?" As soon as he asked, his expression froze. Eunuch Li also widened his eyes. At this moment, golden Dao patterns appeared on Zhang Changshen's forehead. Eunuch Li could not help but look at Zhang Ziyu and compare them. Zhang Changshen's Dao pattern was exactly the same as the birthmark between Zhang Ziyu's eyebrows. Zhang Ziyu was stunned. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Your mother, Hua Jiangxin, guarded you with the white-robed guards day and night. Although I threw you under someone else's name, your mother and I have always accompanied and protected you." Zhang Ziyu had no choice but to accept the truth. He asked in pain, "Why are you?" Zhang Chongsheng said, "At that time, I didn't know the strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Ziyu, you've wanted to be the emperor since you were young. Now that I've sent you to the throne, are you still clinging to the past? You only need to know that if you become the emperor, I'll be your greatest backer. Even if the sky falls, I'll support you. Isn't that enough?" His words were deafening, making Zhang Ziyu tremble. Eunuch Li added, "That's right, King Wei. If His Highness did not swap you into the palace 20 years ago, you can only stay in Longqi Temple as a Daoist priest now. Although you have His Highness guidance, that's only in terms of martial arts. If you don't stay in the palace all year round, how can you control the government?" Just like the current emperor and the current crown prince, they have been practicing martial arts with the Mahayana Dragon Tower since they were young, making their ability to govern a country extremely poor. Aren't they just martial artists as emperors? Will they be of help to the country? The Mahayana Dragon Tower could force the late emperor to lower his head. King Wei, you have also witnessed the power of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. If you were the crown prince at that time, what would you do? Zhang Ziyu felt guilty. All these years, although he had been kept in the dark, Zhang Chongsheng and his real mother had always accompanied him and taught him. When he was unhappy in the crown prince's residence when he was young, she would always comfort him. He had even jokingly called her his mother. That's right. I want to be the emperor. How could the emperor be stubborn about this? Zhang Ziyu took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Chongsheng again. Father, I'm weak and have disappointed you. However, even if you support me to ascend the throne, the Mahayana Dragon Tower will definitely make a comeback. After all, the current emperor has more than 2 sons. The Four Seas sage told me that the Mahayana Dragon Tower is a transcendent holy land that controls several dynasties. Yeju is only one of the disciples. Father, can we really defeat such a colossus? Zhang Chongsheng turned around and looked at the bright moon outside the throne room. He said, it's not like 20 years ago. Watch how I suppress that insufferably arrogant tower. You just have to be the emperor and manage this country well. From now on, the Zhang family's imperial power is only in the hands of the Zhang family. Chapter 59, Zhen Yu. Why are you not old? The night was like water, and the wind was mixed with a trace of heat. Accompanied by eunuch Li, Zhang Ziyu returned to where Su Tianji and the others were. As for the emperor, HW had already been sent back to his bedroom by the white-robed guards to recuperate. A large number of imperial guards surged into the palace, and candles lit up everywhere in the palace. A large number of soldiers rushed into the palace. There were Zhang Ziyu's subordinates and Zhang Zihun's subordinates. When they saw Zhang Zihun's corpse, their expressions changed drastically. Hua Jiangzhen stood on the eaves and said, "Tonight, His Highness the Crown Prince brought evil people into the palace to plot against His Majesty. Fortunately, King Wei came at the right time to save him." Her words were naturally scolded by the soldiers of the Crown Prince's faction. In their opinion, the Crown Prince must be crazy to assassinate the Emperor. After all, he was the Crown Prince. Su Tianji grinned and said, "Zhong Tianyu, it's time for us to make a move. More people should die tonight." Zhong Tianyu stroked his beard and nodded. His eyes were also a little excited. Tomorrow, the Emperor announced that King Wei was about to ascend the throne and the great cause had been accomplished. On the other side, when Zhang Chongsheng returned to Longqi Temple, Bai Qi clicked its tongue in wonder and said, "You're really amazing. Such a powerful expert was killed by you with a single strike. You also didn't let go of those experts who were scared away by you. How did you manage to talk to someone while controlling your weapon to chase after the enemy in the distance?" It had cultivated for 100 years, and its vision far exceeded that of martial artists of the same realm. Therefore, it had seen the battle tonight clearly. When Zhang Chongsheng appeared, Yeju's subordinates quickly fled. Zhang Chongsheng seemed to ignore them, but before those experts could run out of the palace, they were assassinated by weapons flying from all directions and were all killed. This method was really terrifying. In addition, Yeju's aura made Bai Qi feel that it was not his match, but Yeju was like a mortal when facing Zhang Chongsheng. He could not resist at all. The more it thought about it, the more it felt that Zhang Chongsheng was not a true God Realm expert, but a legendary Golden Body Realm expert. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at it and smiled without answering. After returning back to the house, Zhang Chongsheng sat down and recalled the survival reward he had obtained. In the 7th year of the Zhenyu era, Crown Prince Zhang Zihun and the expert of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, Yeju, besieged you. You successfully survived their encirclement and survived a calamity. You obtained a survival reward. Array Formation, Great Accomplishment Heaven and Earth Octagon Sword Formation. What a long name! Zhang Chongsheng silently inherited the great accomplishment of the Heaven and Earth Octagon Sword Formation. This was the first time he had come into contact with arrays, so he was very interested. This sword formation was suitable for spiritual energy and true qi. It could be used by one person or many people. He decided to leave it for the disciples of Longqi Temple to cultivate. Most of the large sects in the martial world had outstanding sect protecting array formations. Of course, most of their array formations were just for show and could not be compared to the great accomplishment Heaven and Earth Octagon Sword Formation. That night, Zhang Chongsheng was in a good mood. After all, he had reunited with his biological son. Tomorrow, he would announce the ascension of King Wei and settle one of his worries. He was happy, but the nobles in the city found it difficult to sleep. The Crown Prince had died tragically in the palace, and the Emperor was seriously injured. It was suspected that he would abdicate tomorrow. The news left them dumbfounded. The battle between King Wei and the Crown Prince had already lasted for a long time, but he did not expect it to suddenly become a foregone conclusion. With Zhang Zihun's death, this battle would end. Even if the Crown Prince might have died at the hands of King Wei, no one would dare to question it because once the Crown Prince died, Only King Wei could ascend the throne. The various mansions frantically sent spies to investigate. The more they investigated, the more shocked they became. Tonight, immortal Master Chongsheng actually made a move. The strongest expert under the Crown Prince, Yeju, was beheaded by immortal Master Chongsheng. The white-robed guards actually collectively sided with King Wei and sealed the palace. The Yang and Chen families took the opportunity to rope in officials from all sides. Not only did they strengthen themselves, but they also gave those families who stood on the wrong side a chance. Everyone was sighing. In one night, the world had changed. The next morning, the ministers went to court. The palace was filled with white-robed guards and guards carrying corpses, making the civil and military officials in the court tremble in fear. When it was time for the court assembly, Zhang Yu was helped down by a eunuch and sat down on the dragon throne. Everyone noticed that he was very weak and his face was pale. He had lost a lot of weight, as if he was terminally ill. Zhang Ziyu stood at the front of the line of generals. He was expressionless. Over the night, he had adjusted his mentality and accepted the truth. Right now, he was filled with ambition. The ministers kept quiet out of fear because they realized that many of their acquaintances were missing. With the death of the Crown Prince, many people would definitely die with him. Not everyone would have the chance to change their stance. Zhang Yu looked up at the court officials and said weakly, "I was assassinated by the Crown Prince last night. Fortunately, King Wei saved me, but I no longer have the power to preside over the country. Today, I announce that King Wei will inherit the throne. This edict is announced to the world. It will take effect today. Before the coronation, all matters in the court will be managed by King Wei." After saying that, he coughed violently and felt very uncomfortable. Then, he gestured for the eunuch to help him back down. The ministers knelt down and sent Zhang Yu off. Looking at Zhang Yu's hunched and weak back, they had mixed feelings. The day before yesterday, Zhang Yu was still majestic, but now, he seemed to have aged 30 years. The struggle for imperial power was truly terrifying. Zhang Ziyu directly stepped onto the dragon step. He sat on the dragon chair and placed his saber on the ground. He supported the hilt with both hands and glanced at the court officials. Su Tianji, Zhong Tianwu, and the other soldiers of King Wei revealed proud expressions and raised their heads. The prime ministers of the 3 provinces and the ministers of the 6 ministries all felt that King Wei was a little rude, but they did not dare to remind him, as the palace was still filled with the smell of blood. Zhang Ziyu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He sighed and said, "Is this the throne? The supreme throne above the world? The taste of power is really fascinating." He did not care about the ministers and directly spoke his mind. After all, he was the emperor, so there was no need for him to look at others. Zhang Ziyu retracted his smile and said, "From today onwards, I will call myself Zhen. My coronation ceremony must be prepared before the end of the year. On the day of spring next year, I will ascend the throne and celebrate with the people. My era name is Qunwu. In the Qunwu era, martial arts is the foundation of the country." The ministers kowtowed and shouted in unison, "Long live our emperor!" The news of the great Jing emperor giving up his position and King Wei ascending to the throne spread throughout the world like a storm. It even spread to the surrounding dynasties, causing an uproar. Because of King Wei's achievements, the people cheered instead. The surrounding dynasties did not dare to cause trouble during the passing of the throne. Compared to Zhang Yu, they were more afraid of King Wei. Even though King Wei had not completely ascended the throne, he was full of fighting spirit. He issued all kinds of new rules one after another and strongly supported martial arts. He graded the martial arts examinations from villages, towns, counties, and the capital. He divided them into details and publicized the treatment of obtaining martial arts achievements at all levels, making the martial artists excited. Other than being carefree, most people had no choice. Who didn't want to have an open position? Apart from promoting the martial arts style, King Wei also formulated a series of policies that benefited the people and business, making the capital more prosperous. King Wei also specially sent people to help Longqi Temple reclaim land and repair the attic. Even the old building was renovated. Compared to Zhang Yu, King Wei was focused on making the Jing dynasty better. He was buried in the imperial study all day and did not have the time to visit Zhang Chongsheng. However, he often sent people to send gifts, and every day, a eunuch would specially send snacks from the palace to Zhang Chongsheng. King Wei also promoted Hua Jiangxin to the right guard head and made her a second-grade official. She was in charge of the white-robed guards and the sky marshal supervisor. In the courtyard, Hua Jiangxin was dressed in casual clothes and no longer wore a mask. She smiled and said, although Ziyu is usually busy, he does not neglect me. A few days ago, an imperial concubine scolded me, and Ziyu directly crippled her position without asking the emperor. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, Zhang Yu won't live for long. He doesn't have time to care. Zhang Yu had absorbed too much true qi, making the meridians in his body extremely weak. Now that all the true qi in his body had been sucked away, coupled with the poison, it was difficult for him to live until next spring. Hua Jiangxin stared at Zhang Chongsheng and said, I want to resign from my official position and come to Longqi Temple to accompany you, okay. When Zhang Ziyu ascended the throne, her wish had been fulfilled, and now she had already looked down on power. She was already in her 50s. Although she was not old, there was not much left for her and Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng nodded and said, as long as you're happy. Hua Jiangxin smiled like a flower, her face filled with happiness. She felt that life was enough like this. Under the earth spirit tree, Bai Qi looked at Zhang Chongsheng thoughtfully. White Dragon was not here, instead it was running around the mountain with Huang Chuan, Wang Chen and the others. At first, the appearance of White Dragon frightened the workers who came to repair it. Fortunately, after the comfort of the disciples of Longqi Temple, they got used to it. Because of them, White Dragon's reputation became even greater. The snow was about to melt, and it was the beginning of spring. The emperor died of illness before King Wei ascended the throne, and his posthumous name was Emperor Wen. On the day of the new spring, Zhang Ziyu, King Wei, ascended the throne and became the third emperor of Great Jing. The first year of the Qunwu era. Zhang Chongsheng and Hua Jiangxin stood in front of a cliff and looked at the coronation ceremony in the palace. The palace was singing and dancing. It was very lively. Hua Jiangxin turned to look at Zhang Changshen's side profile and asked, why don't we let Ziyu recover our identity? Zhang Chongsheng chuckled and said, is it that important? As I said, helping Ziyu ascend the throne is only a short-term goal. What I really pursue is cultivation and longevity. Even until his death, Zhang Yu did not know that Ziyu was not his son. What a pity. I should have disgusted him a little. On account of the fact that he is the father of Ping'an, let him have fewer regrets and leave. Why should a living person argue with a dead person? Hua Jiangxin nodded and felt that it made sense. She sighed and said, are there really immortals in the world? Maybe. Zhang Chongsheng said calmly. He would not tell anyone about his unlimited lifespan, including his wife and children. This secret could only be known by him. Because once it spread, it would definitely attract huge trouble. He did not want to become Tang Santang. The two of them watched for a while before returning to the courtyard. That evening, Chen Li came to visit. He, who was over 60 years old, had become an old official. He was full of smiles. In the past 6 months, he could be said to have been in high spirits. Because of his early contributions, he had directly become the prime minister of his province who could assist the emperor in making decisions. He could be said to be a high-ranking official. This was all because he was the first to support the emperor, and he was also the one who convinced the Chen family. Yang Che of the Yang family was also promoted to the position of prime minister, and his status was as high as Chen Li. Su Tianji and Zhong Tianyu, on the other hand, left the royal court and returned to the martial arts world. They wore the death exemption gold medallions given by Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Yu was still King Qin. Zhang Ziyu handed the Shen province to him to manage to prevent ancient Han from invading. Chongsheng, let's get drunk tonight. Chen Li said excitedly. He had no regrets in his life. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and nodded. The two of them toasted each other in the courtyard. Wang Chen poured wine for them. As for Huang Chuan and Ping'an, they had already moved out, and they each had their own courtyard. In his drunken state, Chen Li suddenly asked, Chongsheng, why aren't you old vet? Zhang Chongsheng swirled his wine glass and smiled. It is because of my cultivation. I'm already 51 years old and will be old soon. Chen Li smiled and passed out on the table. Zhang Chongsheng asked Wang Chen to help him to the side room to rest. Not long after, Eunuch Li ran into the courtyard. He came to Zhang Changshen's side and said in a low voice, there's something going on in the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Many sects in the western region have been slaughtered, and the true GI of the dead has been sucked dry. I suspect that it was done by the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The evil martial arts that the previous emperor and Zhang Zihan have mastered came from the Mahayana Dragon Tower. It's very likely that they are absorbing true Qi everywhere in order to create more true God realm experts like Divine Monk Xuexin. Chapter 60, Thousand-Year Foundation, Emperor's Heart. Hearing Eunuch Li's words, Zhang Chongsheng did not mind and felt that it was normal. He had easily killed a true God realm expert, so how could the Mahayana Dragon Tower dare to come rashly? As for creating more true God realm expert like Divine Monk Xuexin, Zhang Chongsheng was not afraid. A true God realm expert was nothing. That day when he killed Divine Monk Xuexin, he just used the Imperial Sword technique. He was just using it to raise the reputation of the Taking Sword technique. Not to mention a true God realm expert, he wouldn't blink an eye if there was Golden Body realm expert. Zhang Chongsheng said, I understand. Eunuch Li added, recently, the martial arts world has been very exciting. The Burning Sky Pavilion wanted to unify the martial arts world, but they encountered a wall on the martial peak. That day, a Grand Master was born on the martial peak. With his divine technique and natural advantage, he single-handedly blocked the entire Burning Sky Pavilion. He began to talk about the martial arts world, and Zhang Chongsheng listened with relish. Ever since the founding of the dynasty by the Jing martial ancestor, Zhang Yuan, the martial arts world of the 13 prefectures had been recovering and showing signs of becoming stronger. After Divine Monk Xuexin exposed the true God realm with his death, the martial artists in the Heaven Arrival realm were not considered as top experts. Now, pursuing the true God realm had become the fanatical goal of the entire martial arts world. Only by becoming a true God realm expert could one become a supreme expert in the martial arts world. There was only one true God in the martial arts world of Great Jing, and that was Immortal Master Chongsheng of the capital. In the eyes of most martial artists, it would take more than 3 to 5 years to give birth to a second true God realm expert. Or it might even take longer. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at Eunuch Li. This old eunuch was already in his 70s or 80s, but he could still go through so much trouble. It was not easy to gather information for him everywhere. According to Eunuch Li, he cultivated the boy technique. As long as his yang essence did not leak, he could maintain in his peak state until the end of his lifespan. Zhang Chongsheng took out a bottle of medicinal pills and placed it on the table. Take it. Take one every month from now on. Eunuch Li asked curiously, Daoist Master, may I ask what this is for? It can increase one's lifespan. Nourishing the body and nurturing the essence and mind indeed had the effect of prolonging life. When Eunuch Li heard that, he was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly accepted it and kowtowed to thank Zhang Chongsheng. Back then, Zhang Yuan relied on Zhang Changshen's medicine to hang on for a few years. Eunuch Li had seen it with his own eyes, so he naturally believed in Zhang Changshen's alchemy skills. Zhang Chongsheng was not stingy with such pills to those he was familiar with. However, he knew that the pills could only delay what was coming. It was only a matter of time before they parted. Perhaps this was the greatest vexation of immortality. However, he felt that this was also a process of mental cultivation, as there was joy and melancholy in life. The blue sky was cloudless. There was a broken wall in the endless wasteland that was filled with corpses. Martial artists in dragon-patterned purple robes were absorbing the true qi of the dying. These martial artists looked old, and there were more than 30 of them. In a dilapidated palace, a man in red placed his hands behind his waist and looked up at the huge Buddha statue in front of him. The Fortune Buddha quickly entered the hall and half knelt behind the red-robed man. He cupped his fists and said, Tower Master, the Sword Qi sect has been completely executed. When the elders finish absorbing their true qi, the Sword Qi sect will no longer exist. The red-robed man was the master of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, Xiao Duoshan. His red clothes were like blood with golden dragon patterns on them. His white hair was coiled under a golden crown, and there were 2 dragons playing with pearls on the golden crown. He looked domineering. Xiao Duoshan turned around. His face was weathered, he looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His facial features were handsome, but his eyes were indifferent and lifeless. He looked down at the Fortune Buddha and asked, How's Great Jing? The Fortune Buddha said in a deep voice, Immortal Master Chongsheng is still in the capital. The Emperor wants to start a golden age of martial arts, and now. When the surrounding dynasties heard about the treatment of martial artists in Great Jing, martial artists from all dynasties rushed to Great Jing. It was indeed a sign of prosperity. The Emperor even issued a secret order for the white-robed guards and the Sky Martial Supervisor to assassinate officials of the Chu dynasty in secret. When the Fortune Buddha said this, his expression was ugly. He had to admit that King Wei was ruthless. Xiao Duoshan said, that is what an emperor should do. If the Mahayana Dragon Tower wins and this emperor is willing to submit, I can give him a chance. The Fortune Buddha wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiao Duoshan walked out of the hall, and the Fortune Buddha hurriedly followed. They arrived outside the door and looked around. The Sword Chi sect had already turned into ruins and was desolate. This was the scene after the battle. When the Fortune Buddha saw this scene, he felt very uncomfortable. The once high and mighty Mahayana Dragon Tower had actually fallen to such a state because of one person. Immortal Master Chang Sheng. Although the Fortune Buddha was eager for revenge, he still had his rationality. He could not help but ask, Tower Master, all parties are eyeing the sect covetously. If we lose this battle, then the Mahayana Dragon Tower could not afford to lose. Xiao Duoshan's eyes were calm as he said, I know, but if we don't fight, without the 13 prefectures, the Mahayana Dragon Tower will also be devoured by the various dynasties. Perhaps this is the reincarnation of the heavenly Dao. After all, the Mahayana Dragon Tower has monopolized the luck and resources of the 13 prefectures and has the foundation of a 1,000-year-old dynasty. Maybe it's time to repay its debt. Anyway, we have to fight this battle. If we win, we will change the martial arts strategy of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. If we lose, we will help Great Jing. The Dragon Tower will not die and will only disappear temporarily. How can our 1,000-year-old foundation be uprooted by a single person? The Fortune Buddha was silent. At this moment, a purple-robed old man walked over and cupped his fists. Tower Master, after we absorb the cultivation of another sect, we will all be able to step into the true God realm. Xiao Duoshan said, then let's go to Great Jing. We can find a random sect in Great Jing and declare war on the Emperor of Great Jing. Let the Great Jing's martial arts world see real martial arts and activate their awareness in martial arts. Yes. The purple-robed old man replied and turned around to pass on the order. Xiao Duoshan looked in the direction of Great Jing and muttered, you killed a true God realm expert with a single strike. I want to see if you have reached the legendary Golden Body Realm. Golden Body Realm? The Fortune Buddha trembled in fear. There was a higher realm above the true God realm? In the Imperial Study. Zhang Ziyu lay on the dragon chair and flipped through the memorial in his hand, looking rather lazy. At this moment, Chen Li walked in and bowed with his hands in front of him. Your Majesty, the Minister of Revenue asked me to make a suggestion. Although Your Majesty is sympathetic to the people, the policies promulgated are too benevolent, especially to the merchants. If this continues, the people will be rich and the merchants will have money, but the treasury will be short. This will not be beneficial to Your Majesty's future plans. Zhang Ziyu said indifferently, what grand plan do I have? Chen Li was stunned and suddenly did not know what to say. Although he had a straightforward personality, he had lived for more than 60 years and knew some things could not be said directly. Zhang Ziyu put down the memorial and took a pen to mark the words. Then, he picked up another memorial and continued to read. Prime Minister Chen, tell your subordinates not to ask about my thoughts. You have to learn to distinguish. I am the ruler of a country. If everyone can predict my thoughts, wouldn't such a great Jing be riddled with holes? You are different from them. You are my master's good friend and have made a great contribution to me. I definitely trust you, but don't be willingly used as a knife. Why didn't the Minister of Revenue tell me directly? Why did you have to deliver the message? Zhang Ziyu glanced at him and said. This glance made Chen Li a little dazed. He seemed to have seen the martial ancestor, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Ziyu said meaningfully, the identity of the Chu people is the greatest stain on the Chen family. Be careful not to be schemed against. Chen Li broke out in cold sweat. Zhang Ziyu closed the memorial and smiled. Forget it. On account of your relationship with me, I won't hide it from you, but don't spread it. If a third person finds out, I will chop off your head. The reason why I did this isn't entirely out of kindness. The treasury is in short supply, I know that. However, the Jing dynasty has just experienced 20 years of war and has a lot of things to do. If I increase taxes on the people, it will definitely cause a bad impact. I still need the people to be united with me, so I am also tolerant of the merchants. Merchants are flexible and close to the common people. When merchants become rich, they will definitely be estranged from the common people. Then, the common people will definitely be jealous of them. At that time, I will find a reason to deal with them. Even when the treasury is rich, the people will still favor me. Wouldn't that be better? Chen Li looked at him in surprise. He did not expect Zhang Ziyu to have such thoughts at such a young age. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, "My goal is not only within Great Jing. Prime Minister Chen, watch carefully and keep an eye on the Chen family. Let young Master Chen rope in the Chu people. Recently, the Chen family has been a little arrogant." Chen Li hurriedly bowed and said, "This subject will remember." He understood that Zhang Ziyu was beating him up. After Chen Li left, Yang Che also came. Facing the Empress's grandfather, Zhang Ziyu was not polite. He also told Yang Che the purpose of his decision and then beat him up. Although the Yang family did not rope in the Chu people, they held too much military power. After Yang Che left, a young eunuch walked in and brought him some snacks. Zhang Ziyu asked, "What does immortal Master Chongsheng think of the snacks in the palace?" The young eunuch replied, "Recently, he has been eating less. He even distributed it to the demon wolf he is raising." Zhang Ziyu said, then changed to another chef. "Pass down the order. Tell the imperial chef in charge of the snacks to scram back to his residence and ask the Empress to help choose another one." The young eunuch received the order and hurriedly retreated. Zhang Ziyu stood up and came to the windowsill. He looked at the blue sky and frowned, his eyes still filled with worry. He was not afraid of the thoughts of the civil and military officials, but as long as the Mahayana Dragon Tower was not eliminated, he would always feel uneasy. October. The Kangxu sect, which could be ranked in the top 10 in the martial arts world of Great Jing, was slaughtered. More than 2,000 disciples of the sect were sucked dry of their cultivation and died miserably. This case shocked the entire martial arts world, and the news also spread to the capital. The white-robed guards were ordered by the emperor to personally investigate. "The Mahayana Dragon Tower is coming," Eunuch Li said with a solemn expression. Even he was afraid of the Mahayana Dragon Tower this time. Zhang Chongsheng said calmly, "So be it." Lu Wuyan, who was meditating and cultivating at the side, could not help but ask curiously, "What is the Mahayana Dragon Tower?" Ling Xiao opened his eyes as well. Even though he had already entered the spiritual sense realm, he would still come to this courtyard to cultivate. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "A sect that is trying to turn the situation around." He looked at Eunuch Li and said, "You can leave first." Eunuch Li nodded and turned to leave. Bai Qi walked in front of Zhang Chongsheng and said in a low voice, "Daoist Master, the Mahayana Dragon Tower cannot be underestimated. I've also heard of their ultimate technique that can absorb the cultivation of others. It's called the Heavenly Cycle Divine Technique. It's said that this ultimate technique was learned from the legendary Xiansheng Grotto Heaven." Xiansheng Grotto Heaven? Zhang Chongsheng did not expect Bai Qi to know about this faction. He could not help but ask, "How much do you know about the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven?" Lu Wuyun and Ling Xiao also listened attentively and were very curious. Bai Qi lay on the ground and said helplessly, "How would I know? I've only heard that the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven is the holy land of martial arts for you humans. Even the 10 great dynasties don't dare to provoke it." Zhang Chongsheng said angrily, "Then get lost. Stop talking nonsense." Bai Qi stared at the snacks on the table and asked, "Can I?" Zhang Chongsheng casually picked up a pastry and threw it at the earth spirit tree. Bai Qi jumped and caught it in the air. Then, it lay down and licked its food, unwilling to finish it in one bite. "It's so delicious. I have to sneak into the palace to steal some when I have time. Otherwise, there will be too little." Bai Qi thought to itself. It was very satisfied with its current life. Relying on the Earth Spirit Tree, its demonic power was constantly increasing. Moreover, Zhang Chongsheng protected its safety. And occasionally, there would be such delicious food. It really did not want to leave. Of course, it did not let Zhang Chongsheng raise it for nothing. Occasionally, when martial arts practitioners came to cause trouble, it would secretly take action. After all, it was a demon comparable to a divine realm expert. If it was a martial artist, it would be considered a grandmaster. Zhang Chongsheng called out his incense points. Current incense points, 11,702. He hesitated to deduce the current strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. After all, time had passed and the Mahayana Dragon Tower had become stronger. He would give it a try. "Can I easily suppress the entire Mahayana Dragon Tower?" "Requires 2,000 incense points. Do you wish to continue?" It had doubled. However, it was not too strong. Zhang Chongsheng directly chose no. There was no need to calculate any more. If it exceeded 5,000 incense points, he would still be steady. The Mahayana Dragon Tower was becoming stronger, but he was not idle. Just his spiritual energy alone had increased by more than twice. Chapter 61, The Dragon Tower Descends, All Life is Despaired. Ever since the Mahayana Dragon Tower slaughtered more than 2,000 martial artists, everyone in the pugilistic world was in a panic. Even the previously insufferably arrogant Burning Heaven Pavilion had stopped making a ruckus. Even if the white-robed guards investigated, they could not find the real culprit. At this moment, the information about the Mahayana Dragon Tower spread in the pugilistic world. 1,000-year-old Holy Land controlled the change of dynasties. Grandmaster disciples, true god elders, unparalleled divine skills, and so on. All kinds of news spread like wildfire. No one knew who spread it. The entire martial arts world was shocked and felt that it was exaggerated and ridiculous. How could there be a martial arts sect that had existed for more than 1,000 years? How could the imperial power be controlled by a martial arts sect? Capital. In the throne room, Zhang Ziyu, who was wearing a dragon robe, glared at the court officials and said in a low voice, "You haven't found out? Are all of you trash?" The rumors in the martial arts world had already reached the ears of the commoners. This was extremely disadvantageous to the imperial rule, and it could easily lower the status of imperial power in the hearts of the commoners. The entire court was silent. Suddenly, a general asked, "Is the existence of the Mahayana Dragon Tower real?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other officials also looked at Zhang Ziyu. Yang Che snorted, "Even if it's real, do you think the Mahayana Dragon Tower is able to do anything to His Majesty?" His words made sense to many ministers. It was no longer a secret that the emperor had the backing of immortal master Chongsheng, a martial arts legend. Zhang Ziyu said calmly, "That's right, it's true. The late emperor and the former crown prince were both supported by the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The former crown prince was bewitched by the Mahayana Dragon Tower and tried to assassinate the late emperor, wanting to listen to the orders of the Mahayana Dragon Tower to restore Chu. Everyone was moved. Restore Chu. The late emperor had once raised this ridiculous suggestion. Although it was suppressed in the end, they had more or less heard of it. As officials of Great Jing, they naturally could not tolerate the matter of restoring Chu. They did not dare to think too much about it and felt a sense of danger. Seeing the change in the expressions of the ministers, Zhang Ziyu continued, "The Mahayana Dragon Tower is declaring war. Since they want to fight, I'll wait for them. However, we can't let go of those who spread the news for the Mahayana Dragon Tower." He began to give orders for the officials to increase the search. At the same time, Zhang Chongsheng also learned about this through eunuch Li. Zhang Chongsheng raised his eyebrows, not understanding why the Mahayana Dragon Tower would do this. Did they want to humiliate the Zhang family? Eunuch Li said in a low voice, "I guess that the Mahayana Dragon Tower wants to attract people to watch the battle. If they win, they will control the Jing dynasty in one go and show their strength to the world. If they lose, it increase your prestige and make enemies for you. As far as I know, these rumors have already spread to the surrounding dynasties." Zhang Chongsheng was enlightened. This move was really ruthless. If other dynasties knew that Zhang Chongsheng could easily suppress the Mahayana Dragon Tower, they would definitely be wary of him and even form an alliance against him. Zhang Chongsheng did not panic. The other courts were not that rash. As long as Zhang Chongsheng did not threaten them, they would not attack him in a short period of time. How could the various dynasties unite so easily? At most, the Mahayana Dragon Tower would bury some doubt. The Golden Body Eilm was a legendary realm to a dynasty, let alone the universe realm. Zhang Chongsheng thought to himself that he still needed to work harder to become stronger. The cultivation medicinal pills on the Heavenly Object Pill Manual should also be brought up. He was prepared to get the Emperor to help him gather medicinal herbs. Only he could consume immortal cultivation pills, so he was not afraid of being discovered. For example, other than him, only demon beasts with powerful physiques could consume spirit-boosting pills. He was the only one in the world who cultivated. Therefore, the resources for cultivation were equivalent to him enjoying them alone. This was also his advantage over other martial artists. Yes, continue to keep an eye on him. If there are any movements, look for me at any time, Zhang Chongsheng said with a nod. Eunuch Li bowed and turned to leave. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly felt that it was good to have Eunuch Li. He indeed needed to nurture an intelligence force. He must not only cultivate, but he also had to know about the world so that he could prevent unknown dangers in advance. Let's start with eunuch Li. If it was passed down from generation to generation, it would definitely spread throughout the world in a few hundred years. Zhang Chongsheng began to let his imagination run wild. More and more news was released by the Mahayana Dragon Tower, and in the end, it revealed its ambition. The Mahayana Dragon Tower would descend on the capital and let the martial arts world of Great Jing see the power of a 1,000-year-old holy land. Coupled with the instigation of some people, more and more martial arts experts began to rush to the capital. A 1,000-year-old holy land versus a martial arts legend. A battle between gods. All kinds of gimmicks went viral in the martial arts world. Even the martial artists from the neighboring dynasties came after hearing the news. Gradually, even the disciples of Longqi Temple learned of this matter. They were also shocked by the power of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, but they did not panic. They believed in Zhang Chongsheng. The Daoist master was the number one in the world. Time flew by. In the second year of the Qunwu era, the imperial guards in the capital expanded their army to 200,000. The 4 city gates were guarded by imperial guards. There were more and more martial artists coming and going in the city. Martial arts practitioners could be seen on the streets. As there were no prohibited weapons in the capital, it was easy to distinguish between martial arts practitioners and commoners. Mid-February. Zhang Chongsheng was refining pills in the courtyard. He had asked Zhang Ziyu to order someone to forge a huge cauldron. What he received was a majestic cauldron that could withstand higher temperatures. Bai Qi lay at Zhang Changshen's feet and kept sticking out its tongue like a dog. It was about to die. The spiritual fragrance in the medicinal cauldron made it crazy, but with Zhang Chongsheng beside it, it did not dare to act rashly. Zhang Chongsheng glanced at it and said, "You want to eat it?" Bai Qi nodded with all its might, its wolf eyes shining. "That won't do. Such medicinal pills are extremely precious." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head. Bai Qi panicked and gritted its teeth. "Daoist master, as long as you can reward me with this pill, I can transform into a woman. You can have any appearance and figure you want." Zhang Changshen's face twitched as he said angrily, "Nonsense! Who do you think I am? This pill can't be leaked. But if you want to consume it, you have to completely submit to me." Bai Qi hurriedly said, "I'm willing to serve you forever, Daoist master." It did not pursue much in its life. It just wanted to survive and become stronger. It could achieve this by being in Zhang Changshen's side. It did not have any family that it cared about because they had long been slaughtered by the martial artists of the Donglin dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Then I'll reluctantly accept you." He could use Bai Qi to test the pill. After all, he had raised White Dragon. It would not be good if it died from eating his experimental pills. But Bai Qi was different. If it died, so be it. There were 3 medicinal pills in the cauldron. Zhang Chongsheng had just used his spiritual energy to shape them. Next, he would boil them over a large fire to increase the speed at which spiritual energy entered the pill. This process would take at least a few days. You can't consume this pill yet. You can sense the richness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, right? If you forcefully consume it, your demonic power will definitely run amok and your body will explode and you will die, Zhang Chongsheng instructed. Bai Qi nodded. "Master, this servant understands." Zhang Chongsheng said helplessly, "Why do you call yourself a servant?" Bai Qi smiled and said, "This servant has seen human women call themselves that when facing their master. There's no need for that between us. Just continue to call me Daoist master in the future." "I understand." Zhang Chongsheng was about to say more when he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the North City Gate and narrowed his eyes. "They're here." Bai Qi did not hear Zhang Changshen's reply and could not help but raise its head. It noticed Zhang Changshen's gaze and looked over, but it did not find anything unusual. It asked, "Daoist master, what's wrong?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Those who are courting death are finally here." Dark clouds suddenly surged over from the distant horizon, as if a black curtain had swept over. It was extremely oppressive. When Bai Qi heard that, it immediately became nervous, and its wolf fur stood on end. It swallowed its saliva and said, "The Mahayana Dragon Tower is considered a powerful existence among the 10 dynasties. I don't know how strong the Mahayana Dragon Tower is, but if a sect comes out in full strength, it will definitely be terrifying. I've never seen this kind of scene in 100 years. Master, you have to be careful and not be careless." Zhang Chongsheng nodded and looked at the medicinal cauldron again. After the time for an incense stick to burn, dark clouds covered the sky above the capital. At noon, there were signs that night was about to fall. The citizens, martial artists, and imperial guards in the city noticed the abnormality of the weather. Boom! Thunder from the blue sky sounded, deafening everyone and scaring many people. The dark clouds turned into thunderclouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An indescribable pressure enveloped the capital. More and more nobles and commoners walked out of their doors and looked up at the sky. Emperor Zhongziu was the same. Zhongziu stood in front of the throne room and looked up. His expression was solemn as he muttered, "They're finally here." Hua Jiangxin appeared beside him and said softly, "He asked you not to go out. Stay in the palace and watch and leave everything to him alone." Zhongziu nodded. Seeing that there were people around, he could not call Hua Jiangxin his mother. He had no choice but to ask in a low voice, "Do you think he can safely survive this calamity?" He also learned of the rumors in the martial world that the Mahayana Dragon Tower was going to mobilize and descend on the capital to show the world the power of a 1,000-year holy land. Hua Jiangxin was wearing a mask, so no one could see her expression clearly. However, her eyes were very firm as she said, "Trust him. He is the most powerful person in the world." Right at this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky were suddenly washed away, and figures fell one after another. All of them were wrapped in strong winds, like a tornado circling their bodies. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. When they gathered together, everyone in the city felt their chests tighten. True gods! Many people who had witnessed the battle between Zhang Chongsheng and Divine Monk Xuexin were moved. This pressure was the same as Divine Monk Xuexin in the past, making people feel fear. Only true God realm experts could fly in the air. 1, 2, 32. Zhang Ziyu counted and his expression turned extremely ugly. 32 true God realm experts. These true gods were wearing all dragon-patterned purple robes. One look and one could tell that they were from the same faction. They were all old and the strong wind around them was mixed with blood qi. They looked down at the capital like gods. Today, the Mahayana Dragon Tower will fight against the current martial arts legend. Watch carefully. The true martial arts world will unfold for the first time in front of you. A dignified voice resounded in the sky and echoed in the capital for a long time. In the city, in a courtyard, the Four Seas sage raised his head and muttered, "Oh my god, those old fellows are really fighting with their lives. Looks like they are really determined to die. Tisk tisk, that kid Chongsheng is in danger." When Zhang Chongsheng heard this, he suddenly felt that the Mahayana Dragon Tower was very considerate. They did not attack the capital but descended openly and only targeted him. However, on second thought, it was normal. The purpose of the Mahayana Dragon Tower aiming for him was not revenge, but to control the situation. Why would they kill their own people? Zhang Chongsheng stood up and began to stretch his muscles to show his respect. Bai Qi was so frightened by the 32 true gods that it trembled in place. It had never seen such a scene. It wanted to remind Zhang Chongsheng, but it did not know what to say. Wang Chen, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao, Ping'an and the others entered the courtyard one after another. Seeing Zhang Chongsheng stretching his muscles, they became even more nervous. "This is the first time I've seen master like this," Huang Chuan said in a low voice with a solemn expression. The others did not dare to say anything and could only pray for Zhang Chongsheng in their hearts. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has sent 32 true gods and an existence that surpasses the true god realm like me to challenge you. Immortal Master Chongsheng, why aren't you showing yourself to fight? The majestic voice sounded again, shaking the world. Countless martial artists were moved. What realm was beyond the true god realm? Under their gazes, a bolt of lightning split open the lightning clouds. Amidst the lightning, a figure slowly descended. He was dressed in red, and his clothes were noble and domineering. He wore an emperor-like crown on his head, and his body emitted a faint light, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. His aura covered the pressure of all the true god realm experts. If everyone felt fear when facing the 32 true god realm experts, no one was be able to raise any fighting spirit when facing him. There would only be despair. How can martial artists be so strong? Zhang Ziyu's entire body trembled. His hands were clenched tightly in his sleeves, and his eyes were bloodshot. With such a realm in martial arts, as an emperor, how could he be at ease? Chapter 62, The Final Arrival of Tathagata, 1,000 Years of the Nation. He had surpassed the true god realm. All the martial artists were shocked, especially those in the martial arts world. They had just experienced the shock brought about by True God Realm experts and thought that the True God Realm was the peak of martial arts and the limit of mortals. They did not expect Xiao Duoshan to say that there was a higher realm above the True God Realm. He had even reached it. Outside the city, there was a scholar standing at the edge of the forest. He was originally waving his fan gently and watching the show with a smile, but when he saw Xiao Duoshan appear, his expression froze. The legendary Golden Body Realm. How could he have reached it? No wonder I haven't seen him all these years. The scholar muttered to himself. His handsome face darkened and his eyes were filled with fear. Golden Body Realm. The realm that the surrounding dynasties dreamed of was this legendary realm. It was not only him. The other sects had also sent martial artists to watch the battle. They hid in every corner and watched the battle from afar. Without exception, they were all frightened by Xiao Duoshan. 32 true gods were already terrifying enough, but they could understand that they were gods who had exhausted their lifespan and would die today. However, Xiao Duoshan was different. He did not show any signs of consuming the sage pill and had even reached a higher realm. A living Golden Body Realm expert was even more terrifying than 32 True God Realm experts. This. Can Immortal Master Chongsheng win? There are so many True God Realm experts. What realm is beyond the True God Realm? It's over. Great Jing is finished. No matter how strong Immortal Master Chongsheng is, it's impossible for him to defeat so many experts who have surpassed mortals. No wonder the Mahayana Dragon Tower can control the change of dynasties in the 13 prefectures. With such strength, how can we defeat them? If Immortal Master Chongsheng loses, won't we? There were similar discussions in the capital. Panic spread, making everyone shiver. Even the high-ranking officials felt powerless at this moment. This world turned out to be the world of martial artists. Xiao Duoshan was high and mighty, and his position was higher than the 32 True God Realm experts. If the 32 True God Realm experts were immortals, he would be the leader of gods, the most dazzling existence in the world. He and the 32 True God Realm experts looked in the direction of Longa Temple, waiting for Zhang Chongsheng to appear. Outside the city, the Fortune Buddha, who was mixed among the martial artists watching the battle, secretly prayed. With such a lineup from the Mahayana Dragon Tower, they should be able to take down Immortal Master Chongsheng. Beyond the True God Realm, have you really surpassed the True God Realm? A chuckle sounded from Longi Temple and resounded through the world. Hearing this voice, the citizens and martial artists in the capital felt inexplicably at ease. When Xiao Duoshan heard that, his expression changed slightly as he stared fixedly in the direction of Longi Temple. Since your Mahayana Dragon Tower wants to die, I'll send you off. At the same time, I'll tell the world that from now on, Great Jing will not be controlled by any sect and the Jing dynasty will last for 1,000 years. Whoever dares to touch the Zhang family's imperial power will end up like the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Zhang Changshen's voice sounded again. This time, there was no smile, only endless killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong light burst out from the top of Longi Temple, illuminating the world. Everyone narrowed their eyes from the blinding lights. Then, they opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. That, what is that? A swordsman asked with a trembling voice. His legs were trembling uncontrollably. Not only him, but the other commoners and martial artists on the street were the same. Some of them even collapsed to the ground and stared in the direction of Longi Temple with their mouths agape. A sun rose from Longi Temple on the mountaintop. That's right. A sun. The sun that emitted a myriad of rays of light restored daylight to the dim capital under the thunderclouds, causing everything to lose their color. The thunderclouds in the sky dissipated at a visible speed, and all living beings felt tiny in front of this bright sun. Within the palace, Zhang Ziyu also subconsciously opened his mouth wide. The eunuchs and palace maids around him were all stunned. Hua Jiangxin, who was under the mask, was also stunned and muttered, "What kind of ultimate technique is that?" If that was the case for them, Xiao Duoshan and the 32 True God Realm experts were even more frightened because they could sense Zhang Changshen's aura. It was vast and boundless, they had never felt such powerful strength before. At this moment, Xiao Duoshan, who thought that he had attained the Golden Body Realm, felt despair. It was completely incomparable. Xiao Duoshan roared in his heart. How is that possible? Who was this person? He could not understand at all. He had been in seclusion for just decades, so how could such a person appear under his rule? All the disciples and devotees in Longki Temple knelt on the ground and looked excitedly at the figure that had transformed into a bright sun that rose into the sky. Immortal! Immortal! A devotee said incoherently, repeating this one word. In the courtyard, Wang Chen, Huang Chuan, Ling Xiao and Bai Qi were the most shocked. That vast power made their minds go blank. The silly Ping'an roared excitedly and even waved at Zhang Chongsheng. This was the ultimate immortal technique, the bright sun Tathagata. It was the ultimate immortal technique that Zhang Chongsheng had obtained when he defeated half of the martial arts world. He had never had the chance to use it, so he used it today. Since the Mahayana Dragon Tower wanted to kill him, he would display the power to make the Cao Yuding dynasties feel despair. As long as he was strong enough, he could shatter all ambitions. Zhang Chongsheng was in the sun. This sun was formed by his spiritual energy and was nearly 1,000 feet in diameter. The light it emitted extended extremely far. When the sun hung high above Longki Temple, Zhang Chongsheng saw the entire capital, the mountains, and the forest. At this moment, he experienced what it meant to be high and mighty. This was only his road to immortality. If he became a true immortal god in the future, how powerful would he be? Zhang Chongsheng looked at Xiao Duoshan and the 32 true god realm experts. They did not escape. Although their eyes were filled with despair, they were already determined to die. Xiao Duoshan and the others could not see the figure in the bright sun clearly. Zhang Chongsheng was so unfamiliar, so blurry, and so terrifying in their eyes. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We will die and the true dragon will live forever. Xiao Duoshan suddenly shouted with a thunderous voice. The 32 true god realm experts repeated in unison. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We will die and the true dragon will live forever. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We will die and the true dragon will live forever. The Mahayana Dragon Tower has stood for 1,000 years. We will die and the true dragon will live forever. The entire city was silent as they watched this scene. They were also shocked by the aura of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Facing such a powerful opponent, the Mahayana Dragon Tower did not show weakness and instead revealed their determination to die. This was the foundation and arrogance of a 1,000-year-old holy land. Xiao Duoshan's expression was ferocious as he roared, "Kill!" He struck out with his palms, and surging true qi transformed into a huge dragon-shaped true qi that attacked. The 32 true god realm experts did the same. 33 true dragons flew over the capital. Even the light from the bright sun Tathagata could not drown their figures. The scene seemed to freeze. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It was impossible for them to forget it for the rest of her life. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. A majestic giant Buddha rose from the sun. The giant Buddha was condensed from the golden light and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. The giant Buddha raised its palm and pushed forward, defeating the 33 true dragons with an extremely domineering aura. A palm shadow flew out and its speed suddenly increased. It instantly flew into the sky and collided with Xiao Duoshan and others. Then, there was a shocking bang. Blood mist filled the sky as true gods fell like rain. Bang! 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 True gods smashed through one pavilion one after another, causing the ground to cave in and fall to the ground like meteors, raising dust everywhere in the city. The huge Buddha retracted his palm and Xiao Duoshan, who was covered in blood, was sucked over. As the huge Buddha slowly lowered his head and entered the white sun, Xiao Duoshan also disappeared. The white sun suddenly shrank and disappeared into thin air. The world returned to normal and Zhang Chongsheng and Xiao Duoshan were nowhere to be seen. Send all the true god realm experts of the Mahayana Dragon Tower to the hero's tomb. Zhang Changshen's voice sounded and echoed in the sky, telling everyone that the battle was over. The entire city was silent, and the disciples of Longki Temple were stunned. This battle far exceeded the past examples, making them unable to recover for a long time. That isn't martial arts. That is the immortal way. An old woman in the city shouted in a trembling voice and knelt down to kowtow, breaking the silence in the city. The entire city was in an uproar. Exclamations, cheers, and shouts wanted to overturn the sky. Within the palace, Zhang Zivu swallowed his saliva and subconsciously touched the birthmark between his eyebrows. He could not understand why his father was so powerful. Could it be that he was really an immortal who had left such a mark on him? He remembered that Zhang Changshen's Dao patterns could appear, which meant that this mark was not as simple as a birthmark. Outside the city, while all the martial artists were cheering and kneeling, the Fortune Buddha collapsed to the ground. His entire body was trembling, and his face was ashen with fear. At this moment, he did not want to take revenge anymore. He was really afraid. Before he came, he had thought that they might lose, but he did not expect their defeat to be so ridiculous. The strongest forces sent by the Mahayana Dragon Tower were all unable to withstand a single blow. The Fortune Buddha hurriedly got up and scrambled to escape. At this moment, a swordsman unsheathed his sword out of thin air and attacked him from behind when he was unprepared. It pierced his throat and blood splattered on the ground. Even if a Heaven Arrival Realm expert had his throat pierced, he would still die. This scene frightened the surrounding martial artists. In Zhang Changshen's courtyard, the disciples were cheering. Little did they know that Zhang Changsheng had already returned to his room. He looked down at Xiao Duoshan on the ground. Xiao Duoshan was covered in blood, but he was still alive because of the rejuvenation technique. Hearing the cheers outside, Xiao Duoshan did not feel humiliated. At this moment, he looked at the roof numbly. Zhang Changsheng was expressionless as he said, "Why did you risk your life to find trouble with Great Jing?" Xiao Duoshan smiled sadly and said, "Find trouble with Great Jing? When I became the Tower Master, your Jing martial ancestor was not even born. Who found trouble with whom?" Zhang Changsheng said, "You control imperial power, suppress martial arts, and cut off the future of all the martial artists in the world. You also easily kill the innocent. This is your retribution." Hearing this, Xiao Duoshan's smile became even bleaker. "That's right. Retribution. It's indeed retribution." Although such an action was exchanged for the status of supremacy of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, it still goes against the heavens. In this martial arts competition, I understand. The other dynasties have already begun to release their martial arts and geniuses have emerged in large numbers. Only the Mahayana Dragon Tower, although there are experts, is a group of old farts. Hearing this, Zhang Changsheng fell silent. Even though Xiao Duoshan repented, it was too late. At this moment, Xiao Duoshan suddenly looked at Zhang Changsheng with a ferocious expression and growled like a wild beast, "Immortal Master! Changsheng, you are definitely not the only one who can enjoy the 13 prefectures. You don't know what is hidden in the 13 prefectures at all. Although you are strong today, how long can you live? When you die, without the protection of the Mahayana Dragon Tower and you, Great Jing will definitely be eaten by the surrounding dynasties. Because of your strength, the various dynasties will definitely unite and treat the Jing dynasty as the greatest threat. It will be the same for the emperor. It's impossible for the Jing dynasty to last for 1,000 years. If the Jing dynasty survives because of you, it will definitely die because of you. Moreover, not only will the dynasty be destroyed, but the people in the 13 prefectures will definitely be plunged into misery and extinction. The other dynasties will not allow another person like you to appear." Xiao Duoshan's entire body trembled as his blood surged. His neck tilted and he went completely silent. Zhang Changsheng looked down at him coldly and thought to himself, "What if I can live for 1,000 years?" Chapter 63, Ziwei Imprisoning Heaven Divine Dao Palm, Martial Dao Lifespan. Zhang Changsheng thought for a moment and used his spiritual energy to wake Xiao Duoshan up again. Xiao Duoshan was hanging on by a thread by the rejuvenation technique and had only fainted from excitement. This time, Zhang Changsheng used the phantom god's eyes to hypnotize Xiao Duoshan and asked for the address of the Chao sect of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. Xiao Duoshan answered truthfully, and Zhang Changsheng recorded some details before letting Xiao Duoshan die. He then called Wang Chen in and asked him to drag his corpse out. Wang Chen moved carefully and glanced at Zhang Changsheng with reverence. Even though he had seen Zhang Changshen's shocking battles several times, today's battle still refreshed his understanding of him. Too powerful. Zhang Changsheng waited for a while before a line of words finally appeared in front of him. In the second year of the Kunwu era, Xiao Duoshan of the Mahayana Dragon Tower attacked with 32 true God Realm experts. You successfully survived their siege and survived a calamity. You have obtained a survival reward. Ziwei Imprisoning Heaven Divine Dao Palm. An ultimate immortal technique. Zhang Changsheng smiled. The bright sun Tathagata was also an immortal technique. Its strength was so great that he naturally looked forward to more powerful immortal techniques. He began to inherit the Ziwei Heaven Imprisoning Divine Dao Palm. Soon, his expression changed. Although it was said to imprison the heavens, once it was cultivated to great success, it could really imprison the heavens. Of course, the so-called great success also required great success in one's cultivation. Zhang Changsheng silently comprehended this ultimate immortal technique. At the same time, Longqi Mountain attracted the attention of many martial artists, high-ranking officials, and nobles. They watched as the disciples of Longqi Temple buried the people from the Mahayana Dragon Tower. The hero's tomb was filled with peerless experts whose names shook the world of martial artists. GK from Tian Shan Mountain, Yan Long from Killing Blade, Daoist Tian Gang, Divine Monk Xuexin, and so on. These tombstones made the blood of the martial artists boil. The number one person in the martial arts world of Great Jing. There's no controversy about it, right? Not only is he the number one, he's clearly the number one person since ancient times. However, the Mahayana Dragon Tower has given me a new understanding of martial arts. Yet, I suddenly feel that we were just playing around in the past. Perhaps the martial arts world of Great Jing is really going to soar. Not only were there discussions on Longqi Mountain, but it was the same in the capital. The martial artists from the other sects quickly left, afraid that Zhang Chongsheng would discover them. At night, Zhang Chongsheng sneaked into the palace, transformed into a sparrow and entered the imperial study. Then, he transformed back, revealing his true form. Zhang Ziyu, who was reviewing the memorials, was shocked. "You, how did you appear just now?" Zhang Ziyu asked with a trembling voice as his eyes widened. If he was not wrong, a sparrow had flown in just now and he had even glanced at it. Could it be that his father was a sparrow? Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "It's just a smokescreen." Zhang Ziyu did not believe it. He kept feeling that Zhang Chongsheng could really change his figure. In today's battle, not only were the martial arts practitioners and commoners shocked, but even he was the same. In his heart, Zhang Chongsheng was definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Chongsheng came to the table and said, "If you want to truly promote martial arts, you still need a large number of ultimate techniques. I found out the address of the Chao sect and the location of the Tibetan martial arts from Xiao Duotian. Take note of it and send someone to search later." Hearing this, Zhang Ziyu hurriedly put down the memorial, took out a pen and paper, and seriously noted it down. After Zhang Chongsheng finished speaking, Zhang Ziyu looked at the address on the paper and was overwhelmed with emotions. Although the Mahayana Dragon Tower had suffered a crushing defeat, he had witnessed its strength with his own eyes. If he could control such a martial arts faction, he would not have to worry about not sweeping through the world and annexing the surrounding dynasties. Zhang Chongsheng took out a piece of paper and said, "Help me collect the medicinal herbs on this piece of paper. The more, the better." Zhang Ziyu took it and asked curiously, "What are these for?" Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "An immortal visited me in my dream and gave me a pill manual. I want to see if I can successfully refine it." Zhang Ziyu nodded. Although he had something to say, he still held it in. Then, Zhang Chongsheng turned into a sparrow in front of him and flew out of the window, leaving him dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye. After half a year, the storm of the decisive battle between Zhang Chongsheng and the Mahayana Dragon Tower finally subsided, but the underworld became even more lively. "Tisk tisk, Daoist Master, your reputation has completely spread to the other dynasties. All kinds of rankings have appeared in the martial arts world, such as the top 10 martial grandmasters, the top 10 sect masters, the top 10 swordsmen, and so on. However, you are unique and are called the Martial God." Eunuch Li sat beside Zhang Chongsheng and said excitedly. The more famous Zhang Chongsheng was, the more face he would have. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "It's just an empty title." Although he said that, the corners of his mouth were curled up. He could also feel his reputation increasing. In just half a year, his incense value had increased by 5 times and was still increasing. He had profited greatly from this battle. Eunuch Li added, "My subordinates discovered that the Mahayana Dragon Tower did not disband because of this. There are still a large number of experts active. It's really too difficult to eradicate the Mahayana Dragon Tower. After all, they are a 1,000-year-old holy land. No one knows how many successors they have." Zhang Chongsheng naturally knew this. After all, the Mahayana Dragon Tower only sent a group of old experts. There were no young disciples of the Mahayana Dragon Tower participating in the battle half a year ago. The Mahayana Dragon Tower seemed to be facing death, but it actually had a backup plan. Eunuch Li said some more information before leaving. Zhang Chongsheng stood up and sat in front of the medicinal cauldron. He said, "The medicinal pill is almost ready. Bai Qi, prepare to test the medicine." Hearing this, Bai Qi trembled and got up from the ground. It forced a smile and said, "Can you let this servant delay for a while?" Your medicine has tormented this servant. In the beginning, it was still very excited. However, there was one time when it consumed a medicinal pill, and the domineering medicinal force almost caused its body to explode and die. Fortunately, Zhang Chongsheng took action. Ever since that time, it had a psychological trauma. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, the medicinal pill this time is not that domineering. Try it. Bai Qi felt pain in its heart, but it did not dare to continue refusing. It could only brace itself and agree. Zhang Chongsheng opened the lid of the cauldron and sucked out 3 pills from afar. He then handed 1 pill to Bai Qi. Bai Qi took a deep breath and swallowed it. Its entire body was tense, afraid that something would happen again. However, this time, it only felt that the medicinal pill melted in its throat. Its entire body was cool and extremely comfortable. It widened its eyes and realized that its senses had become clearer. It looked at Zhang Chongsheng in disbelief and asked, Daoist Master, what medicine is this? Zhang Chongsheng chuckled and said, it's called the Spirit Nurturing Pill. Spirit Nurturing Pill. Bai Qi repeated this name to understand the pill's name. In half a year, Zhang Chongsheng had already refined 4 types of medicinal pills. In addition to the Spirit Nurturing Pills, he had also refined marrow cleansing pills that could strengthen his meridians and physique. He had already let the people he cared about consume them, including Zhang Ziyu. After consuming the marrow cleansing pill, everyone displayed stronger martial arts aptitude. Even Hua Jiangxin had been engrossed in martial arts recently. However, Zhang Chongsheng realized that even if they took the marrow cleansing pill, there was no qualitative leap in their cultivation of the heavenly scripture of the universe. They could not even perfect the heavenly scripture of the universe, let alone cultivate immortality. Huang Chuan, who was the most talented, had once said that he would always feel a sense of oppression when he broke through, as if he would turn into ashes. Zhang Chongsheng guessed that this was the rule of martial arts in the world. After all, this was a world of martial arts. This was also good. Since only he could cultivate, it would allow him to ensure his advantage. As for the people around them dying of old age in the future, there was nothing he could do. At the very least, Zhang Chongsheng had let them live happily and better in this life. He had treated them well in this life and even imprinted the mark of reincarnation on them. If they were fated, they would always meet again over the long years. Zhang Chongsheng even had an idea that he could use his incense value to calculate someone's reincarnation. This way, he would be able to find them in the sea of people. Zhang Chongsheng got up and returned to his room. He began to consume the Spirit Nurturing Pill. The true function of the Spirit Nurturing Pill was to strengthen the divine sense of a cultivator. Bai Qi did not cultivate, so he could only strengthen his 5 senses. The days passed peacefully. Zhang Chongsheng cultivated every day and occasionally took the time to refine pills. His disciples had already grown up, so he did not need to worry. He just needed to give them some pointers from time to time. In the 3rd year of the Qunwu era, just after the new spring, a large number of white-robed guards escorted carriages back to the capital, causing the commoners to watch and discuss. The next month, the emperor established the true martial pavilion in the capital and issued an edict to the world. Anyone who obtained a martial arts scholarship could enter the true martial pavilion to choose an ultimate techniques according to their results. He had also announced the origin of the true martial pavilion, the martial arts treasure vault of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. For a moment, all the martial artists in the world were fanatical and signed up for the martial arts examinations everywhere. In just a year, more than 200,000 martial artists were recorded in the court. The trend of martial arts spread to every corner of the 13 prefectures. Even the cowherd children knew how to box and dance in the fields. The martial arts world of Great Jing were strengthening at a visible speed, making the surrounding dynasties uneasy. 4th year of the Qunwu era. The empress finally gave birth to a dragon son, and they were twin brothers. It was a joyous matter that spread throughout the world. With the emperor having a descendant, the Jing dynasty would be more stable. Zhang Chongsheng did not have any expectations for his 2 biological grandsons, but Hua Jiangxin often went to the palace to visit. On this day, the 4 Seas sage came to visit with a baby in his arms. Zhang Chongsheng sensed that the baby's aura was somewhat similar to his, so he knew what was going on. After Wang Chen left with his disciples, only Zhang Chongsheng, the 4 Seas sage, and Bai Qi were left in the courtyard. They were enjoying the worship of the devotees. This is the current 2nd prince, Zhang Luo. With His Majesty's approval, I will bring him out of Great Jing and head to Xiansheng Grotto Heaven to practice martial arts. The Four Seas sage placed the swaddled baby on the table and stroked his beard. He looked at Zhang Luo with love. Zhang Chongsheng noticed that there was also a Dao pattern birthmark between Zhang Luo's eyebrows. He said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of him." The Four Seas sage smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've watched His Majesty rise in power, and our relationship is even closer than Zhang Yuan's. Zhang Luo will be raised by me in the future, so I will naturally treat him as my own son. However, after this farewell, Zhang Luo will probably not be able to meet the Emperor again for decades." Zhang Chongsheng was silent as he stared at Zhang Luo, thinking about something. The Four Seas sage mustered his courage and said, "Immortal Master Chongsheng, why don't you follow me to the Xiansheng Grotto heaven? Your strength has already surpassed the sects in the Suo Yuding 10 dynasties. If you stay here, although you are strong, your martial arts realm will not increase." Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and smiled. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I still don't want to go." "What a joke! I just cleared the beginner village, so why should I follow you to a high-level map?" Zhang Chongsheng was not interested in going to the Xiansheng Grotto heaven. He only needed to guard his territory and focus on cultivation to continuously become stronger. The Four Seas sage said, "The higher the martial arts realm, the longer your lifespan will increase. If you stay here, how long can you guard the dynasty? 100 years? 200 years? Zhang Chongsheng asked curiously, "Can martial artists live forever?" The Four Seas sage rolled his eyes and said, "Immortal Master, don't joke. There are no immortals in this world. Martial arts only increases one's lifespan. Since ancient times, the one who lived the longest was the martial ancestor. He lived for 800 years, but that was thousands of years ago. The longest living martial arts expert I've seen has only lived for more than 300 years. That old senior is really an immortal existence in the world. Unfortunately, he has already passed away." When Zhang Chongsheng heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 64, Legend of the 13 Prefectures, God of Slaughter Inheritance. The Four Seas sage left with Zhang Luo. Zhang Chongsheng began to look forward to Zhang Luo's future. He wanted to see what achievements Zhang Luo, who was practicing martial arts in the Xiansheng Grotto heaven, would achieve in the future. The second prince left quietly, and the emperor did not mention this matter to the outside world. A few days later, Hua Jiangxin discovered this matter. After asking the emperor about it, she returned to complain to Zhang Chongsheng. "What's Xiansheng Grotto heaven? Isn't it better to practice martial arts with you?" Hua Jiangxin complained with a worried expression. When she saw the birth of the two princes, her heart ached and she could not bear to part with them. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "It's fine. The Zhang family also needs someone to see a wider world. Moreover, I won't nurture Ziu's descendants for generations. The children and grandchildren will have their own blessings." Hua Jiangxin sighed and said, "That's true. Everyone in the market says that having two children in the family of an emperor is a bad omen, especially without a crown prince. If Zhang Luo is sent away, the country will be more stable." She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Will Zhang Luo come back one day to snatch the throne?" Zhang Chongsheng was amused and said, "Don't think too much. Speaking of which, being the crown prince of the Jing dynasty was a curse that would not end well." Hua Jiangxin was even more worried. She held her cheek with her right hand and looked at the sky, clearly imagining things. Seeing her like this, Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. What if Zhang Luo comes back in 50 to 60 years? I will still be here. All right, if even divine monk Xuexin can live to 100 years old, so can you." Hua Jiangxin swept away the worry between her brows and asked with a smile. "Ling Xiao is going to lead a team down the mountain to train in a few days. Aren't you worried?" Ling Xiao was Zhang Changshen's youngest disciple. He was the most talented disciple selected by Meng Chuzhuang and the candidate for the next eldest disciple. However, he had a shy personality and was embarrassed even when facing his master, Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng said, "He's already 19 years old. Although he's still a distance away from the heaven arrival realm, it's good to go down the mountain to train. The martial arts world is not so chaotic now. There were still conflicts in the martial arts world, but because a large number of martial artists took the examination to obtain merits, there were much fewer grudges than before." Hua Jiangxin smiled and said, "I'm beginning to look forward to what kind of transformation he will undergo." Zhang Chongsheng also looked out of the court. There were already more than 500 disciples in Longqi Temple. Even without Zhang Chongsheng, with Ping'an and Huang Chuan around, it could be considered a large sect in the martial arts world. With him around, Longqi Temple was even more of a holy land for the martial arts world. He suddenly had an idea. Should he give up his position and select a Daoist master to succeed him? In any case, he usually did not manage things. He could completely be the Grand Supreme Teacher and hide behind the scenes. He could not let Longqi Temple rely on him too much. Moreover, if he stayed as the Daoist master, his longevity would easily be exposed. Plus, there was another benefit. If Longqi Temple did not have him at the helm, there would be martial arts experts challenging the temple. At that point, he could also secretly farm them for survival rewards. When Meng Chu's Huang and the other old disciples died of old age, he could start the plan to give up his position. For now, he still had to observe. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently and suddenly felt a little emotional. Time passed so quickly. He could not help but think of Daoist Master King Xiu. He did not know if his master was dead or alive. If he was alive, where was he? In the 5th year of the Qunwu era, many merchants had their houses confiscated for the crime of bullying commoners, avoiding taxes, hiring people to kill, and many other crimes. The commoners were happy about this, and they felt that the current emperor was a holy king that empathized with the commoners. In the 6th year of the Qunwu era, the third son of King Qin disappeared at the border of ancient Han. They searched for half a month but could not find him. King Qin reported this to the emperor and guessed that it was probably done by ancient Han. Concerning this, the emperor was furious and sent an order to inquire about the situation and reorganize the army. A month later, the emperor announced to the world that ancient Han had not adhered to morals and killing the son of King Qin. Great Jing would attack ancient Han and avenge the son of King Qin, promoting the heroism of Great Jing. This time, no one from the 13 prefectures objected. No one was afraid. Instead, they were ambitious. Ever since the emperor ascended to the throne, hundreds of thousands of martial artists had been recruited and thrown into various armies. The military strength of Great Jing had returned to its peak, or even surpassed it. Since ancient Han dared to mess around in their borders, how could Great Jing not retaliate? The last sentence of the imperial decree excited the people of the world. Even the martial arts practitioners admired the emperor's heroism. Those who offend the people of Great Jing will be killed no matter how far they are. Zhang Ziyu had naturally heard this from Zhang Chongsheng. When he heard the story of the Han dynasty, he had the deepest impression of this sentence. Now, it was used on Great Jing. On the cliff, Zhang Chongsheng looked at the army gathered outside the northern city gate with a calm expression. Bai Qi squatted beside him and clicked its tongue in wonder. The human race is really competitive. It has only been a few years, but they have started a war again. However, I have to say that the current Great Jing army is really strong. The leaders are actually grandmasters, and there are nearly 10 heaven arrival realm experts. It seems to me that Great Jing has been strengthened by 2 times. The leading grandmaster was Su Tianji. Ping'an had also been recruited and would follow the expedition. Zhang Chongsheng said leisurely, "That's right. The world is indeed competitive, and the emperor is even more so. The emperors of the Zhang family were all the same. Zhang Yuan wanted to annex ancient Han, and Zhang Ziyu was even more so. Moreover, Zhang Ziyu's ambition was clearly greater. There were large numbers of troops stationed in the east and west, and they could attack the neighboring dynasties at any time. Zhang Chongsheng did not have the intention to dissuade Zhang Ziyu. Such a battle might arouse the dissatisfaction of the other sects, but he would treat them as survival rewards. All ambitious emperors wanted to achieve dominance that surpassed their ancestors. Zhang Ziyu was the same. He had revealed his ambition to devour the various dynasties since he was young, so Zhang Chongsheng naturally could not stop him. If Great Jing wanted to maintain its foothold, it had to continuously become stronger. Development was only one of the ways to become stronger. Conquest was the core method. After all, the resources and productivity of a dynasty were limited. If it was strong enough, it could conquer others, raise the living standards of its citizens, and reduce potential threats. Zhang Chongsheng would not sympathize with the commoners of the other dynasties. If ancient Han and the Jin dynasty were stronger than Great Jing, they would also annex the latter. This was an unavoidable law of the heavens. After watching for a while, Zhang Chongsheng turned around and returned to the courtyard to continue cultivating. With the help of medicinal pills, his cultivation level kept increasing steadily. Although he was still far from the 7th level of the Dao technique, at least he was no longer out of reach from it. It had been 17 years since his last breakthrough. Zhang Chongsheng had almost forgotten the taste of breaking through. Spring and summer passed, and autumn arrived. Zhang Chongsheng was cultivating under the earth spirit tree when eunuch Li quickly ran in and came in front of him. He said in a low voice, "Daoist Master, Emperor Yang Zhao is suspected to have become a true God realm expert. Because of this, the power of the Burning Sky Pavilion has increased greatly. They took down the martial peak before August and unified the martial arts world in the south. It's true that Emperor Yang Zhao has the strength of a Grand Master, but it has only been a few years, and he has actually successfully broken through. I suspect that it's the work of the remaining members of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. They might even be able to make a comeback with the help of the Burning Sky Pavilion." When Zhang Chongsheng heard this, he did not care at all and said casually, "Even if he's a true God realm expert, does he dare come to the capital?" In the martial arts world, there were always peerless experts and young geniuses who appeared out of nowhere. However, no matter how strong their battle results were, it was impossible for them to be the number one in the world in the hearts of all the martial artists in the world unless they dared to go to the capital to fight the martial god and prove themselves. Ever since the Mahayana Dragon Tower was defeated, no experts came to challenge Longqi Temple. The martial artists who came were very well behaved and obediently handed over incense money. Eunuch Li chuckled and said, "Of course he doesn't dare to come. I'm not here to remind you. After all, there were no true God realm experts in the martial arts world of Great Jing before." Zhang Chongsheng felt that it made sense and said, "Investigate where Emperor Yang Zhao broke through. I suspect that he might have used a treasure to break through to the true God realm." He had previously heard that the Mahayana Dragon Tower suppressed the martial arts world for the sake of martial arts resources. He had asked Xiao Duoshan about it and this fellow had said a lot, such as the Dao Enlightenment Stone, the 1,000-year-old essence ginseng, the Kylin blood scales, the 10,000-year cold silkworm, and so on. He had also told Zhang Ziyu about this, but Zhang Ziyu had not collected many treasures over the years. According to Xiao Duoshan, thousands of years ago, the martial arts world of the 13 prefectures was at its peak. Powerful martial artists could move mountains and overturn seas, and there were even rare beasts walking in the world. At that time, there was no dynasties, only clans and sects. Later on, for some reason, the martial arts world of the 13 prefectures declined, and those rare treasures and martial arts inheritances were hidden in the dark. The Mahayana Dragon Tower took this opportunity to seize the 13 prefectures and monopolize the resources of the 13 prefectures before becoming powerful. It even obtained control over the surrounding dynasties, which eventually led them to become a 1,000-year holy land. Martial artists could use rare treasures to increase their blood qi and break through realms. However, the physiques of martial artists were different from people to people. One needed a certain degree of compatibility with the treasure to consume it. If they forcefully consumed a certain treasure, they might explode and die. Even the Mahayana Dragon Tower was not sure what treasure a martial artist was compatible with. In order to train a true God realm expert, they would often sacrifice dozens of geniuses or even more. However, as long as a true God realm expert was born in 100 years, it was enough for the Mahayana Dragon Tower to establish itself in the surrounding dynasties. Eunuch Li replied, "All right, I'll arrange for an investigation after I leave the mountain." He then rolled his eyes and said, "Daoist Master, I have a request. I don't know if I should say it." Zhang Chongsheng glanced at him and said, "Speak. I'm already old and don't have many years to live. The faction I have now has a legacy. Although I don't have the ability to reproduce, I was born by my parents. I have a younger brother who also lives in the capital. His grandson is talented and has even obtained a martial arts scholarship. I want to introduce this grandson to you. If Daoist Master can give him some pointers, he will be greatly useful to you in the future." Eunuch Li said carefully, afraid that Zhang Chongsheng would be unhappy. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Bring him up the mountain tomorrow." It was human nature to do this, so he could understand what Eunuch Li was doing. Eunuch Li had indeed done his best all these years. Eunuch Li immediately kowtowed in thanks and left the mountain excitedly. At noon the next day, Eunuch Li brought his grandson to pay his respects. This person's name was Li Jun, and he looked to be 17 or 18 years old. He had a tall figure and a handsome face. He was dressed in the clothes of a swordsman. Compared to the hunched and respectful Eunuch Li, it was difficult to imagine that they were related by blood. Li Jun was also very excited when facing Zhang Chongsheng, but he restrained himself very well. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Eunuch Li, let's go back. Eunuch Li nodded and looked at Li Jun. He reminded him, you must be obedient. Don't talk back to Daoist Master like you did to me. If you anger the Daoist Master, I will be the first to beat you to death. Li Jun nodded, his eyes filled with helplessness. After Eunuch Li left, Zhang Chongsheng sized up Li Jun. This child was close to the spiritual sense realm at such a young age. His aptitude was indeed not bad. What kind of martial arts do you want to learn? Zhang Chongsheng asked. Li Jun touched the saber at his waist and said seriously, I want to learn the saber. He was a little nervous. After all, he had never heard if immortal Master Chongsheng could use a saber. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, all right, I have a saber technique that no one has learned. This saber technique is abnormally ferocious, and it can be considered a speedy martial art. In desperate situations, it can even erupt with the strength to fight across realms, but it will damage one's lifespan. Li Jun's eyes lit up and he said, it will only consume one's lifespan when one is in a desperate situation. Yes. If you don't consume much energy, your lifespan won't be shortened. Then I want to learn it. Upon hearing that it was a speedy martial art, Li Jun was tempted. Zhang Chongsheng began to impart the Killing God Devil Blade to Li Jun. The reason why he inherited the Killing God Devil Blade was because although Li Jun's aptitude was not bad, it was not top-notch. In addition, he was already an adult. At this age, it was difficult for him to reach the heaven arrival realm by cultivating other martial arts, let alone higher realms. What Zhang Chongsheng needed Li Jun for was to be strong enough to enter the tiger's den. Just like that, another person practiced martial arts in Zhang Changshen's courtyard. After Huang Chuan saw him, the two of them sparred. Li Jun was unable to resist at all, which made him respect Zhang Chongsheng even more. A random disciple could easily defeat him. He was really amazing. After a while, Huang Chuan and Li Jun, who both had the same temperament, became good friends. Half a year later, Li Jun finally grasped the god-slaying devil blade. At that time, Hua Jiangxin brought a piece of news. The Jin dynasty has changed. Just a month ago, the emperor of the Jin dynasty was killed at night. The entire royal family was slaughtered, and their corpses were all hung on the city gate of the imperial city. It was suspected that it was done by a martial arts expert. The frontline garrison camp also received a mysterious letter that warned Great Jing that if they dared to cross the border again, the Great Jing emperor would die in the palace and follow in the footsteps of the Jin dynasty's emperor. When Zhang Chongsheng heard this, he was expressionless. After a few years of peace, was there finally someone who could not hold back? Chapter 65, 10,000 Dynasties Fight for Luck, activate the reincarnation panel. Zhang Chongsheng asked, what's Xiu's attitude when he found out about? He was currently staying in the house with Hua Jiangxin. With spiritual energy isolating them, he was not afraid that the disciples outside would hear him. Hua Jiangxin's face was filled with worry as she said, he's indifferent and said that there's no need to care about the Jin dynasty. Great Jing's target now is to swallow ancient Han first. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, that's right. Don't panic. This is my great Jing emperor. You don't have to worry. With me in the capital, no one can kill Xiu. The other party might be deliberately provoking Great Jing. Hua Jiangxin felt that it made sense. If Great Jing was furious and insisted on entering the Jin dynasty, they would be trapped. She added, recently, the white-robed guards have discovered that experts from the various dynasties have infiltrated Great Jing. They seem to be looking for something and have not participated in the feuds of the martial arts world. Zhang Chongsheng thought for a moment and said, perhaps they're here to find the rare treasures of the 13 prefectures. Without the Mahayana Dragon Tower to intimidate the various dynasties, they would naturally be bolder. Although the Great Jing has me, it only has me. No matter how strong I am, it's impossible for me to guard every corner of the 13 prefectures. Hua Jiangxin asked curiously, are the treasures of the 13 prefectures really that impressive? I heard that the white-robed guards obtained a rare treasure last year and there was no news of it after they handed it over to Xiu. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, Xiu is the emperor after all. How can he tell you and I everything? Let him be. He was also keeping a suitable distance from Zhang Xiu. He was not too intimate and would not ask about everything. After all, Zhang Xiu was an emperor now. Even if they were biological father and son, he could not interfere too much in the matters of the emperor. Hua Jiangxin sighed and said, that's true. I'm just afraid that he will mess around and hurt his body. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Don't think too much. You should take the medicinal pills on the table now." Hua Jiangxin nodded, then picked up the medicine bottle and sat on the bed. Zhang Chongsheng silently checked his incense points. Current incense points, 62,218. Not bad. He could squander it a little. Can I easily suppress the mysterious force that slaughtered the Jin dynasty's royal family? Requires 3,000 incense points. Do you wish to continue? It actually needed 1,000 more incense points than the calculation of the strength of the Mahayana Dragon Tower. No wonder they was so arrogant. However, it was only 1,000 more incense points. Forget it, there was no need to squander. The world really lacked people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhang Chongsheng sighed in his heart, chose no, and focused on his cultivation. The unforeseen event of the Jin dynasty did not spread in the 13 prefectures. The matter of the Emperor of Great Jing being threatened was also not known by the commoners. Great Jing was still focused on attacking ancient Han. Ever since the founding of the Jing dynasty, the martial arts trend had prospered. It was even more so after the current emperor ascended the throne. After 56 years, the martial arts strength of Great Jing had naturally increased greatly. Now that a large number of martial artists had joined the army, ancient Han was no match for them at all. In the 7th year of the Qunwu era, General Ping'an single-handedly killed through an army of 300,000 and was unstoppable. He barged into the capital of ancient Han alone. By the time the army of Great Jing arrived, the capital had already turned into a river of blood. The reputation of Ping'an spread throughout the world, and the surrounding dynasties trembled. Good. 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 As expected of my senior brother, ha ha ha. In the throne room, Zhang Ziyu laughed loudly, showing his high spirits. The civil and military officials were also happy. At this rate, annexing ancient Han and expanding the territory of the Jing dynasty was a certainty. This would be an achievement that the previous dynasties of the 13 prefectures had never achieved since ancient times. They were witnessing history. At this moment, a eunuch came from the side hall and knelt in front of the dragon throne. He then whispered something. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, "Today is really a double blessing. Those outside the hall, enter the hall." Hearing this, the eunuch at the foot of the stairs shouted, "Those outside the hall, enter the hall." The royal guards outside the hall repeated this sentence one after another, spreading it far and wide. The entire court was discussing the battle of ancient Han and praising the divine might of Ping'an. After a while, a figure entered the hall and attracted everyone's attention. This person was dressed in white. He was tall and had a dignified appearance. With one hand behind his waist, he exuded a calm and confident aura. For some reason, as soon as he entered the hall, everyone's gazes could not leave him. He walked to the front of the dragon stage and bowed. He smiled and said, "My surname is Han and my name is Tianji. At the request of the Four Seas Sage, I have specially come to help His Majesty establish the 13 prefectures." The Four Seas Sage. All the civil and military officials knew that this sage had the merit of following the emperor. When the current emperor was fighting, the Four Seas Sage was his brains. He strategized and even saw through the astronomical phenomenon. He was an extraordinary person. Zhang Ziyu sized up Han Tianji and smiled. "Are you also a disciple of the Xiansheng Grotto Heaven?" Xiansheng Grotto Heaven? The entire court looked at each other. They had never heard of such a place. Han Tianji smiled and said, "That's right. I have the same master as the Four Seas Sage. He is my senior brother." He praised Great Jing for overthrowing the rule of sects. Now, Great Jing has the qualifications to advance to become a Providence dynasty. Although I practice martial arts, my greatest ambition in life is to support a Providence dynasty. Since ancient times, all dynasties have fought for luck. If one doesn't control Providence, it can't be considered a true dynasty. The continent where the 13 prefectures are located is only a corner of the world. This corner has a total of 42 dynasties and is controlled by the 10 Directions dynasty sect. All the Providence belongs to the 10 Directions dynasty sect, making it difficult for the martial arts world to rise. The Mahayana Dragon Tower is one of the 10 Directions dynasty sects. Take the martial arts realms for example. Decades ago, Great Jing's martial arts world regarded those in the spiritual sense realm as top experts and those in the divine realm as grandmasters. This was because their providence was snatched away, making the spiritual energy in the world scarce. In that situation, it was difficult for martial artists to temper their bodies and their comprehension was difficult to reach the heavenly Dao. When Great Jing grasped providence, 100 years later, the true God realm would definitely not be the peak of the martial arts world. At that time, Great Jing would stand proudly above the 42 dynasties and even unify the world. His words opened the eyes of the civil and military officials. The world was actually so big. Chen Li asked curiously, what is providence and how do you control it? Han Tianji looked at him and smiled. Providence is fate and destiny. It concerns the longitude of the world and the livelihood of the people. All of this seems to be in an illusionary form, but it can actually condense into a force and turn into providence. The stronger the providence, the better the weather in the dynasty. Once achieved, it will be difficult for there to be a great plague and the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers will increase. How to condense providence and help the Jing dynasty transform into a providence. Dynasty is what I learned. If your majesty trusts me, I'm willing to help you. He looked at Zhang Ziyu again. Zhang Ziyu had long heard about this from the Four Seas sage. He had already seen Han Tianji in advance and verified his identity, but what he heard today was to open the minds of the officials. A general could not help but say, you make it sound so unbelievable. It's like you are singing a show. How are you going to prove yourself? Han Tianji turned around and waved his hand towards the outside of the throne room. In an instant, a violent wind rose outside and even blew into the hall, shocking everyone. Han Tianji smiled and said, this is the magical effect of providence. It can summon the wind and rain. Of course, it will also decrease one's lifespan, so I can only use it simply. Everyone, it is imperative for Great Jing to become a providence dynasty. If you don't control providence, you will eventually turn into smoke like the previous dynasties. If you don't advance, you will retreat, and if you retreat, you will die. This time, no one dared to question him. Zhang Ziyu laughed and said, all right, all right, all right. Pass down my decree. From today onwards, the Ministry of Transport will be established, and Han Tianji will be the Minister of Transport. From now on, there will be 7 departments in Great Jing to assist me in managing the country. Han Tianji knelt down and said, thank you for thinking highly of me, Your Majesty. I will definitely do my best and not hesitate to die. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng looked at the palace with a curious gaze. There was actually someone who could activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the person was just borrowing, it was indeed something that ordinary martial artists could not do. He looked over and saw Han Tianji. He had also heard Han Tianji's words. A Providence dynasty, no wonder. Apart from rare treasures, this was also one of the reasons why the Mahayana Dragon Tower ruled the 13 prefectures. Han Tianji's cultivation was at the divine realm, but he hid it very well, making him look like a scholar. The Xiansheng Grotto heaven is really powerful. They have such strength just by casually sending someone over. However, that's good too. It's indeed time for Great Jing to rise. Zhang Chongsheng thought silently. Just like now, even if his might shook the world, he was only one person. With him around, those people still dared to infiltrate and search for rare treasures. There were also mysterious forces that dared to threaten Great Jing. In their eyes, immortal Master Chongsheng was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, could he be strong enough to sweep through the world? To be on the safe side, Zhang Chongsheng decided to calculate. Does Han Tianji really want to support Great Jing? Requires 500 incense points. Do you want to continue? Tisk tisk, it really worked. He could be a lie detector in the future. Continue. Zhang Chongsheng thought. Yes. It was just one word, but it was enough to reassure Zhang Chongsheng. Han Tianji was sincere, which meant that the Four Seas sage would also treat Zhang Luo sincerely. Zhang Chongsheng smiled. He was finally not the only one who Great Jing could rely on. However, he could not relax. Han Tianji's words had also broadened his horizons. The 10 Directions dynasty sects actually controlled 42 dynasties. This was only this continent, and the world was even larger. Just like the universe realm that Zhang Chongsheng had previously known, since there was the name universe realm, someone must have reached it before. No matter how strong the survival system was, it was impossible to fabricate a martial arts realm in the world and force it on all living beings. That was too ridiculous. Cultivate hard and strive to reach the 7th level as soon as possible, far surpassing the universe realm. Zhang Chongsheng steeled his heart and closed his eyes. Previously, the reason why he was always stronger than the enemy was because of his own efforts. In the future, he would persevere in his cultivation and not carelessly reveal his information. As such, the enemy would never know his true strength, and he would not appear in front of the enemy without absolute confidence. This was the reason why his journey was smooth and he was not instantly killed. He had to continue on this path of avoiding death on the path of cultivation. In the 8th year of the Kunwu era, when ancient Han fell, a large number of civil servants and generals born from the imperial examinations were sent to ancient Han to take over the territory. Everyone was jubilant, and the hearts of the people were at their peak. In the hearts of the people, the current emperor had already surpassed the Jing martial ancestor and Emperor Jing Wen. Even the martial arts world admired him to the extreme. That same year, the 13 prefectures and counties began to build transportation towers. Han Tianji was also expanding the manpower of the Ministry of Transport. The commoners were also quite curious about the Ministry of Transport, but it would still take time for the theory of luck to spread throughout the world. That year, July, Meng Chu's-Huang died of old age. The disciples knelt in front of the mourning hall and cried softly. Zhang Chongsheng silently offered incense and sighed in his heart. Even though he had given Meng Chu's-Huang many medicinal pills, he could not defeat fate. This experience allowed him to gain some enlightenment. Everyone had their own fate. The end of their lifespan was difficult to surpass. If we're fated, we'll meet again in your next life, senior sister. Zhang Chongsheng muttered, and the sadness in his eyes slowly receded. Meng Qiushuan's death also made the older generation of disciples realize that their time was coming. Although an old friend had passed away, life still had to continue. It was even more so for Longqi Temple. It would not stop operating just because there was one less person. In the 9th year of the Kunwu era, Great Jing did not continue to fight. Instead, it consolidated its control over ancient Han. The emperor ordered to divide ancient Han into 9 outer provinces. Now, there were 22 provinces in total. On this day, Zhang Chongsheng was meditating under the tree. He suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Detected that you have first glimpsed into reincarnation and have activated the reincarnation panel. In the 9th year of the Kunwu era, Meng Chu's-Huang, who you marked, has successfully reincarnated and was born in the 9 provinces outside Great Jing. Zhang Chongsheng was moved. Just now, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of the reincarnation mark in the distance. However, it was very far away and he could not confirm where it was. He did not expect to activate the reincarnation panel. In his previous life, he had indeed set up a reincarnation panel in the game. Since he wanted to become an immortal, he had to jump out of the 3 worlds and not enter the 5 elements. The prerequisites for this were to pry into the 3 worlds and understand the 5 elements. Chapter 66, The Rise of Great Jing. How many years can it suppress the martial arts world? Senior sister reincarnated so quickly. Zhang Chongsheng sighed silently. She had just died for a year and was already reincarnated. On the other hand, his mother had yet to be reincarnated. Perhaps it was because the distance was too far, or was it because every soul reincarnated at a different time? Zhang Chongsheng was just curious and did not spend incense points to calculate. As for Meng Qiushuan's reincarnation, he did not want to find her. If fate allowed it, they would meet again. In this life, Zhang Chongsheng did not let anyone down, so why would he chase after someone for generations to please them? On the contrary, he had already allowed the people around him to obtain a better life. If they met again and he saw that their situation was not good, he would help them. Speaking of which, if they really met in the future, should he bring her back and continue let her be the eldest disciple? Let her work for Longqi Temple for the rest of her life? When Zhang Chongsheng thought of this, he was delighted. He could not help but stretch and sigh. A day on the mountain is like spring and autumn at the foot of the mountain. The world is really filled with vicissitudes. Bai Qi, who was lying at the side, looked up and asked, Daoist Master, are you bored? Do you want to go down the mountain for a walk? I can accompany you. There were only the 2 of them in the courtyard. White Dragon was not in the courtyard either. Instead, it was dozing on the hill behind the courtyard. It was like a white city wall and was rather majestic. Zhang Chongsheng touched its head and smiled. Forget it, I'll continue cultivating. If I'm infatuated with the scenery of the mortal world, my Dao heart will be destroyed. He was already invincible in Great Jing. If he went to enjoy himself, he would probably get lost and be addicted. After all, he was only invincible in Great Jing and not truly invincible in the whole world. Bai Qi widened its eyes and said, "How many years is a person's life? You are already strong enough to cherish the years." Zhang Chongsheng glanced at it and asked meaningfully, "You want to wait until I die and monopolize the Earth Spirit Tree, right?" Bai Qi was embarrassed and quickly shook its head. Demon beasts only live longer than humans. Sooner or later, they will also die. The 1,000-year-old demons in the world are just legends. In any case, I have never seen them, Bai Qi said seriously. Zhang Chongsheng said happily, "Since it's a legend, it might be true. Cultivate well, and you might be the next legend." When Bai Qi heard this, hope suddenly burned in its heart. Was it really possible? In the 10th year of the Qunwu era, Zhang Chongsheng turned 60 years old. The disciples of the same generation as him were all grey-haired, but he still maintained his 18-year-old appearance. This matter also spread in the streets, causing his incense points to increase faster and faster. Li Jun had finally completely mastered the killing god Devil Blade and no longer came to practice martial arts. Instead, he helped eunuch Li. On this day, Hua Jiangxin led a boy into the hospital. It was the current crown prince, Zhang Xiu, who was 6 years old this year. Zhang Chongsheng had naturally seen Zhang Xiu before, as Zhang Ziyu had brought him here before. "Why did you bring him here?" Zhang Chongsheng asked with a smile. He opened his arms and Zhang Xiu immediately pounced into his arms. "Grandmaster." Zhang Xiu also had a Dao pattern birthmark between his eyebrows. This matter had already spread throughout the world. It was said that the Zhang family had a fortune mark. Zhang Xiu calling him Grandmaster was also Zhang Changshen's intention. He planned to hide his relationship with Zhang Ziyu. The Jing dynasty had been passed down for generations. If others found out that he was Zhang Yuan's son, it would be too troublesome in the future. Compared to incoming enemies, Zhang Chongsheng was more afraid of trivial matters. Hua Jiangxin smiled and said, "He's already 6 years old. I'm prepared to teach him martial arts from today onwards. Don't worry, I won't trouble you. I'll teach him instead. Just give me some pointers when you have time." Zhang Xiu shouted, I won't. I want Grandmaster to teach me." His exquisite little face was puffed up with anger, making him look like a girl. Zhang Chongsheng was amused by him and said with a smile, "Grandmaster will not teach you. You didn't even bring me anything delicious." Zhang Xiu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "I'll definitely bring delicious food next time." He then began to wheedle, causing the courtyard to be filled with laughter. Bai Qi rolled its eyes and thought to itself, he said that he was afraid of trouble, but he is clearly quite happy. After a while, Hua Jiangxin began to teach Zhang Xiu martial arts. What he practiced was the heavenly scripture of the universe. He had to build up the foundation of his inner strength first. Unfortunately, this kid's martial arts aptitude is inferior to his father's. It's difficult for him to achieve anything in the martial arts world. Zhang Chongsheng checked it for a while before retracting his gaze and starting to cultivate. In autumn, Longqi Temple was filled with yellow leaves. It was a different mood. There were still many devotees on the mountain with many different identities like high-ranking officials, nobles, commoners, and martial artists. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng was refining pills. Li Jun stood beside Zhang Chongsheng and said in a low voice, "Recently, there have been more martial artists in the capital, and many of them are so skilled that my subordinates can't see through them. The martial arts examination is not yet here, so I'm afraid something will happen." Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Where's eunuch Li? Why isn't he here?" Li Jun replied, "His health is not good, so he is recuperating at home." Zhang Chongsheng nodded slightly and did not ask further. He had already given eunuch Li many pills, but his lifespan was coming to an end. "Daoist master, you really have to be careful. Those mysterious experts often wander around Longqi Mountain," Li Jun reminded again. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Li Jun added, "The secret of Emperor Yang Zhao becoming a true God realm expert is already known to the world. He claims to have drank the blood of a mutated beast called the Ashen Fiend. Many sects searched the world for it, and Emperor Yang Zhao did not expand the Burning Sky Pavilion anymore. He still dominated the southern martial arts world and had no intention of going north." Ashen Fiend. This was the first time Zhang Chongsheng had heard of this name. He could not help but ask about the details of an Ashen Fiend. Rumor has it that an Ashen Fiend is a combination of a tiger and a leopard. It has several tails and horns on its head. As for the exact details, I'm not sure as I have never seen it before. And unlike normal demon beasts, ashen fiends would save mortals every time it appears. That's why it's called a strange beast. Some even call it a god, Li Jun said after some thought. Zhang Chongsheng looked at Bai Qi and asked, have you heard of it? Bai Qi raised its head and yawned. Of course I've heard of it. Ashen fiends are indeed not demon beasts. They are innately powerful and are willing to help others. Although I have never seen ashen fiends, I have seen other strange beasts that appear and disappear unpredictably. With just a glance, that fellow disappeared into the mountains. Zhang Chongsheng found it interesting. There were so many secrets in the martial arts world. Li Jun was no longer surprised that Bai Qi could speak. Instead, he followed up with a question, wanting to know more about the legends of the ashen fiends. After 5 minutes, Li Jun left and Zhang Chongsheng continued to refine pills. Bai Qi said, there are indeed more and more experts at the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid someone is secretly pushing them. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to all circle around Longqi Temple. Do you need me to deal with them? As it asked that, it licked its lips. After staying in Longqi Temple, it appeared to have a gentle personality, but in fact, it was a ferocious demon beast. The corners of Zhang Changshen's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the medicinal cauldron and said, there's no need. There aren't enough people yet. 8 years had passed since the battle with the Mahayana Dragon Tower. To Zhang Chongsheng, 8 years was nothing. To the martial arts world, it was another new era. It was as if someone could not remember how strong Zhang Chongsheng was. But that made sense. The Jing dynasty did not have internet, so it did not have a video to prove his strength. At dusk, in an inn in the capital. Carrying the wooden box on his back, Liu Chengfeng came to a table and sat down. He took off the wooden box and placed it partly on the table. Then, he called for the waiter to order. After ordering the food and wine, he silently listened to the gossip of the other martial artists on the first floor. Emperor Yang Zhao has really become a true God realm expert. Who knows? He said it himself, but no one in the martial arts world is his match now. Who says there's no one? The martial god of Longqi Temple is still here. Immortal Master Chongsheng has not appeared for 8 years. I wonder how his strength is now. It has been more than 20 years since Immortal Master Chongsheng obtained the title of the Supreme Master of the martial arts world. How old is he now? It's rumored that Immortal Master Chongsheng is proficient in the art of preserving one's looks. He is an old fart over 100 years old. Tisk tisk, I wonder how many years he can suppress the martial arts world of Great Jing. Hearing these words, Liu Chengfeng revealed a complicated expression. The person who saved me back then should be that Immortal Master Chongsheng. He silently thought back to when he, martial artist from the heavenly sect, had chased after Bai Qi. Back then, he had been severely injured. In addition, the golden-scaled jade leaf was too terrifying, scaring him so much that he directly fled the scene. After he recovered, the heavenly sect gave him another mission because he was one of the few disciples of the heavenly sect who had come to Great Jing. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded. Immortal Master Chongsheng is nothing. He's just deliberately mystifying things. Let me ask you, have you seen the Mahayana Dragon Tower? Have you seen Immortal Master Chongsheng himself? Everyone turned around and saw a man in blue sitting by the window, swirling his wine glass with a disdainful expression. One of the sabramen mocked, "Oh? If you don't believe me, then go take a look at the hero's tomb and see if you recognize those martial arts experts." The blue-robed man glanced at him and said, "In the martial arts world, a batch of top figures changes in 10 years. How can the martial arts world from decades ago compare to today? In the past, even those at the spiritual sense realm were considered top experts. What are those grandmasters before the Jing dynasty was founded? Everyone, don't undervalue yourself. The world has changed. It has been 60 years since the founding of the Jing dynasty. For most mortals, 60 years was a lifetime." His words made sense to many martial artists. Ever since the Jing martial ancestor promoted the trend of martial arts, the martial arts world had become stronger and stronger day by day. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he emphasized martial arts. Coupled with the existence of the true martial pavilion, the number of experts in the royal court had reached an extremely terrifying level. Many ultimate techniques were also passed down in the martial arts world, similarly promoting the development of the martial arts world. Every month, influential figures and young geniuses would be born in the martial arts world. Even the martial artists who were in it could feel the magnificence of the martial arts era. A middle-aged martial artist said angrily, "If you're so confident, do you dare to challenge immortal Master Chongsheng in Longqi Temple?" The man in blue snorted and said, "Of course not. Although I doubt immortal Master Chongsheng, Huang Chuan from Longqi Temple is indeed a top-notch expert. I can't doubt him." A few months ago, Huang Chuan went down the mountain to look for Ling Xiao and the other disciples. At that time, he defeated a martial arts sect alone and became famous. When the martial artists in the inn heard this, they all mocked the man in blue. After talking for a long time, they realized that he was just bragging and thought that he was an expert. The blue-robed man was furious and said, "Although I don't dare, I know the god of thieves. The god of thieves will go to Longqi Temple in 7 days and steal the peerless heavenly scripture of the universe. Just wait and see. In at most 7 days, Longqi Temple will be sealed off and even reported to the court. After all, immortal Master Chongsheng has an extremely good relationship with the current emperor." These words piqued the interest of the others, and they asked one question after another. This inn was filled with martial arts practitioners, including the shopkeeper. Therefore, he always pretended not to hear the boasts of the martial arts practitioners. If he directly reported it to the officials and found out it was a lie, his business would not be able to continue. Liu Chengfeng listened quietly and thought to himself, after Great Jing obtained the inheritance of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, it has become really different. When I came 12 years ago, it was still the martial arts desert. Now that the martial arts atmosphere is rich, the rise of Jing is indeed unstoppable. His gaze was suddenly attracted by 2 martial artists in the corner. The 2 martial artists were wearing grey clothes with strange beast patterns. Liu Chengfeng's pupils constricted as he stared at the strange beast pattern. It was like a tiger leopard bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. However, it had 3 heads, and on its head were horns that looked like lightning. There were wings on its back, and the strange beast pattern of the 2 of them was exactly the same. The totems of the Goddess Servant Mountain. Why are they here? The Goddess Servant Mountain is thousands of miles away from Great Jing. Chapter 67, God of Thieves enters the temple and retired for 10 years. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the courtyard on the mountain. 22, 23, 27, 28. Zhang Chongsheng sat on the trunk of the earth spirit tree and looked at the night scenery of the capital as he counted. The curfew in the capital was extremely late, so it was still brightly lit. Zhang Chongsheng was counting the number of heaven arrival realm experts at the foot of the mountain. He also counted the inns near Longqi Mountain. The capital was huge, and there were countless inns. However, there were so many experts gathered in the streets near Longqi Mountain. They must be plotting something. 3 divine realm experts and 36 heaven arrival realm experts. It's not a small formation. You wouldn't have seen it 30 years ago. Zhang Chongsheng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. It had been a long time since he had obtained a survival reward. It was time. This was the reason why he gave the inheritance of the Mahayana Dragon Tower to Zhang Ziyu. On the one hand, it was because it was useful, and on the other hand, it was to raise chives. Martial arts practitioners were competitive. As time passed, there were naturally people who forgot how powerful Zhang Chongsheng was or who did not believe him and come to deliver food. Zhang Chongsheng looked forward to it for a while before cultivating under the moonlight. The luster of the great feathered robe converged, and he completely fused into the darkness, covered by leaves. An hour later, the candle light in Longqi Temple gradually extinguished, and darkness enveloped the entire Longqi Temple. A figure sped through the forest. His footsteps jumped over rocks, tree trunks, and the roof of the pavilions, like a dragonfly touching the water. There was no sound at all. He leaped into the air. Under the moonlight, he was dressed in black, revealing only his eyes and nose. His eyes were filled with excitement. Today, if I steal the legendary heavenly scripture of the universe, I will definitely become a legend in the martial arts world. A holy land is nothing in front of me. The black-robed man thought excitedly. He leaped over the mountain gate and moved quickly. Along the way, the disciples who were cultivating in their respective courtyards did not notice him. Over the past few days, he had used the identity of a devotee to map out Longqi Temple. Although he did not see immortal Master Chongsheng, it was obvious that the places that he was not allowed to go must be the address of immortal Master Chongsheng. Check one by one. However, he was extremely lucky and directly touched Zhang Changshen's courtyard. Bai Qi, who was sleeping under the tree, opened its eyes, startling the black-robed man so much that he immediately shrunk his head and hid behind the courtyard wall. He held his breath and focused, circulating his true qi according to the cultivation technique to turn his aura into nothingness. Bai Qi muttered, "Strange, is it an illusion?" It glanced at Zhang Chongsheng on the tree and was relieved to see that he was still there. With the Daoist master around, what was it afraid of? It lowered its head and continued to sleep, dreaming of being a 1,000-year-old demon that dominated the world. In its dream, it had already transformed and immortal Master Chongsheng was its male slave and was massaging its shoulders and legs. It was very happy. The man in black waited patiently for a full hour before he stuck his head out. Seeing that the white wolf had fallen asleep, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the Daoist master, he actually raised a demon wolf. It seems that the rumors are true. Since the spirit wolf has such a sharp sense of smell, where is the white dragon python that is known to be able to transform into a dragon? The man in black was secretly shocked. He looked up and his pupils constricted. He saw white dragon entrenched on the mountaintop. That terrifying snake body terrified him. He had never seen such a huge snake. It was almost 5 feet thick. Damn it, could this beast really transform into a dragon? The man in black cursed silently. He focused up and sneaked near the earth spirit tree along the courtyard wall. He climbed along the tree trunk and looked at the few houses in the courtyard. One of them had candlelight, and Hua Jiangxin and Zhang Xiu were waiting inside. Inside, Hua Jiangxin was telling a story in a low voice to coax Zhang Xiu to sleep. Why is there a mother and son? A Daoist priest actually has a woman. Isn't that breaking the rules for a Daoist priest? This demonic priest is actually so impudent. I'm really envious. The man in black sighed in his heart. He crawled forward along the tree trunk and suddenly a hand was pressed on his head. He was so frightened that his entire body tensed and cold sweat flowed. He did not dare to move. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years and had seen everything. He had even entered tombs and encountered jumping corpses. Experience and intuition told him that there was definitely a hand pressing on his head. A living person? A dead person? If he was alive, why didn't he continue moving? If he was dead, why was he hanging on a tree? At this moment, the man in black thought of many things. He carefully raised his head and his gaze met an extraordinarily handsome face. The other party had a smile on his face, scaring him so much that he almost screamed under the dim leaves. However, Zhang Chongsheng pressed his acupoints and sealed his voice. The man in black widened his eyes in horror. Zhang Chongsheng carried him and landed on the ground, waking Bai Qi up. When Bai Qi saw that he was carrying someone, its wolf eyes widened and it shouted, "There really is." Before it could finish speaking, it saw Zhang Chongsheng make a shushing gesture with one hand and immediately shut up. It had almost forgotten to not wake the little tyrant up in case he made a fuss again. Zhang Chongsheng carried the man in black and left the courtyard. Bai Qi was curious and hurriedly followed. They came to the cliff and Zhang Chongsheng unlocked the acupoints of the black-robed man. The black-robed man jumped down the cliff and mocked, "Ha ha ha, demonic priest, you didn't expect this, did you? My light body technique is unparalleled in the martial arts world. I can also come and go from a cliff." Before he could finish laughing, he was shocked to discover that his body was rising. Zhang Chongsheng used his spiritual energy to suck him up from the cliff and he landed in front of Zhang Chongsheng. Bai Qi lay on the ground, its eyes filled with ridicule. The man in black felt awkward, but more than that, he felt fear and despair. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "Tell me your name. Why did you sneak into Longqi Temple?" This person had come to Longqi Temple several times. His heaven arrival realm cultivation was still very eye-catching among the devotees. Of course, Zhang Chongsheng could sense it clearly. Ordinary people could not see through his cultivation at all. If not for the fact that the black-robed man did not hurt his disciples, he would have been a corpse by now. The man in black took a deep breath and said, "The people in the martial arts world call me the god of thieves. I want to test the foundation of the holy land of the martial arts world and see if I can steal Senior's ultimate technique." Other than confessing, he felt that he would definitely die if he did anything else. After all, it was a huge taboo to barge into someone's territory in the middle of the night. But Zhang Chongsheng did not kill him, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Don't you have a name?" The man in black said awkwardly, "I've been an orphan since I was young. My master was a crazy expert and named me Bastard. Ahem, Senior, I really don't have any ill intentions. I just want to make a name for myself. In our line of work, the more powerful the thing we steal, the higher the status of the target we steal from, the more famous we will be. Only then will there be more powerful rich people looking for us. With a plop, he knelt in front of Zhang Chongsheng and kowtowed desperately. Senior, please spare my life. I'm willing to spread the word that I, the god of thieves, will never enter Longqi Temple again. Bai Qi was amused and said with a smile, Bastard, your master is very talented. The god of thieves felt humiliated, but he did not dare to retort. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, Have you heard of Su Tianji? The god of thieves raised his head and said, I've heard of him. He's one of the 10 Grand Masters in the martial arts world and also the martial arts practitioner with the highest military position. Back then, when Su Tianji came to cause trouble, the reason why he survived was because he was willing to sweep the floor for Longqi Temple for 10 years. Do you choose to die or sweep for 10 years? 10 years. The god of thieves was so frightened that his entire body trembled. How many decades did he have in his life? Zhang Chongsheng injected the seal of life and death into his body. The god of thieves immediately shuddered and was extremely nervous. He could feel that terrifying power wandering in his body. This is the seal of light and death. No matter how far you run, once I circulate my energy, you will die. Just guard the mountain obediently. You are still young. Back then, when Su Tianji left the mountain, he was only 40 years old, but he still made contributions. Zhang Chongsheng patted the god of thieves' face and chuckled before leaving. The god of thieves' forehead was pressed against the ground as tears of humiliation and despair flowed down his face. Bai Qi smiled and said, Little brother, bear with it. 10 years will pass very quickly. I had the same experience as you back then. Now that 10 years have passed, I still can't bear to leave the mountain. After saying that, it turned around and followed Zhang Chongsheng. The god of thieves trembled and felt that his life was dark. In the morning, another person swept the ground in front of Longqi Temple. He was the god of thieves. Wang Chen had given him a daoist robe. Now, he looked like a Longqi Temple disciple. He was handsome and very young, looking to be in his early 20s. God of thieves' face was numb and his heart was in extreme pain. A young disciple came over and asked, Senior brother, you don't look familiar. May I know which courtyard you are from? The god of thieves said angrily, Get lost. Why are you scolding me? So what if I scold you? You are bullying me. I'll seek justice from Martial Uncle Huang. Martial Uncle Huang? Could it be the famous Huang Chuan? The god of thieves hurriedly stopped him and smiled. I'm sorry, junior brother. I was impatient. How about I bring you down the mountain to eat roasted chicken tonight? The disciple widened his eyes and said, All right. The god of thieves asked in surprise, You agreed just like that? The disciples of Longqi Temple can eat meat. Of course we can. We're only cultivating, not becoming monks. Unlike traditional daoist temples, we can still get married and have children. However, that will only happen after we graduate. The junior disciple finally understood. It turned out that he was not a senior brother, but a junior brother. The god of thieves was interested and started chatting with him. The two of them chatted as they swept the floor. The attitude of the little disciple became higher and higher. The sun gradually rose in the east, and the devotees began to climb the mountain. When it was close to noon, a group of martial artists went up the mountain. Among them, a blue-robed man saw the god of thieves and widened his eyes. He quickly walked in front of him and asked in a low voice, Big brother, why are you sweeping? Are you stepping on? The god of thieves glared at him and said in a low voice, Shut up and scram down the mountain. Don't say that you've seen me. The blue-robed man was puzzled and asked softly, Brother, what's wrong? I've suffered a setback. I have to be a sweeper for Longqi Temple for 10 years. Tell the outside world that I will retire for 10 years. In 10 years, I will definitely look for you. At that time, let's do something big. Go. The god of thieves said seriously. Then, he threw a look at the palace. The blue-robed man was shocked and did not dare to think too much. He was so frightened that he hurriedly turned around and left the mountain to escape. He was afraid that he would be retained and end up like the god of thieves. The god of thieves looked at his back and sighed. Liu Chengfeng followed the steps up the mountain. When he saw the blue-robed man who had bragged in the inn yesterday leave the mountain in fear, he was secretly puzzled. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to walk up the mountain. He brushed past the god of thieves and bought incense before entering the temple. The god of thieves turned around and glanced at Liu Chengfeng. He thought to himself, what profound skills. Tisk tisk, I hope you cause some trouble. That way, I will feel better. He sighed. He regretted coming to Longqi Temple. Chapter 68, Trapped Dragon, Cloud Riding. At noon, Zhang Chongsheng sighed in the courtyard. Bai Qi asked curiously, Daoist master, why are you sighing? Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and did not explain. He sighed for the god of thieves. He did not trigger the survival reward last night. It seemed that the god of thieves really did not have any killing intent and only wanted to steal. He walked to the earth spirit tree and began to consume medicinal pills. Bai Qi suddenly smelled something and immediately ran out of the courtyard. Hua Jiangzhen was teaching Zhangxiu martial arts, and Wang Chen was carrying a hoe to the back of the mountain. The autumn wind blew slightly, and the fallen leaves scattered. Just as they were about to land on Zhang Chongsheng, they were shaken away by an invisible force and scattered to the ground. 2 hours later, Bai Qi returned to Zhang Changshen's side and said in a low voice, the martial artist from the heavenly sect who chased after me has arrived. Zhang Chongsheng closed his eyes and said, yes, I already know. Don't alert the enemy. Although Bai Qi did not understand his intentions, it still chose to listen. In any case, he was so strong that not to mention Liu Chengfeng, even the entire heavenly sect would be defeated. In the imperial study in the palace, Zhang Ziyu looked at the sand table on the table and frowned. Great Jing's territory had expanded, but there were still many dynasties in the east, west, and north. As for the south, it was an endless sea that Great Jing had yet to explore. Han Tianji stood beside the sand table and said softly, Your Majesty, this is the trap of the trapped dragon. The royal families of the surrounding dynasties have been slaughtered one after another. It's obvious that it was done by the same force. These dynasties have been controlled by an unknown enemy. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. We can't be careless. Zhang Ziyu nodded and said, I know that too. However, the trouble is that as these dynasties are controlled by others, the trade with the outside world will be cut off. If we want to start a war, we can only develop and store a large amount of armaments and rations internally. Therefore, I want to wait a little longer. Now, there are 1 million soldiers in Great Jing, and the reserve army has reached nearly 1.5 million. In a few years, I am confident that I can sweep through the surrounding dynasties. Your Majesty, you need to nurture a secret army composed of peerless experts to slaughter the mysterious forces of the various dynasties. Han Tianji reminded as his gaze landed on the map of the Jin dynasty. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, I've long had this thought. Apart from that, I'm prepared to use the rare treasures I've collected over the years on one person to create a true God Realm expert. Once that true God Realm expert appears, that mysterious force will have no choice but to personally take action. Han Tianji raised his eyebrows and asked, Does your Majesty have a candidate? Ping An. General Ping An? Indeed, he can. His physique is terrifying, and he can withstand pain that ordinary people can't bear. It is also very likely that he can become a true God Realm expert. Moreover, he only listens to your Majesty. Han Tianji could not help but sigh when he thought of Ping An. What a fierce person! Even though he came from the Xiansheng Grotto heaven, he was still stunned by Ping An's talent. If such a person had practiced martial arts in Xiansheng Grotto heaven since he was young, it would be hard to imagine his achievements. Perhaps it was not impossible for him to break through to the legendary realm. Unfortunately, the heavens were fair. They gave Ping An a physique that surpassed mortals and deprived him of his spirituality as a human. At this moment, a white-robed guard quickly walked in and handed a letter of superstition to Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu opened it and his expression instantly turned cold. Humph, you want to break the rules with martial arts? You're courting death. Zhang Ziyu muttered to himself. He looked at the white-robed guard and said, Go to the true martial pavilion and spread the news to Su Tianji. The white-robed guard immediately left. Han Tianji was extremely interested in Su Tianji because both of them were called Tianji. He asked curiously, Has General Su's strength improved after staying in the true martial pavilion for so long? Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, Of course. Back then, he was also a young genius whose name shook the martial arts world and almost became a supreme martial artist. Unfortunately, he was young and insensible and challenged my master. Immortal Master Chang Sheng. Han Tianji's eyes lit up. He had always been interested in the number one person in the martial arts world of Great Jing. However, Zhang Chongsheng did not see any civil and military officials of the court, so he could not force him. He knew that this was an act of avoiding suspicion. All these years, all the civil and military officials who wanted to curry favor with immortal Master Chongsheng had been investigated by the Sky Marshal Supervisor. Some of them had even been quietly dealt with. Longqi Temple was the power that the Emperor valued the most. He would not allow anyone to be greedy for Longqi Temple. Late at night, Lu Chengfeng was meditating in the inn when he suddenly heard a whistle coming from outside the window. He immediately opened his eyes, got up, carried the wooden box, and jumped out of the window. He landed on the street and saw the windows of the nearby inn open one after another. Then, martial artists jumped out one after another. The two warriors of the goddess servant mountain also appeared. One held a saber, and the other held a spear. They nodded slightly at Lu Chengfeng, who nodded back in response. After a while, the streets were filled with martial artists, all of whom had extraordinary auras. Everyone, after you go up the mountain, try your best to create chaos. Don't group together, lest you are all captured by the demonic priest. Do you understand? The spear-wielding martial artist from the goddess sacred mountain spoke. His voice was not loud, but under the operation of his true qi, it clearly entered everyone's ears. Everyone nodded and followed the two of them to Longqi Mountain. After entering the mountain path, they quickly dispersed and sneaked into the forest, rushing towards the top of the mountain from different directions. The spear-wielding martial artist and the saber-wielding martial artist walked side by side. The saber-wielding martial artist said in a deep voice, "Big brother, that white dragon is so big. It's not easy to move it away." The spear-wielding martial artist said, "We can choose not to move it away. The main thing is to investigate what kind of treasure is in Longqi Temple that can nurture such a snake demon." The saber-wielding martial artist sighed and said, "It's not in vain for Great Jing to have such a demon. Most of the experts who came are not from Great Jing. In the past 100 years, there has only been one demonic path expert who could shake the dynasties of the 10 Directions dynasty sects." The spear-wielding martial artist did not reply and focused on the task at hand. At the same time, the other martial artists were also extremely nervous. Their goals were similar. They were either here for Zhang Changshen's ultimate technique or for the Earth Spirit Tree. The name of White Dragon had already spread throughout the world. Any sect with a little foundation had guessed that Longqi Temple must have some miraculous item to nurture such a spiritual snake. Such a strange object had a fatal attraction to martial artists. Lu Chengfeng of the Heavenly Sect had also come for this matter. Lu Chengfeng jumped out of the leaves and jumped into the air. He had already seen Longqi Temple on the mountain. There was no candlelight and it was extremely quiet. At this moment, he suddenly saw a golden light rise from Longqi Temple and fly to the height of the moon, making Lu Chengfeng and the other martial artists subconsciously look up. That was... Lu Chengfeng's eyes widened as he suddenly recalled that night 12 years ago. Not good. Lu Chengfeng was so frightened that he immediately turned around and went down the mountain. The golden light sped down and pierced the throats of the martial artists on the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Screams rose and fell. Most of them were frightened, and those whose throats were pierced died in an extremely short period of time. The disciples in Longqi Temple were alarmed. Huang Chuan, Wan Li, and Ling Xiao quickly ran out of their rooms. The golden light surrounded Longqi Mountain and spiraled down the mountain, killing martial artists along the way. No martial artist could withstand it or even dodge it. The two martial artists from the Goddess Servant Mountain were also frightened by the golden light and fled at full speed. Save! When the spear-wielding martial artist heard the screams of his brother behind him, he subconsciously turned his head. Immediately after, a golden light ray pierced through his throat, and his pupils dilated. Before he died, he did not see what the thing that killed him was. Their corpses fell and rolled into the forest. Lu Chengfeng heard the screams getting closer and closer to him, which meant that the thing was rapidly approaching him. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely die. Lu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and thought. He quickly landed on the mountain path and turned around to put down the wooden box. He activated his true qi and patted the wooden box. One by one, wooden swords shot out from the box and stabbed into the soil around him, forming a formation. When he saw the golden light charging at him, he immediately used the sword formation and quickly made a gesture with his hands. However, the golden light was too fast. It was so fast that even he, a divine realm expert, could not keep up. When the golden light arrived in front of him, time seemed to have frozen. He saw a golden leaf. Pfft! Liu Chenfeng's throat was pierced through, and blood splattered on the ground. His eyes widened, and his body fell straight back. He rolled all the way to the edge of the cliff and fell. In the end, he fell to the foot of the mountain and became a bloody mess. On the mountain, Huang Chuan's martial arts skills were the strongest, so he was the fastest. He quickly rushed out of the mountain gate and searched for the enemy. Soon, he found a corpse. He frowned and continued to look for more intruders. These martial artists had all died in the same manner. Their throats had been pierced by some sharp weapon. As he descended the mountain, Huang Chuan gasped. Many people had died. From the moment the screams appeared, he immediately set off, but it was not as fast as the deaths of these people. Master has made a move. Huang Chuan thought silently, his eyes filled with reverence. But he had mixed feelings. He had been wondering if he could catch up to his master's strength, but now he felt that he could never do it. In the courtyard, Zhang Chongsheng, who was sitting on a tree trunk, raised his hand. Then, a golden light flew back from outside the courtyard and entered his sleeve. Bai Qi raised its head and curiously asked, "What is that?" It remembered this thing. It was this thing that brought it to Longqi Temple. It still could not understand what happened. Even if it was a divine weapon, it could not have such ability. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, "You'd better not ask. Those who know what it is are all dead." Bai Qi shuddered and quickly shook its head. It then asked, "Aren't you going to leave anyone alive and ask them why they came?" Zhang Chongsheng closed his eyes and said, "There's no need to ask. With so many people going up the mountain with weapons, they must have the intention to kill. Their goal is either to target me or something else of value. This won't be the last time, and I look forward to more people coming. Tell Wan Li to look for the officials and get their corpses collected. These people are not worthy of entering the hero's tomb. How could such sneaky fellows be considered as heroes?" Bai Qi nodded and immediately left. It went down the mountain and saw many disciples checking the corpses. It was very lively. Wan Li had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. When Bai Qi arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Liu Chenfeng's corpse, it was amused and said softly, "Others don't know how strong he is, but don't you know? You're really greedy. You brought this upon yourself." Liu Chenfeng had once saved people from danger and could be considered a good person. However, he would also kill people and demons for the sect. Different positions would always make people look complicated. For example, Zhang Chongsheng had saved him, but he had come with ill intentions. Perhaps this was fate. On the other side. On the tree, Zhang Chongsheng finally saw a notification. In the 10th year of the Qinyu era, martial artists from various dynasties infiltrated Longqi Mountain late at night because they coveted the Earth Spirit Tree and White Dragon. You took action in time and killed them all. After surviving a calamity, you obtained a survival reward. Spell, Cloud Riding. After 8 years, he had finally obtained a survival reward. Zhang Chongsheng looked at the notification and smiled. This was also the reason why he did not leave anyone alive. He could tell the other party's motive through the notification. He began to happily inherit the memories of cloud riding. This spell was good. Flying on a sword and riding the clouds were the signboards of immortals. The next morning, the foot of Longqi Mountain was filled with people. A large number of soldiers were carrying corpses, and Wan Li was negotiating with the officials. Hundreds of martial artists had died overnight. It was really terrifying. The commoners were discussing, and the martial artists were trembling in fear because they could tell that the dead were all experts. A blue-robed man saw this scene in the crowd and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he encountered the god of thieves in advance and was persuaded to retreat. Otherwise, he would have been one of the corpses on the ground. Immortal Master Chongsheng is really strong. Looks like his reputation is not for nothing. The blue-robed man sighed in his heart and turned to leave. In the imperial study in the palace, Zhang Ziyu learned about Longqi Temple's encounter last night from a white-robed guard. He frowned and said, "Get someone to investigate where those martial artists came from." "Yes." The white-robed guard left. Zhang Ziyu frowned deeply. He thought that these people were all targeting Zhang Chongsheng. Although he was confident in Zhang Chongsheng, these people's actions were undoubtedly sending a signal. The enemy wanted to get rid of his greatest backer first. Chapter 69, Besiegement of the Chao Sects, Monster Pingan. Above the sea of clouds, a figure flashed past like the wind. It was Zhang Chongsheng. He stood on a white cloud and swam in the sky, nearly 10,000 feet above the ground. His robe and black hair fluttered in the strong wind. His face was filled with smiles and he was extremely happy. This was even better than flying on a sword, and it was even faster. An ordinary technique to soar through the clouds is already so fast, so how fast is a somersault cloud that can fight hundreds of thousands of miles? Can one really fly hundreds of thousands of miles with a single somersault? Zhang Chongsheng sighed in his heart. He looked down and his gaze passed through the sea of clouds. He saw the scenery of mountains, green hills, and clear water. Clouds surrounded the peaks, making it look like a paradise on earth. In the past, he had only wandered around the capital and had never really seen Great Jing for what it was. He saw a city between the mountains. Official roads led in all directions, and he could vaguely see carriages and people. Great Jing was really prosperous now. There were people everywhere. Zhang Chongsheng also saw a child who was herding sheep on the hill practicing martial arts. After thinking about it, he took out a very thin secret manual from his pocket. This was written by him when he was bored practicing calligraphy. He then used his spiritual energy to send the secret manual down. In it was a record of a martial art. It could be considered as a gift from the heavens. Zhang Chongsheng threw his head back and laughed before leaving. The child on the hill did not hear his laughter. When the secret manual entered his vision, he could not help but stop. Will he become a legend in the martial arts world? Zhang Chongsheng looked forward to it silently. He began to spin and fly around in various ways to adapt to the cloud riding technique as quickly as possible. The 11th year of the Qunwu era. In May, Su Tianji went down to Jiangnan and killed his way into the Burning Sky Pavilion alone to fight Emperor Yang Zhao. Although he did not successfully defeat Emperor Yang Zhao, Su Tianji still successfully escaped from the encirclement. In this battle, the morale of the Burning Sky Pavilion was greatly reduced, and the martial arts world finally knew that Emperor Yang Zhao was not really the second strongest in the world. Li Jun said excitedly. He knew that Su Tianji had received guidance from Zhang Chongsheng, and so had he. In a sense, he and Su Tianji could be considered to be from the same sect. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and asked, in that case, Emperor Yang Zhao is not a true God Realm expert. How could a true God Realm expert let Su Tianji escape? How lousy would that be? Li Jun shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Either way, Su Tianji is also very strong. Perhaps he will be the next true God Realm expert. Wang Chen walked over and smiled. Su Tianji has learned the best martial arts of the true martial pavilion. Perhaps his realm is not as high as Emperor Yang Zhao's, but he can still escape. Although relying on martial arts were difficult to kill enemies across realms, there were some profound martial arts that could allow people to escape death. For example, the god of thieves had a special technique and outstanding lightness skills. He, a heavenly arrival realm expert, could avoid by key senses, which were equivalent to the senses of a divine realm expert. It was also because of this that Zhang Chongsheng spared the god of thieves' life, thinking that he might be useful in the future. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, looks like His Majesty is preparing to suppress the Burning Sky Pavilion. Li Jun sneered and said, they should be suppressed. Over the years, the Burning Sky Pavilion has dominated the southern martial arts world and accumulated countless wealth and martial arts resources. Recently, a large number of white-robed guards have left the capital. It won't be long before Emperor Yang Zhao turns into a street rat again. No matter how strong the Burning Sky Pavilion was, it could not be stronger than the imperial family of Great Jing. With the true martial pavilion and the martial arts examinations, after several years of accumulation, the strength of martial artists under the imperial power had reached an extremely terrifying level, enough to sweep through the martial arts world. Li Jun said some more information before leaving the mountain. Wang Chen held the wooden pole of the broom and sighed. I haven't seen Eunuch Li in a long time. I miss him a little. Wang Chen's hair was gradually being dyed white, he was no longer young. Zhang Chongsheng said, everyone has their own fate. He has lived long enough. Eunuch Li was not much younger than Zhang Yuan. Now that Great Jing had been established for 61 years, Eunuch Li was already over 90 years old. Wang Chen smiled and said, Daoist Master, I think you are really not old. Look at Hua Jiangxin. Although she looks young, she still has the vicissitudes of life when facing His Highness the Crown Prince. As for you, you really seem like an 18-year-old young man. Zhang Chongsheng shook his head and said, perhaps it is because I didn't go down the mountain, unlike her. She has experienced too many life and death grudges. Wang Chen felt that it was possible, but he still really admired Zhang Chongsheng. To be able to stay on the mountain all the time, he was a true cultivator. Huang Chuan suddenly walked in quickly and said, "Master, that brat Ling Xiao has gone down the mountain again. I think he's going to take revenge." Ling Xiao's journey down the mountain had not been smooth. Although he had brought back a group of new disciples, he had also lost 2 of his fellow disciples. During his journeys, he acted chivalrous and saved a woman, but the woman's enemies did not stop chasing them. As a result, Ling Xiao was surrounded by an entire sect and personally witnessed the woman being killed. Then, he fled with his disciples. They were only saved because Huang Chuan had arrived in time to save them. It was also this battle that made Huang Chuan's name resound in the martial arts world. However, ever since then, Ling Xiao had changed. He used to be shy, but now he was taciturn. With his talent and the heavenly scripture of the universe, he had successfully stepped into the heaven arrival realm this year and his strength greatly increased. Zhang Chongsheng said, "Let him be. The martial arts world is a place for revenge." He was used to such things. In the past, his eldest senior brother had even become a demon for a woman. Huang Chuan sighed and said, "It's not that he likes that woman, but he can't take this lying down. There are rules in the martial arts world. In the end, as long as the matter doesn't blow up, the government won't care. Therefore, he wants to rely on himself." Bai Qi teased from the side, "Have you never been infatuated?" Huang Chuan said proudly, "My grandfather is the Devil Lord. I've seen life and death since I was young. How can that brat Ling Xiao compare to me? Yo, why did I hear that someone was once chased by the Burning Sky Pavilion and returned to the temple in fear? Who did you hear that from?" The man and wolf began to bicker. Bai Qi usually had a cheap mouth. This was also because this was its only entertainment. After a while, Qing Ku also came. It was really lively today. Qing Ku, who had entered his prime, was now very prestigious in the temple. He was even more dignified than the eldest senior disciple, Wan Li. Many young disciples were afraid of him. "Senior brother, someone came to visit and claimed to be master's disciple," Qing Ku said with a complicated expression. Daoist Master Kingxiu's departure was still a thorn in the hearts of the old disciples. They did not know why he had left. Zhang Changshen's expression changed slightly as he said, "If there's a letter from Master, let him stay." Qing Ku said, "He said he wants to see you. If you don't see him, he won't enter Longqi Temple." Zhang Chongsheng originally wanted to say that he would not see him, but when he thought about how this person's attitude was a little strange and how it concerned Daoist Master Kingxiu, he could only say, "Forget it, let him in." Qing Ku immediately turned around. Huang Chuan and Wang Chen left tactfully, leaving only Bai Qi and Zhang Chongsheng in the courtyard. As for Hua Jiangxin, she went to the palace to accompany Zhangxiu. She no longer practiced martial arts and was focused on taking care of Zhangxiu. This grandmother's love for her grandson was too strong, making Zhang Chongsheng often sigh. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Qing Ku brought a Daoist priest into the courtyard. This person wore a black Daoist robe and looked to be in his 30s. There was a faint stubble at the corner of his mouth, and he looked filled with vicissitudes. His gaze landed on Zhang Chongsheng and he could not help but be moved. Clearly, he was shocked by Zhang Changshen's youth. Zhang Chongsheng gave Qing Ku a look, and Qing Ku immediately retreated. The black-robed Daoist priest took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Greetings, senior brother Chongsheng. My name is Ning Ku." Zhang Chongsheng raised his hand and gestured for him to sit down before pouring him tea. After Ning Ku sat down, Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Where is Master?" Ning Ku's expression was complicated as he said, "Master had initially left Great Jing. Originally, he wanted to send me to Longqi Temple, but one time, we bumped into several martial artists in a mountain inn, who claimed to be from a Chao sect. At that time, I still didn't understand what a Chao sect was. It was Master who told me later that a Chao sect was a name for a powerful sect that was above dynasties. Master also heard that the Chao sects were preparing to join forces to deal with Great Jing. That day, that group of martial artists slaughtered everyone in the inn and chased after Master and I. Fortunately, we jumped into the sea and narrowly avoided a calamity. Then, we hid on an island to recuperate. 2 years later, we returned to the Jing dynasty. It was Master who asked me to come back and inform you, while he goes outside the Jing dynasty to seek a chance of survival." Zhang Chongsheng remained calm and asked, "How many Chao sects have joined forces?" 2. Only 2. Yes, they are preparing to mobilize the surrounding dynasties to attack the Jing dynasty. They know that you are very strong, but you are only one person. When the Jing dynasty is destroyed, they will think of a way to deal with you." Ning Ku's words made Zhang Chongsheng raise his eyebrows. Indeed, no matter how strong he was only one person. It was very difficult for him to protect such a huge country. Even if he went to the nest of the two Chao sects alone, the other party could hide and keep delaying until Great Jing perished. Zhang Chongsheng suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. He was not afraid of having many enemies, but he was afraid of having many shameless enemies. Ning Ku took out a letter from his bosom, raised his teacup, drank it in one gulp, and stood up to leave. Zhang Chongsheng asked, "Where are you going?" Ning Ku said, "To find Master. I came here mainly to deliver a message to you. The world is huge. How are you going to find him? Why don't you stay? My life was saved by Master. I'm not a disciple of Longqi Temple. Wherever my Master is, that is my home." Ning Ku did not look back and left the courtyard. When Zhang Chongsheng heard this, he did not stop him. Everyone had their own aspirations. Daoist Master Kingxiu should be gratified to be able to nurture such a disciple. However, Zhang Chongsheng could not learn from him. Now that he was needed in the capital and Longqi Temple, he could not leave. Zhang Chongsheng opened the letter. The contents were similar to what Ning Ku had said. He did not even ask about his well-being. It was just like an ordinary intelligence letter. However, the last sentence touched him. "If you're powerless, take care of yourself." Zhang Chongsheng silently put away the letter and checked his incense points. Current incense points, 74,003. Can I easily suppress all the Chao sect members who are preparing to besiege Great Jing? 4,000 incense points will be consumed. Do you want to continue? 4,000 was not too ridiculous. The problem was that the other party would target Great Jing first. Zhang Chongsheng silently chose no and sent a voice transmission to Zhang Ziyu in the palace, asking him to prepare early. In the 12th year of the Qunwu era, the emperor ordered 800,000 troops to be stationed at the border of the Jin dynasty. He was prepared to swallow the Jin dynasty first. The next month, a huge piece of news shocked the martial arts world. Emperor Yang Zhao of the Burning Sky Pavilion surrendered to the court and became a fourth-grade general. All the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion also joined the army and rushed to the Jin dynasty. Zhang Chongsheng was also quite surprised to hear this news. He had heard from Li Jun that the emperor had written a secret letter for the white-robed guards to hand over to Emperor Yang Zhao. His people did not find out the clear details. After all, Hua Jiangxin had already left the white-robed guards and had no right to know. On this night, Zhang Chongsheng and Bai Qi opened their eyes at the same time. Even the sleeping white dragon raised its head and looked in the direction of the palace. This aura was the True God Realm. A real True God Realm expert. It was even stronger than the aura of the divine monk Xuexin after he burned his blood qi. Zhang Chongsheng narrowed his eyes. This aura was stable. It seemed he had finally succeeded. With Zhang Ziyu's full support, Ping'an became a True God Realm expert at the age of 33. He was definitely a world-shaking genius. Zhang Chongsheng could not help but sigh. Although Zhang Yu was muddle-headed, he had really given birth to a good son. Ping'an's martial arts aptitude was definitely the strongest he had ever seen. He had extraordinary strength since he was young and was a natural martial arts seedling. Even the former #1 genius of the martial arts world, Su Tianji, was afraid of him. Unfortunately, in order to support his illegitimate son, Zhang Yu poisoned Ping'an and his mother and crippled Ping'an for the rest of his life. Perhaps this was Heaven's will. Heaven's will would not allow a healthy Ping'an to be born. Speaking of which, although Ping'an's aptitude was terrifying, it was mainly because of Zhang Ziyu's willingness to burn money that he could become a True God Realm expert. All the rare treasures he had gathered with the strength of the entire dynasty over the years had been thrown on Ping'an alone. To reach this point, he had been soaking in a medicinal pool alone for 2 years. Fortunately, he succeeded. Chapter 70, Zhang Changshen's Indulgence, One-Person Army. That night, the martial arts experts living in the capital were alarmed. They came to the eaves one after another and looked in the direction of the palace in horror. The pressure that a True God Realm expert exuded made everyone tremble. They originally thought that a mysterious expert had attacked the palace, but seeing that there was no movement in the palace and the imperial guards patrolling outside the palace wall being indifferent, they realized that the mysterious expert might be the emperor's subordinate who had just successfully broken through. What a powerful aura! There is such an expert in the palace. Could it be the emperor? It's possible. It's said that the emperor is the personal disciple of the martial god of Longi Temple. He has learned the peerless divine technique, the heavenly scripture of the universe. His strength is unimaginable. Tisk tisk, Great Jing is getting stronger every year. Even the emperor is so powerful. It's difficult to survive in the martial arts world. Isn't that a good thing? The next morning, Zhang Ziyu brought Ping'an to visit Zhang Chongsheng. Huang Chuan also came to the courtyard to check on Ping'an. Ping'an was still as strong as a bull. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had thick limbs. The surface of his body emitted a faint cold light. This was because his astral chi was attached to the surface of his body, subconsciously protecting his body. Facing Zhang Chongsheng, Ping'an immediately restrained his ferocious aura and sat obediently beside Zhang Chongsheng, enjoying his pat on the head. How is it? I didn't mistreat him, right? Zhang Ziyu, who was dressed in casual clothes, smiled smugly. After returning to this courtyard, he no longer maintained his status as an emperor. Huang Chuan lamented, is this what it means to be a true God realm expert? He's really powerful. Even if he doesn't make a move, I already feel that I wasn't his match. His true chi is too terrifying, like a ball of raging flames. Wang Chen touched his chin and said, although he has become a true god, he has lost weight. Bai Qi looked at Ping'an with fear. It was really difficult for him to understand. They had actually nurtured a fool into a true god realm expert. Were they afraid that he would go crazy and lose control? Cultivate me instead. Bai Qi was extremely jealous. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, not bad. Your meridians and bones are not injured. You're stronger than the true god realm experts I've seen. Only the head of the Mahayana Dragon Tower, Xiao Duoshan, could steadily suppress Ping'an. It had to be said that even if one wanted to use resources to create a true god realm expert, one still needed a strong physique to withstand it. The foundation of a true god realm expert still required talent. Zhang Ziyu smiled and said, of course. How can I bear to hurt him? Everyone chatted for a while until Wang Chen left with the others. Only Zhang Chongsheng and Zhang Ziyu were left in the courtyard. Even Bai Qi was sent away. Zhang Ziyu retracted his smile and said, Father, I've discussed the information you sent me previously with the 3 provinces for a long time and decided to take the initiative to attack. We can't just sit around and wait for death. Therefore, we'll start with the Jin dynasty. Didn't the Jin dynasty threaten to kill me? With you and Ping'an around, no matter how many experts they send, they will die. At that time, they won't be able to back down. In this battle, Su Tianji, Zhong Tianyu, and Yang Zhao will lead many experts. Among them, Yang Zhao is a true god realm expert. He will definitely hit the ground running. Zhang Chongsheng smiled and said, you chose the Jin dynasty because you want to force them to come to the capital, right? Zhang Ziyu chuckled and said, Father, you said that you would protect me and I would protect Great Jing. At this moment, he was like a child in front of Zhang Chongsheng. Zhang Chongsheng doted on Zhang Ziyu and did not mind his thoughts. Perhaps it was because he had used him when he was young. In any case, he could live longer than his son. So what if he indulged him for a lifetime? With me around, don't worry. Zhang Changshen's words made Zhang Ziyu smile even more. Zhang Ziyu took out a map from his pocket and began to introduce the nearby dynasties to Zhang Chongsheng. He was very ambitious. He wanted to sweep through all the dynasties in the world and establish a meritorious deed that had never been done before. Now that Great Jing had 2 true god realm experts and Zhang Chongsheng, who was even stronger than true gods, Zhang Ziyu was really not afraid of the Chao sects. The father and son chatted for a long time. Most of the time, it was Zhang Ziyu who spoke. When he talked about his aspirations, he was extremely excited. Zhang Chongsheng listened with a smile, as if he could see his other life. If not for the Mahayana Dragon Tower, he would not have been swapped. He was the crown prince who was supposed to be on the throne. Perhaps he would be as heroic as Zhang Ziyu and live a different life. If he were to be the emperor, he had to be the #1 emperor in history. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. With his childhood experience and his survival system, Zhang Chongsheng had already entered a completely different path from Zhang Ziyu. He did not regret it, but instead he enjoyed it. In September, Great Jing launched its first invasion against the Jin dynasty. In this battle, the Jin dynasty sent out 400,000 troops, but they could not stop Great Jing. More than 10 years ago, the Jin dynasty was defeated by Great Jing. After that, they paid tribute to the latter every year. In addition, Great Jing had annexed ancient Han. In terms of national strength, the Jin dynasty could not be Great Jing's match. After lying dormant for a few years, Great Jing erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. It was like a tiger swallowing a sheep, unstoppable. The good news kept spreading to the Jing dynasty. Emperor Yang Zhao swept through the enemy with the strength of a true God realm expert, displaying a terrifying dominance that was not inferior to Ping'an. His results also made the martial arts world boil. At first, most of the people in the martial arts world thought that the imperial court would capture Emperor Yang Zhao and throw him into the heaven prison. They did not expect Emperor Yang Zhao to transform into a general who charged into the battlefield and shook the various dynasties. This change stimulated the other martial artists greatly. Martial artists were valiant and ruthless to begin with. Wouldn't they be envious of such an opportunity to contribute? As such, more and more martial artists joined the army. The martial artists who recently joined the army begged the higher UPS in order to participate in the battle, but they were rejected by Zhang Ziyu. He also sent orders to the various armies, saying that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why would they need more troops to deal with a mere Jin dynasty? In the imperial study, Han Tianji pointed at the sand table and said, after annexing the Jin dynasty, our target should be the Chen dynasty in the west. The Chen dynasty is huge and has abundant resources, and there are natural barriers to defend against the other side. Once we take it down, we don't have to worry about enemies appearing in this direction. On the west side of Great Jing, there were 3 dynasties. From top to bottom, they were North Zhou, Chen, and Nanyuan. The Nanyuan dynasty was close to the sea and was a small dynasty. Its population was small, so there was nothing to worry about. On the other side of the Chen dynasty, there were huge mountain ranges that were difficult to climb. Therefore, for many years, the Chen dynasty only needed to curry favor with the Jing dynasty. As for the North Zhou dynasty, there were deserts and plains above it, which was easy to lengthen the battle line. Zhang Ziyu asked, "You mean that Chen dynasty might attack us?" Han Tianji said, "That's right. According to the information His Majesty has obtained, if 2 Chao sects want to join forces to devour Great Jing, they will definitely pass through North Zhou, outer 9 provinces, and Jin. However, if that's all, our battlefront will be concentrated in the north, which will be easier to deal with. However, the Chao sects are not stupid and naturally understands this. If we start a war with the various dynasties and the military forces in the territory are empty, it will be too fatal if the Chen dynasty suddenly attacks. We have to be wary of such a situation." Zhang Ziyu frowned. Thinking of the situation Han Tianji described, he felt that it was indeed very dangerous. At this moment, a white-robed guard came in and handed Zhang Ziyu a secret report. He opened it and his expression changed slightly. Han Tianji asked, "Did true God realm experts come to the Jingjin battlefield?" Zhang Ziyu nodded and said, "That's right." Su Tianji and the others were suppressed and had no choice but to retreat. As true gods, Yang Zhao was actually not his match. "Humph, trash. You still dare to call yourself Emperor Yang Zhao?" Han Tianji shook his head and said, "It's not his fault. How many years has it been since the birth of the true God realm experts of Great Jing? The other party must be from a Chao sect. Moreover, the ultimate techniques of the Chao sects are even more profound. How can Yang Zhao compare? However, I guess that true God realm expert can't do anything to Yang Zhao, General Su, and the others. The war will fall into a stalemate, and the advantage is still in our army." Zhang Ziyu nodded and asked, "When can Providence be condensed?" Han Tianji said, "It will still take a few years. Providence towers have been set up everywhere, but the providence of the world is definitely not something that can be condensed by humans. I'm just borrowing the power to guide it." Zhang Ziyu took a deep breath and looked at the sand table again, falling into deep thought. In the 13th year of the Qunwu era, the Jing dynasty army devoured many territories of the Jin dynasty, forcing the Jin dynasty army to retreat step by step. At this moment, the northern Zhou dynasty on the other side suddenly launched a surprise attack and killed their way into the Liang prefecture of Great Jing. The garrison of the Liang prefecture could not resist and several cities fell one after another. Zhang Ziyu was furious and sent the white-robed guards to take Ping'an to the Liang prefecture. One-person army. A month later, Ping'an began to massacre the northern Zhou army. After becoming a true God realm expert, he became even more violent. Great Jing fought 2 dynasties alone and was in a pincer attack, but Great Jing still had the upper hand. In a resplendent hall, red pillars were inlaid with all kinds of gems. A black-robed man sat at the head of the hall. He had a bold golden saber and his hair was disheveled. His entire body emitted a dangerous aura. He stared at a person sitting on the guest seat on the right and said, "There are 3 true God realm experts in the Great Jing now, and that immortal master Chongsheng is close to the golden body realm. How should we deal with him?" The person sitting in the guest seat looked like a scholar. He looked to be in his early 30s, and his face was pale. He also had dark circles under his eyes, making him look rather weak. He waved his fan and smiled. "Your Martial Comprehension Valley and my Star Gathering Tower can gather 5 true God realm experts, but that immortal master longevity is not easy to deal with. Our tower master asked me to tell Valley Master Wei to wait a little longer. What we have to do now is to exhaust the country's strength. Our tower master is currently planning something, and when the time comes, the 13 prefectures will definitely belong to our 2 Chao sects." This black-robed man was the so-called Valley Master Wei. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm very curious about what your tower master planning. Can he invite an old monster at the Golden Body Realm?" The scholar shook his head and said, "An old monster at the Golden Body Realm is elusive. How can we invite him? Only the top 3 Chao sects have this ability. Moreover, it's impossible for immortal master Chongsheng to be at the Golden Body Realm. If he had reached the Golden Body Realm, it will definitely cause luck to surge and the world to resonate. How can we not know? He's at most close to the Golden Body Realm." He paused for a moment and said, "The Star Gathering Tower will facilitate the alliance of the 9 dynasties. With the military strength of 9 dynasties and tens of millions of soldiers, it will definitely crush Great Jing. In addition, our left emissary has already rushed to the capital of Great Jing. Even if he is not a match for immortal master Chongsheng, there is still hope for him to kill the Great Jing Emperor without anyone knowing. At that time, Great Jing will definitely be in chaos and we will need time to re-establish the imperial power. We still have plenty of time." Valley Master Wei frowned and said, "I know your left emissary's strength. He is indeed very strong, but he can at most fight Xiao Doshan to a draw. If he is discovered by immortal master Chongsheng." The scholar interrupted, "He has the yin skeleton with him." Hearing this, Valley Master Wei was moved. He stared fixedly at the calm scholar. "I didn't expect that the yin skeleton would actually be obtained by the Star Gathering Tower. If the upper 3 Chao sects finds out about this, you will be in big trouble." Valley Master Wei sneered. The scholar smiled and said, "The Martial Comprehension Valley and the Star Gathering Tower are already tied together. Valley Master Wei won't betray us, right? If the left emissary fails, the yin skeleton will fall into the hands of the Jing dynasty." Valley Master Wei was stunned for a moment before he slapped his leg and laughed. The scholar also laughed. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.